Xing. Xing. Gravis and Eve appeared in a gigantic hall. However, the hall was completely empty except for one humongous apparatus. Gravis looked to the front at the apparatus. It was some kind of machine with an incredible number of tubes. Gravis could see emblems moving through the tube at insane speeds. If he were still in the immortal realm, he wouldn't even be able to follow the emblems, and he would only see a cacophony of colors shooting through the tubes. The emblems all had different colors, and they shone with light. However, not every emblem shone with the same intensity. Some of them seemed to be almost lightless, while others shone as bright as stars. The color of the light also adapted to the color of the emblem. Gravis looked to the tube at the top, and his eyes widened. Gravis only saw a mass of light. He knew that there were emblems shooting through the tubes, but the tube that led every emblem downward to the other tubes had so many emblems moving at such ridiculous speeds that he couldn't discern them. That had to be millions or billions of emblems going through that tube per second. As soon as the emblems went through the first tube, they entered a metallic box. The metallic box wasn't isolated, and Gravis could see what was going on inside. An insanely complex formation array was sorting the emblems at ridiculous speeds and shooting them down different tubes. The rightmost tube was completely empty. The second tube to the right only had one emblem go through every couple of minutes. The next tube had even fewer emblems going through it. However, the next tube showed a noticeable jump. Around 6 emblems per second shot through that tube. The next one was slightly slower than the previous one, but the following one was just as fast as the fastest tube. The next 3 tubes became faster and faster until Gravis arrived at the leftmost tube, which was the fastest. After the emblems shot through those tubes, they were sorted again. Gravis noticed that the emblems were sorted according to the intensity of their light, not color. Lastly, the emblems were sorted according to color. When the emblems reached the numerous tubes at the bottom, they arrived at a formation array that teleported them away. Can you guess what the sorting machine does? Eve asked. These should be all the fights going on in the highest world, right? Gravis asked, looking at the topmost tube. Correct, Eve answered. Gravis gulped. He knew that the highest world was gigantic, but seeing so many fights happening at the same was awe-inspiring. So many people were constantly fighting each other, and every emblem represented at least 2 beings that would fight to the death. There were probably millions, if not billions, of fights to the death going on at this very second. If Gravis were to fight someone, his fight would only be one of those emblems. What does the intensity of the light represent? Eve asked him. The battle strength of the fighters, Gravis said. The first formation array probably sorts the emblems according to major realms. The first on the right is probably for divine gods, which is why there is not a single emblem going through there. Cultivators in that realm don't fight as often, there are not as many, and they can live for far longer. Correct, Eve said. The second one is for ancestral gods. There are far more ancestral gods, but not that many. The third one is for star gods, and, sure enough, there seem to be even fewer star gods than ancestral gods in this world. Eve looked at Gravis. You don't seem surprised. Were you born in the highest world? Most ascenders would be shocked by this. Gravis smiled bitterly. Yes, I was born in the highest world, but I went through the lower, middle, and higher worlds. Makes sense, Eve commented. The next one is probably for peak immortal emperors. At first, I was a bit surprised that there are only 6 emblems per second, but I forgot that peak immortal emperors can live for a very long time. 6 per second is already quite a bit, with everyone having 200,000 years of longevity. According to math, the relation between tribulations and normal fights is around 1:1, Gravis said. Yes, Eve confirmed. There are some peak immortal emperors that only comprehend laws until their tribulation arrives, and there are some peak immortal emperors that fight multiple times in that time frame. Gravis looked to the left. The lowest realm is the Unity realm? Gravis asked. Fights below the Unity realm lack destructive power, Eve explained. However, even the fights between Unity and nascent nourishing cultivators get mostly sent to the archive. Nearly all of those fights won't have judges looking over them. Only the ones in important cities and sects will have judges overseeing them. Gravis nodded. I'm guessing that the color represents the danger to the surroundings, right? Quite smart, Eve commented. Yes, they represent the danger to society. The chief instructor assigned you to red 4 through 6 and black 4 through 6. The color represents the danger to the surroundings, and the number represents the intensity of the light. Gravis listened intently to Eve. There are 6 grades to the colors. The lowest is gray, which means that not even any mortals will be in danger during the fight. The second lowest is white, which means that mortals are in danger. The third lowest is yellow, which means that cultivators in the first 3 realms are in danger. The third highest is orange, which means that several true cultivators are in danger. The second highest is red, which means that a great number of cultivators are in danger. Red generally represents fights between powerful cultivators in a small city or town filled entirely with cultivators. The highest is black, which means that a huge number of cultivators are in danger. Black generally represents fights in major cities or inside unrelated sects. For example, 2 peak immortal emperors could get into a conflict right beside a huge sect filled with immortals and immortal kings. Do I only need to protect the cultivators or also the mortals and their belongings? Gravis asked. It depends on the color, Eve explained. You are only assigned to red and black, which means that you only need to protect the lives of the cultivators on the Unity realm or above. However, you can also protect the mortals, the buildings, the animals, or whatever you want. You have to protect the cultivators, but everything else is up to you. No one will complain because you saved their house from destruction. Gravis nodded. And the intensity of the light? The intensity of the light represents the battle strength. The lower realms don't have a difference in intensity since we have the manpower to send someone from a higher realm to overlook the fight, making the battle strength of the combatants irrelevant. The Immortal, Immortal King, and Immortal Emperor realm have 4 intensities. The Peak Immortal Emperor realm has 6 due to the gulf between the Peak Immortal Emperor realm and the Star God realm. An intensity of 1 means that the Peak Immortal Emperors don't know any level 6 laws. Those are exclusively Peak Immortal Emperors born in this world and some from some weaker worlds with looser ascension requirements. They represent the absolute bottom, and they are as weak as it gets in their realm. An intensity of 2 means that the combatants both know 1 level 6 law. This represents about 50% of all Peak Immortal Emperors, and they are the average. An intensity of 3 means that the combatants can both theoretically jump a level. The difference in energy, spirit, and physical power between the Peak Immortal Emperor realm and Star God realm corresponds to 4 levels. So, in that sense, a jump of 1 level doesn't truly exist. However, if there were a cultivation realm 1 level higher than a Peak Immortal Emperor, the combatants with an intensity of 3 could fight those. These are the above-average Peak Immortal Emperors, and some of them already know more than 1 level 6 law. An intensity of 4 means that the combatants can theoretically jump 2 levels. These fights are much rarer, and the fighters all know several level 6 laws. They are generally considered as the most powerful Peak Immortal Emperors since meeting Peak Immortal Emperors with an intensity of 5 or 6 is basically impossible due to their rarity. An intensity of 5 means that the combatants can jump 3 levels. That would be someone that is close to comprehending a level 7 law or someone that knows an incredibly powerful level 6 law, like the major law of the elements. These people are exceedingly rare. Gravis nodded. Stella and Manuel belong to that group. An intensity of 6 basically only exists in theory. Those cultivators do exist, but they basically never fight. An intensity of 6 means that someone knows a level 7 law. When a cultivator comprehends a level 7 law, they nearly always directly become star gods, essentially making such fights non-existent. Gravis nodded again. Exer belonged to that group. So, I'm responsible for fights in cultivator towns, cities, and sects. However, I'm only responsible for the fights between Peak Immortal Emperors that can jump at least 2 levels, right? Gravis asked. Correct. You'll only overlook the most powerful Peak Immortal Emperors. You shouldn't have much work to do since there aren't that many. 1 person is easily enough to overlook all of these fights. The overwhelming majority of fights are of the first 3 intensities. Gravis nodded. As Gravis thought about the different intensities, He thought about what intensities his friends would have. Stella and Manuel were the only ones with an intensity of 5, and Exer was the only one with an intensity of 6, assuming he was still a peak Immortal Emperor. Eris was probably between 4 and 5, but the sorting machine would probably count him as 5. Sky, Liam, Azure, and Ferris were probably an intensity of 4. The remainder was probably on an intensity of 3. Sarah was probably the only one on an intensity of 2. I assume the emblems get directly teleported to judges? Gravis asked. Correct, Eve said. As soon as you attune your personal emblem to the relevant formation arrays, you will be a recipient for the emblems arriving in that formation array. The emblems get teleported to those judges that hadn't been given one for the longest. But that's irrelevant in your case since you will be the only one overlooking these fights. What if there are 2 happening at once? Gravis asked. It's rare for intensities above 3, but it can happen. When it happens, an ancestral god will overlook them since the inspector just granted leave to your actual backup. Gravis nodded. What do I have to do exactly? The same thing you did in your test, Eve answered. Each emblem has information on the combatants, including their aura, laws, and personality. Like this, you shouldn't be taken by surprise. Each emblem gets generated around 10 seconds before the actual fight will occur, making it mandatory to react swiftly when you receive one. That's why judges can't comprehend laws while they're working. They need to be ready anytime, and most of them don't even get a day of peace between assignments. Gravis nodded. Working once a day wasn't much, but it was still enough to stop any form of law comprehension. Gravis already needed several days just to get completely lost in the laws, and any comprehension before that state was essentially worthless. So, as soon as I get the emblem, I destroy it immediately, get teleported to the fighting arena, and then I just have to protect the surroundings, right? Gravis asked. We'll do a test run, Eve said. I will take this one. You have to do nothing. Gravis nodded again. Xing. An emblem appeared in Eve's hand. It was an orange 3 emblem. Crack. Eve immediately broke the emblem, pulling Gravis along with her. Gravis felt space warp around him, and he found himself in a gray nothingness. For some reason, Gravis felt like the reality in this place was very different than from outside. This is our space tunnel, Eve explained with a voice transmission. This world is gigantic, and if we don't teleport slowly, even an immortal emperor will be torn apart by the backlash of such a teleportation. Time in here doesn't exist, meaning that no matter how long we are in here, no time will have passed on the outside. The longest teleportations take a minute, but you won't experience those since we have other branches for those areas. The longest teleportation you will feel will be 10 seconds. The speed of teleportation with the emblems is even faster than the teleportation of a divine god. Eve had given Gravis these pieces of information in an instant since their time in the space tunnel would only amount to 2 seconds this time. Just as Gravis started to look around, he had already reappeared somewhere else. Gravis was above a mountain range filled with volcanoes, and Gravis immediately realized that this was a law comprehension area for the level 6 Law of Blaze. Several immortal emperors were comprehending the Law of Blaze here. The immortal emperors opened their eyes to look at who had just arrived, but when they saw the white emblem with the cloud on Eve's chest, their eyes widened. Xing! 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 Those who noticed immediately teleported away. A fight was about to break out, and the fact that a judge arrived in this place, filled with immortal emperors, meant that the immortal emperors were the ones in danger of being killed. The stronger ones remained since they were interested in the fight. Gravis looked around and immediately noticed the aura of 2 people that had been inside the emblem. These 2 people had just noticed each other, and their faces exploded with hatred and anger. They immediately took out their weapons and charged at each other with hatred. Obviously, they had a prior history. Big Brother is the one fighting, one of them shouted in terror. She wanted to escape, but the fight had already thrown space into chaos in the surroundings, making it impossible. The first shockwave came close to her, but an invisible shield blocked it. Boom! However, the entire law comprehension area was quickly destroyed. All the different attacks broke the energy equilibrium, making the volcanoes explode violently with blaze, using up all their gathered energy. The onlookers immediately charged into the distance, away from the fight. They knew that the judge would protect them, but the judges were also only cultivators, and cultivators occasionally made mistakes. They wouldn't want to risk their lives for something like that. The fight completely decimated the surrounding 10,000 kilometers, leaving nothing undamaged, except for the cultivators being protected by Eve. A couple seconds later, a new person appeared. "Save Big Brother!" The immortal emperor that shouted earlier screamed at the newcomer. The newcomer immediately took out a hammer and unleashed several attacks at one of the two combatants. Bang! 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 However, a shield stopped him. He quickly stopped with gritted teeth. This had only been a futile attempt since he knew that a judge was already here. However, he wanted to try. Maybe the judge wasn't that good. Sadly, the judge was an ancestral god this time. The person looked over at Gravis and Eve. Since Gravis didn't wear his emblem, the newcomer felt that Gravis was only average. However, he couldn't feel anything from the other person. Of course, the newcomer wasn't stupid. He had tested the protection of the judge precisely to gauge their strength, and their strength was impressive. The shield hadn't even been distorted. This meant that the judge was so powerful that he couldn't feel their power, making him despair. His son-in-law was fighting in there. "You let the ancestral law comprehension area of our blazing eternal sect get destroyed," he shouted violently at Eve. "I will report this to your superiors. However, I'm willing to overlook this transgression as long as you let me help my son." Eve didn't react. Gravis looked between the guy and Eve, but he kept silent. Eve knew what she was doing. However, the guy was right. Eve hadn't protected the law comprehension area, letting it get obliterated. She could have easily stopped the destruction if she so chose. Hell, even Gravis could stop the destruction easily. The newcomer shouted some more in terror, rage, hatred, and anxiety. Eve didn't react. "Did you see?" Eve said to Gravis. "We are doing a good deed by protecting all these cultivators here. Obviously, this law comprehension area has been claimed by this blazing eternal sect, meaning that all these people are from that sect. This newcomer is probably the sect master from what I can deduce. Yet, instead of thanking us for saving the members of his sect, he hates us for not protecting his law comprehension area. This is what you have to deal with, Black Sentry," she said. Gravis nodded. "I know. I've already seen this coming." Gravis had already seen through the newcomer with his law of sentience. He knew immediately what the newcomer would do. However, even if Gravis hadn't known the law of sentience, he still wouldn't have been surprised. Some humans were simply like that. After some seconds, the fight ended. The son-in-law died. Eve dispelled her shield. Xing. A new person appeared. Gravis looked over, and his eyebrows lifted with surprise. This guy wore the same emblem as Eve. "Another judge?" The judge nodded at Gravis and gave Eve a quick bow. Eve nodded back. Then, the person from the blazing eternal sect charged at the person that had just killed his son-in-law. Boom! A gigantic explosion occurred, but it was confined by a shield, this one also protecting the surroundings, not only the people. Eve turned to Gravis. "We are only responsible for the fight we have been summoned for. If a new fight breaks out, someone else will be sent here." Gravis looked at the apocalyptic fight breaking out in the shield with interest. Eve only looked at Gravis evenly as contained pure destruction reigned behind her. "Let's go back," she said. Crack. The repaired emblem in her hand was destroyed again and the two of them vanished. After 2 seconds in the space tunnel, Gravis and Eve reappeared in the gigantic hall with the sorting machine. "You will always be directly teleported back to the place you left," Eve said. "This means that you don't have to remain here. You can go wherever you want and do whatever you want during that time. However, you need to be ready at any given moment." "That should cover everything," Eve finished. "Any questions?" Gravis shook his head. "No, you explained everything very well." "Thank you very much," he said. "No problem. I am your direct superior. If you need a timeout or if you want to leave the Heaven Company, come to me. I'll attune your emblem now," she said as she held out her hand. Gravis put his emblem onto her hand, and Eve walked over to the tubes that Gravis would be responsible for. She attuned Gravis to one tube and detuned it for the person that had been responsible for these tubes before him. After going through all the tubes, she gave Gravis back his emblem. From now on, you are working for the Heaven Company. We pay you by the century, and you should be very satisfied with your pay. You will be paid a static amount, no matter how many assignments you get. Gravis nodded. He didn't know how much he would earn, but he didn't ask since he wanted to be surprised. It was probably good pay. Have fun, Eve said. Xing. Then she was gone. Gravis was now alone in the gigantic hall, and he looked at the sorting machine alone. Then he looked at his emblem. It hadn't sent any assignments yet. Gravis waited for half an hour, but nothing appeared. Gravis scratched the back of his head awkwardly. Well, seems like I'll have to wait for an assignment. I should get back to Stella and inform her about everything. Xing. And the hall became empty again. Gravis returned home and told Stella and some of his other friends what he would be doing from now on. They were rather interested in his job and asked several questions. Sadly, there wasn't much Gravis could say. The entire thing was basically recounted in just half an hour. Gravis felt a bit weird. After all, he had a job now and he was technically working right now, but no work actually arrived. He knew that there were only a couple of cultivators with an intensity of 4 or higher, but it still felt weird for some reason. So, Gravis decided to check up on the others while he waited for something to do. Mortis was still within Opposer City. He was spending most of his time with his father and mother. After all, the two of them had to get used to Mortis first. Mortis also contacted Joyce several times, and Joyce also enjoyed talking to him. They were slowly getting closer to each other. Gravis felt excited for Mortis. Gravis didn't want to see Mortis fall into another hole so dark that he would decide to kill himself again. Gravis' other friends were still planning on how they should create the Myriad sect. They had the roles assigned, but they still needed to get materials, a place to stay, a plan, and many other organizational things. Xianxia was comprehending laws while Sarah was nowhere to be found. Gravis also talked with Ark for a while via the ring Ark had given him. Ark was enjoying himself to the fullest. He was looking at a ton of laws and learned as much as he could about the highest world. Everything was new, and he loved every second of it. Xing. And that was when Gravis' first job appeared. For a second, Gravis was surprised by the sudden appearance of an emblem in front of him, but he quickly regained his faculties. Work calls. Have fun. Ark answered quickly with mirth. Crack. Xing. Gravis destroyed the emblem and teleported away. Gravis hadn't even been able to see the spatial tunnel before he had already left it. The teleportation was instantaneous. Xing. Gravis arrived in the sky above a dark castle. The dark castle was several kilometers tall, seemingly piercing the sky. Gravis immediately knew that this was a sect just based on the color of the emblem he had received. What color was it? What kind of emblem would someone with 0 karmic luck get on their first job? What would wait for Gravis? The emblem was actually ridiculous. What was it? Black 6. The highest grade that Gravis was permitted to take on. Black meant that a significant amount of cultivators were in danger. An intensity of 6 meant that the cultivators both knew level 7 laws and could reach the Star God realm at any given moment. It was ridiculous. Hadn't Eve said that an intensity of 6 only existed in theory? Why was his first job 1? Gravis quickly saw the two combatants. Both of them were looking at each other with hatred. Both of these people could become star gods if they so chose. Yet, surprisingly, the two people didn't immediately attack each other. Instead, they focused on Gravis. They felt Gravis' power and took a deep breath. Sure enough, Gravis felt as powerful as a star god. Just as they had expected, the Heaven Company had sent a star god. They had succeeded. Suddenly, Gravis narrowed his eyes. A gigantic formation array surrounding the dark castle activated, blocking off the space. Time was thrown into disorder as everything slowed down to a quarter of its speed. The elements became harder to gather as nearly all the elemental laws were hidden behind a gray layer. One could still feel them, but it was way harder to access them. Even more, the formation array only affected the castle and Gravis. The two combatants weren't affected. Bang! Bang! Two avatars appeared beside the two humans. One of them looked like a coat of human skin just floating in emptiness. This represented the true law of the composition of skin, a level 7 law. The other avatar looked like a continually exploding piece of white ice. This represented the true law of Zero's power, also a level 7 law. Zero was the level 6 law variant of the ice element, and the law of Zero's power was a battle law that increased the power of Zero to the power of a level 7 law. In just a second, both of the avatars lost their shape as they transformed into stars, and they looked identical after their transformation. All stars looked the same. Both of them had become star gods in an instant. Both stars activated their domains. The star of skin attacked Gravis skin. Since this law was used as a star, its power had increased by a level. This meant that someone tried to destroy Gravis skin with a level 8 law. The avatar of Zero's power hid all the fire and light laws, making it impossible to use them. At the same time, it also slowed down time even more and solidified space, making it unbreakable. Sure enough, those two were not enemies but companions. Their powers perfectly complemented each other. Gravis looked at the castle below him, his spirit easily breaking through several concealment formation arrays. He saw a young woman with green hair happily operating the formation array with a smile. Gravis had hidden his ability to see through the formation arrays with his law of perceived reality. She hadn't realized that Gravis had already seen her. She didn't directly attack Gravis, which meant that Gravis was not authorized to kill her. She knew that, and that was why she wasn't worried. After all, she could just say that she wanted to protect her sect from the fight. This was obviously a plot to kill the judge. These two people probably waited with their breakthrough so that they could kill a judge and earn a ton of money. After all, judges in the Star God realm had to be rich. It wasn't forbidden from attacking the judges. After all, that would just be another battle. As long as the judge had a chance of winning, everything would be fine. The green-haired woman in the dark castle was a star god, and she could perceive Gravis' power. She knew that Gravis was very powerful, which was why she activated the formation array. As long as her two brothers attacked him together with their combined power and under the effect of the formation array, they should win. The two of them didn't say anything as they attacked Gravis with their full power. Gravis' very first job was a trap to kill judges. Sure enough, karmic luck strikes again. Gravis' time was slowed down severely. Space was frozen, making it difficult to move. His skin was under the attack of a level 8 law. Any normal star god, maybe even a level 2 star god, would have probably died. Sure enough, this scheme had been planned thoroughly. Then, Gravis took a casual step to the side. The eyes of the three people scheming against him nearly fell out of their heads. What was going on? How? Well, Gravis had the law of freedom, which was boosted to the power of a level 8 law. But wait, didn't he need Mortis to boost his laws to such a level? Well, as soon as Gravis got his job, Gravis and Mortis found a solution. Both of them ate a ton of god stones. In fact, they ate 110,000 god stones. Then they split apart. Gravis would get a Mortis clone, and Mortis would get a Gravis clone. The clones of the other person would simply reside inside the life ring of the other one, allowing both of them to release their full power. So, all of these restraining effects were basically useless. If they had used the law of time to slow him down, it would have worked. However, they used a formation array, and the law of freedom made Gravis immune to formation arrays. That was why his time was only slightly impacted. I want to try something, Gravis thought calmly. These three people were no danger to Gravis. Because of that, Gravis decided to test something. Gravis took out his saber, which seemingly warped as reality broke down around it. It will be boring as fuck, but I need to try it at some point. Gravis struck forward, his slash nearly unnoticeable to the eye. The eyes of the two people widened, but they couldn't evade. I think I'll call you Scaril. They heard a beautiful voice. One of the two felt shocked beyond comparison as the other one became confused. This was his mother. Well, time to wait, Gravis thought. I wonder what will happen if I hit two people at once with Samsara. Also, I want to see if I can resist the influence of samsara after comprehending the law of emotions. The danger of samsara towards myself has always been the destruction of my personality. However, with the law of sentience, samsara should no longer have any effect on me. The only negative effect should be that it takes a ton of time and is boring. Gravis looked at the scene playing in front of him and leaned back. What was the effect of hitting two people at once? Both of them would go through both lives. Was seeing one's own life more damaging than seeing another one's life? Gravis wasn't sure, but he was about to find out. How did Gravis resist the impact of samsara? He simply took all the emotions inside himself and oriented them to the extreme of apathy. All of Gravis' emotions still existed, but it was like he didn't feel them. He basically became an emotionless formation array, only leaving a tiny part behind to wake him up later when everything was over. The danger of samsara was that the onlookers felt the emotions of all the people they had met in their life, making it hard to discern what their true self was. The emotions hit Gravis, but they were just incredibly irrelevant. They simply had no significance. Because of that, only a couple of hours after entering, Gravis entered a similar state to when he focused on comprehending a law. Time lost its meaning, and it was like Gravis was sleeping. He was only picking up information but not processing it. Because of that, the several million years of illusion seemingly passed by in just a few hours. Resisting samsara had been even easier than Gravis had expected. However, the other two didn't have it nearly as easy. Samsara was showing the lives of these cultivators successively, not simultaneously. This meant that one life finished before the other one began. The person whose life was looked at first fell into a crisis of regret. He had a lot of regrets, and he couldn't empathize with his previous self, slowly making the person unable to differentiate who he actually was. One could say that this was dangerous but also harmless. The person would still have a personality after escaping samsara, but they would be forever changed. Essentially, they would become a different person. However, the other one had major issues. Turns out, watching someone else's life was far more dangerous and far worse than watching one's own life. After years and years of watching a stranger's life, the second person started to think that they were the first person. They assumed around 80% of the personality of the other person while the first person had changed a little bit. Gravis didn't infuse samsara with deep woods destruction. After all, he didn't want them to die too quickly. When the first life was done, the second life began. Both of them were horrified as they realized that it wasn't over. How long would this go on? Would this torment go on forever? When one got through a life once, one would believe that it was the end, but if it started again, one would despair. After all, if there was a second time, there could also be a third or fourth time. The two new people watched the life of the second person. The funny thing was that, since the second person had basically become the first person, the second person felt like watching their own life was watching the life of a stranger. Eventually, so many perspectives and emotions mixed together that both of them didn't know who they were anymore. They started to become so unsure of their own convictions, personality, and goal that they couldn't accept any of these things. Just halfway through the second life, both of them lost their wills. They were filled with memories and concepts, but they just couldn't act on these concepts. If one recorded all the knowledge inside of Cultivator, put it in a book, took out the Cultivator's spirit and mind, and replaced these things with the book, the outcome would be the same. The book knew the same things as the spirit, but it couldn't act upon it. The information was identical, but it was impossible to act upon that information. A book didn't have a will. A book about forging wouldn't just get up and start forging. They were both still alive, but the things that made them were gone. Now, they were no longer different from the mindless puppets Ark had summoned when he showed Gravis the power of the law of the living world. Time passed. Oh, what? Oh, I'm back, Gravis uttered as he saw himself return to reality. Only an instant had passed in reality, but an eternity had passed for the three of them. However, the eternity was irrelevant to Gravis. It was like he had just taken a nap. The two cultivators in front of Gravis had empty eyes as they started to fall towards the ground. Even if they knew the laws and had the ability to fly, they didn't use them. After all, they were empty inside. Boom! Boom! The two heavy bodies of the star gods fell to the ground, not moving. Their minds didn't work anymore. "New!" An aggrieved shout came out of the dark castle. Xing, the woman with green hair, appeared beside the two star gods in shock. "What have you done to them?" she shouted at Gravis. "Well, they're alive but also dead. It's kind of hard to explain," Gravis said. "Xing." Gravis appeared beside the two corpses and entered their spirit. Without any resistance, entering someone's spirit was easy. However, Gravis found nothing in their spirits. Why were their spirits empty? Where was his loot? Then Gravis looked at the girl beside him. "Quite sneaky. You act like you cared about them, but you actually just stole their valuables." "Shut up, you monster!" she shouted with hatred. "You killed my two brothers. How dare you? You're a judge. You're supposed to protect us, not kill them." "Emichum," Gravis uttered without being impressed, not buying it. "So, what are you going to do about it?" The woman gritted her teeth in hatred and frustration. She couldn't do anything. She wasn't any more powerful than her brothers. And Gravis also hadn't made a mistake while doing his duty. She was helpless. Luckily, she hadn't attacked Gravis. If she did, he could kill her. However, Gravis wasn't allowed to kill her right now. After all, he was only here as a judge, not as himself. "Just you wait," she said with hate. "I will find out who you are, and I will make sure that you won't live a life of peace." K. Gravis' blunt answer enraged the woman even more, making her throw even more threats at Gravis, who didn't care one bit. "Anyway," Gravis said, "since they don't have any valuables, I'll leave them to you. Who knows? Maybe you can help them recover." The woman glared at Gravis, but she also looked at her two brothers. They were still alive. Their spirits were uninjured. This meant that they would recover, and if they didn't, she simply had to find someone that could heal them. In fact, the woman hadn't stolen their valuables. The two of them had entered the fight without any valuables. They only had their weapons on them. Why? Because they knew that there was a chance that they would die. Because of that, they left their valuables with the green-haired woman. The woman loved her two brothers, and she would do everything in her power to help them, no matter how many god stones she had to pay. "Huh, I wasn't even needed. Good job, Black Sentry," a third voice spoke. Gravis' eyes opened with surprise, and he looked upward. It was Eve. "Why are you here?" Gravis asked in surprise. "I was supposed to overlook the fight between you and those two," she said, gesturing at the two mindless star gods. "Oh yeah, right," Gravis said. "You said you were my replacement." Eve nodded. "Anyway, that was a hell of a first job, but if you can deal with that, you can deal with anything. I need to go back. Later, Xing." And with that, Eve was gone. "Later," Gravis shouted after her. Then, Gravis took out his own emblem and broke it, vanishing too. The woman seethed in hatred for some more minutes. But then, she focused on the two bodies. She would help them recover. Would she succeed? Well, some things had to be explained first. How difficult was it to heal a physical body? Easy. How difficult was it to heal a spirit? A bit harder. How difficult was it to heal a will aura? One needed to comprehend the law of freedom to do that or go through an incredible amount of tempering. That was far harder than the previous two, making it nearly impossible. How difficult was it to heal a will? Well, what was a will? A will was the active component of the mind. The spirit had all the person's information inside of it, but something was needed to interact with and change the information. If a spirit was a book, a will was the person reading the book. They could do the things inside the book and alter the book. In essence, a will was sentience. It was the ability to think. So, in order to repair sentience, one needed to understand the law of sentience. Sadly, these two were star gods, making the major law of sentience relatively useless to them. This meant that one needed to get someone that knew the true law of sentience. And if someone already knew the true law of sentience, comprehending the true law of the dead world and the true law of life was only a matter of time. In essence, cultivators that knew the true law of sentience were either heaven's magnates or heaven's magnates in waiting. Would the woman be able to get a heavens magnate to heal her two brothers? That was a stupid question. However, she would spend a fortune and accrue favors all over the world to invite powerful doctors, alchemy masters, and cultivators to take a look at her two brothers. Sadly, none of them knew the true law of sentience. Attacks that damaged the will of a cultivator basically didn't exist. No one would even be able to tell why the two-star gods couldn't do anything. In their eyes, the two-star gods were in perfect health. This was why Gravis wasn't afraid of letting the two live. If a heavens magnate wanted to go against Gravis, these two-star gods would be the least of his worries. Why had Gravis let the two live? Well, Gravis wasn't allowed to kill the woman, so he had to search for another way to repay this debt of revenge. So, Gravis decided to gift her something cruel. Hopeless hope. A century passed since Gravis had finished his first job. After that, he had gotten around one job every 3 days. The world was gigantic, but there were not so many truly powerful peak immortal emperors fighting. Gravis' jobs for the next century were straightforward, and he hadn't met another peak immortal emperor that knew a level 7 law again. He simply arrived at the location, watched over the fight, and left. In a sense, one could say it was boring, but one could also say that it was very interesting. Why? Because Gravis could watch other people use laws that he himself didn't know. Gravis learned quite a bit about several more level 6 laws, but 100 years was barely enough to make any headway in those laws. In those 100 years, Mortis also managed to get together with Joyce. They were finally lovers. How did he do it? After a while of trying, Mortis became frustrated and angry and asked Joyce what her problem was. He liked her and she obviously liked him. So what was her problem? What did she want from him? Why was she wasting time with all of this shit? Surprisingly, that was exactly what Joyce wanted to hear. Joyce was a very powerful woman, and she wanted an even more powerful and even more commanding man. She had no interest in these weaklings that were only willing to lick her boots and shower her with affection. She was attracted to power. Mortis had specifically not looked at Joyce's emotional laws since he didn't want to feel like he was taking advantage of her. That was why he hadn't realized this part about her. Mortis straight up asked what she wanted. Joyce said that she wanted him to conquer her and that she refused to be with anyone that couldn't manage that. Well, if she wanted that, sure. You want me to conquer you? Fine. Give me 30 minutes. Mortis grabbed her and pulled her away, against her will. Joyce quickly tried to break free, but Mortis was far too powerful. Mortis pulled her into his apartment and threw her on a bed. That what you want? He asked coldly. Joyce's inner will to fight reared its head, and she looked at Mortis with burning eyes. However, she also became very excited at the same time. What's with that question? She asked with narrowed eyes. We both killed millions of innocent people, but now you're hesitating because I might not want this? What's with your favoritism and your weak conviction? You kill innocent people without batting an eye, but as soon as it comes to forcing yourself on someone, you suddenly get weak in the knees. If Gravis had seen this, he would have believed this to be so stupid. Seriously? Joyce was into being a victim of sexual assault? Was she sure that it was about conviction and not just about her own fetish? However, in comparison to Gravis, Mortis felt his body heat up. Joyce was powerful, and she didn't allow anyone to just touch her. They first had to overcome her power and resistance. She also coldly looked down on anyone that acted soft towards her. Due to Mortis' mindset, he was also attracted to power, and Joyce's conduct showed that she was someone powerful and hard to conquer. Mortis' first time was very, very rough. However, Joyce didn't say no even once. She simply fought him with her laws and weapons while they were doing the deed. In essence, Joyce was trying to kill Mortis. Why? Because she enjoyed the loss of control. She could only truly feel like she lost control if she tried absolutely everything in her power to get back control but being unable to. After the deed was done, Joyce snorted. Fine, you win, she said. But don't expect me to swoon over you like some fangirl. If you want my affection, you have to earn it. Earn it, you say? Mortis said coldly from beside her. You think you're in a position where you can demand affection? No, you'll be the one that's trying to get affection out of me. You won't get any love and affection until you beg me. Then, maybe I will give it to you." Joyce snorted. "Me? Beg? In your dreams," she said arrogantly. However, deep inside, Joyce felt even more attracted to Mortis. This dominance, this power. Mortis felt the same towards Joyce. However, Mortis felt nervous deep inside. Mortis had spent all his time with Gravis, and Gravis' values and personality had rubbed off on him. Mortis wanted to hug Joyce and love her. He wanted her to just lay in his arms lovingly. Mortis had appeared confident, but he actually wasn't. Could he actually follow through with his words? Could he act coldly towards Joyce until she cracked first? It was difficult. Yet, Mortis knew that this was the only way to truly create a long-lasting relationship with her. Sadly, this also created a headache for Mortis. Why must this be so complicated? He thought to himself in frustration. Yes, it's hot, but it's also troublesome. She acts like she doesn't want to be with me, but she obviously wants to. It's like I'm continually forced to force myself on her, even though that's exactly what she wants. Why does all of this have to be so messed up? Can't we just talk and let things develop? Isn't this entire power play thing a bit much for the very beginning of a relationship? Mortis looked at Joyce without her noticing. Honestly, if every other guy went through what I just went through, they would call her crazy. I mean, she literally tried to kill me the entire time while we were doing it. I mean, what am I supposed to do during all of this? I can't try to kill her or she will die. I think she enjoyed the suppression of my will aura, and she also seemed to enjoy when I became a bit physical. It feels a bit weird, but sure, as long as she likes it, I'm fine with it. Mortis left directly after their talk, since he had to appear like he didn't want to give any affection towards Joyce. I think this is a very elaborate form of role-playing, he thought. It's almost ridiculous. Joyce taunted him some more, but Mortis didn't answer. After that, Mortis didn't talk to Joyce for several years. Joyce appeared in front of Mortis several times, always taunting him and trying to anger him. Mortis saw the lust in Joyce's emotional law, knowing that she only tried to rile him up so he would rail her. Mortis always left without an answer, ignoring her. Then, when Joyce didn't expect it and was busy doing something else, Mortis would appear. In order to win this power game, he had to be the one taking the initiative. In order to convince Joyce, everything had to happen on Mortis' accord. All of this continued for 100 years, and one day, after a particularly rough session, Mortis looked at Joyce. Joyce was quite injured, and her life energy had already run out. However, according to what her emotional laws were telling Mortis, this session was the most enjoyable one for Joyce. Mortis took a shaking breath. A little bit was fine, but this was honestly going too far. Mortis didn't want to feel like he was killing his partner. Yet Joyce wanted it like this. Mortis felt very guilty while being this rough. Mortis put his head in his hands. This is so fucked up. 100 years after they arrived in the highest world, Mortis vanished from Joyce's perception. Mortis needed to distract himself and get away from this fucked up situation. Where did he go? Mortis went to a law comprehension area for the Law of Blaze. Where was the law comprehension area and how did Mortis gain access to it? Gravis' first paycheck. A century after Gravis started working in the Heaven Company, he got his first paycheck. He was called into the Heaven Company to get it. He greeted the receptionist, and the receptionist told him where he had to go. Gravis teleported to an office where an ancestral god stayed to hand out paychecks. Gravis handed over his white emblem, and the ancestral god looked at it. "Black Sentry, huh? Never seen you here before," he said casually. "You're new, right?" Gravis nodded with a smile. "Yep, this is my first paycheck." The ancestral god nodded and put Gravis' emblem into a formation array. The formation array shone brightly for a second, and the ancestral god retrieved it again. "That's quite a big paycheck you got there," the ancestral god said. The number of the contribution points had shocked him for a bit, but after he inspected Gravis' aura closer, he realized why he was paid such an insane wage. Gravis' battle strength was so powerful that it was almost unreal. The ancestral god handed the emblem back to Gravis. "You can see what you can buy for your contribution points in the exchange hall." Gravis looked at his emblem, and he saw that he had 5,000 contribution points now. Thanks, Gravis said as he teleported to the exchange hall. Xing. As soon as Gravis arrived, he saw a ton of cultivators talking to each other. Apparently, the exchange hall also acted as some kind of hub for the workers of the Heaven Company to meet up. The hall was massive, and Gravis could see several counters with people sitting behind them. Gravis noted the huge lines forming in front of the counters, and he also noticed that the lines were of varying lengths. Some of them were nearly a kilometer long, while others only had a couple of people in them. The rightmost queue only had a single person standing in it. Gravis quickly noticed that the queues were of such varying lengths because of the realm of the people standing in line. One queue only had people at the peak Immortal Emperor realm, while another queue only had Immortal Emperors that weren't at the peak in it. They probably sold different things according to what realm the workers were in. Additionally, Gravis was quite sure that there were also different contribution points. Gravis joined the queue of the peak Immortal Emperors, which was slightly shorter than the queue for Immortals. The queue went forward surprisingly quickly. After all, the customers only talked to the clerks via voice transmission, which was basically instantaneous. Additionally, the speed at which peak Immortal Emperors thought was way faster than the thinking speed of Immortals. Because of that, Gravis' queue was moving far quicker than all the queues to his left. A ton of people stepped into the queue behind Gravis, making him only one person out of many inside it. Gravis arrived at the front not even 30 minutes after joining, and Gravis handed over his emblem. The clerk inspected it with practiced ease, but he did a double take shortly after. Then, he looked at Gravis and back at the emblem. Then back at Gravis and back at the emblem again. Lastly, the clerk handed the emblem back. "Wrong queue," he said, pointing to Gravis' right. "These are Star God contribution points. This line is for Peak Immortal Emperor contribution points, or PIE for short. Don't make a pie joke. I'm sick of them." Gravis immediately suppressed what he wanted to say and took his emblem back. "Okay, thanks," he said as he left the queue. The clerk looked at Gravis with interest as he went to the other queue. Star God contribution points as a peak Immortal Emperor, huh? How did that happen? Gravis walked over to the empty counter. The singular person that had just talked with the clerk had already left. Surprisingly, this was the rightmost counter. This probably meant that even ancestral gods and divine gods went through this counter. However, it could also be possible that divine gods got their wares from somewhere completely else. After all, every single divine god represented a huge part of the Heaven Company. Gravis arrived in front of the counter and waited. The clerk had vanished. Gravis waited for several minutes, but the clerk didn't return. Then, Gravis noticed a sign. "Ring the bell if the counter has been empty for 10 seconds. Gravis blinked a couple of times. Then he rang the bell. Yes, hello? Wrong counter. Peak Immortal Emperors go to the left. Can't you see that based on context clues?" The clerk returned so quickly that Gravis hadn't even noticed it. He had even stopped the bell from ringing. He probably hated that sound. After all, that sound signified that he had to work. "I have Star God contribution points," Gravis said. The clerk blinked a couple of times in surprise. "Ahak!" Everyone looked at the clerk as he suddenly started screaming in pain. What was going on? Wasn't this the manager of the exchange hall? He was a divine god. Why did he suddenly scream in pain? Gravis looked coldly at the manager. "It's a wonder that you still have a job," Gravis commented. "Has no one lodged a complaint about you yet?" What had happened? Well, the manager was a very impatient person. He wanted to get his work over with as quickly as possible to relax, and if things didn't move fast enough, he would accelerate them. So what did he do? He needed Gravis' emblem to check if he had told the truth. Where was Gravis' emblem? In his spirit space. However, the manager couldn't be bothered to ask for the emblem since that would take too long. So, he extended a hand into Gravis' spirit space to get it himself. Something like this was even worse than going through one's purse. It was far beyond rude. This could almost be counted as an attack. Gravis' spirit was no longer made of the normal kinds of lightning but void lightning. Void lightning didn't have any inherent offensive capabilities, which would mean that someone wouldn't be injured if they entered his spirit space. However, Gravis wasn't stupid. Why would he leave his spirit space unprotected? Even though Gravis' spirit was no longer made of normal lightning, he could still fuse with normal lightning. So, Gravis always had a protective shield made of heavenly lightning around his spirit. Usually, Gravis' heavenly lightning wasn't powerful enough to injure someone like this, but it was different when someone tried to enter Gravis' spirit space. Only the spirit of the other party could enter, and that spirit was made of pure energy. This meant that, as soon as the manager tried to enter Gravis' spirit space, a part of his spirit was eaten by Gravis' heavenly lightning. This was also the reason why the manager suddenly screamed in pain. After all, a part of his spirit had been torn off and eaten just now. He hadn't been prepared for that at all. Anyway, I'll overlook this transgression since you just gave me something like 400,000 godstones in energy. Thanks, Gravis said with a smirk. The manager's eyes opened wide, and his rage exploded. The manager seethed with rage. And then he released all that rage. In a long sigh, "I apologize," he said. "I shouldn't have done that." Was Gravis surprised by that reaction? No. Why not? Because this guy was an extremely powerful cultivator. Everyone that managed to reach such a high realm couldn't be unreasonable. It was essentially impossible to find a narrow-minded person at such levels. All the narrow-minded people had died before reaching such a realm. Reaching such power required a mindset that allowed someone to reach supreme power. Being unreasonable and angering everyone around them would quickly end up in the death of the cultivator. Luck would only carry someone so far. Yet there was one exception: the opposer. "You think that apology makes everything okay?" It wasn't Gravis that said that. Xing. Someone appeared behind the manager, and the new arrival was familiar to Gravis. It was the chief inspector that had been present when Gravis had undergone his test. The manager groaned. "Fine. How long?" he asked. 10,000 years, the chief inspector said. The manager blinked in surprise. "That's actually not that bad," he said with confused happiness. "Yes, because you already gave him a lot of energy," the chief inspector said. "If you hadn't, you would get 250,000 years. I watched him since I'm interested in him, which means that I would have noticed that transgression regardless. You can count yourself lucky that he has such a unique way of defending his spirit space. You barely lost 200 years of energy, but that saved you from 240,000 years of punishment." The manager took another deep breath and sighed. "Yes, I'm sorry. I'll watch my conduct in the future. You said that like 5 times by now. I hope this time you actually mean what you say," the chief inspector said. Then, he nodded at Gravis and vanished again. "Hard time, eh?" Gravis commented as he leaned on the counter. The manager sighed yet again. "Yeah, it isn't easy. As I've said, sorry about that. I lost control over myself. I forgot that the Heaven Company also values cultivators below the Star God realm, which is why I did what I did." "I'm not mad," Gravis said with a smirk. "After all, you gave me a lot of energy. I should actually thank you." The manager snorted. "Sure," he commented. "You're a strange one, you know that? Even after tearing off a part of my spirit, you still didn't become a star god. Judging by the battle strength you exhibit, you should know at least one level 7 law. I'm actually surprised that you didn't reach the star god realm." The manager had calmed down by now. He knew that he had committed a mistake, and he was just happy that his punishment hadn't been extended by that long. "I need more energy," Gravis said. "I need the same amount of energy another time to become a star god." "That's a lot of energy," the manager commented. Gravis nodded. "By the way, if it isn't too rude to ask, what is this punishment that the chief inspector referred to?" "This?" The manager lazily gestured to the surrounding hall. "You think us divine gods want to work in such a place? No divine god wants to be some clerk that hands out rewards for contribution points. We have to be here the entire time and can't do anything else for the same pay. That's why the inspector with the worst performance after 100,000 years is chosen to take up this job. The assignment changes every 100,000 years." The manager sighed again. I've been here for 360,000 years, and I still have 120,000 years to go, the manager said with lament. Honestly, if the punishment had been longer, I might have just quit on the spot. That sucks, Gravis said. How long is the longevity for divine gods? 10 million years, the manager answered absent-mindedly. Gravis nodded. Doing this job for over 3% of one's longevity had to be boring and frustrating. No wonder the manager became so annoyed and careless. Anyway, can I see your emblem? I need to check your contribution points. Xing. Gravis summoned his emblem and put it on the counter. The manager looked at it. Who would have thought? Star God contribution points in the peak Immortal Emperor realm. Never seen that before. Gravis nodded. One had to be able to beat a star god to earn star god contribution points, which was nearly impossible. After all, the difference in laws was just insane. The most powerful peak Immortal Emperors knew a level 7 law. Yet, star gods also all knew level 7 laws. So, in terms of laws, this made these two people equal. However, the star god was 4 levels of energy, spirit, and physical power above the peak Immortal Emperor. As far as the cultivators knew, there hadn't been a single peak Immortal Emperor that managed to fight a star god, even less win. Not even young heavens magnates had accomplished that. Yet there was one person that had managed it, the opposer, and now there were 3 excluding the opposer. Gravis, Mortis, Arc. So what do you want? The manager asked. What's the price for entering a heavens trial? Gravis asked. Depends on the rewards, the manager answered. The concept of heavens trials wasn't unknown to ancestral gods and stronger. For everyone below that power range, heavens trials were referred to as secret areas. One entry for a heavens trial costs just as much as the potential reward of the heavens trial, the manager said. What? Gravis asked. Wait, can I also just directly buy the rewards? Yes, the manager answered. You can also just directly buy them. Then why would anyone spend just as much for a potential reward as for a secure one? Gravis asked. Tailor-made tempering, the manager answered. You get the reward and tempering on top of that. However, you could also just die. That's the trade-off. Gravis nodded. Now it made sense. Are there ranks to heavens trials? Yes. The ranks of heavens trials are defined by the rewards you get and the opponents you will face. You can purchase entry for an Immortal Emperor rank heavens trial, but you will also only face Immortal Emperors as your opponent. The rewards for Star God rank secret areas are mostly law comprehension life fruits, higher world cores, and access to exclusive law comprehension areas you can't find anywhere else, like the emotional laws. We also distinguish between non-peak heavens trials and peak heavens trials in a realm. After all, peak star gods are not interested in more level 7 laws but level 8 laws. Gravis nodded again. Are there star god rank heavens trials with level 6 laws as rewards? Gravis asked. No, the manager said. These are all for non-peak Immortal Emperors. Okay, how much for 3 law comprehension life fruits for the level 6 law of matter? Gravis asked. 4,000, the manager answered. Gravis blinked a couple of times in surprise. 4,000? Didn't he have 5,000? Then, didn't this mean that Gravis could buy a level 6 law for just 80 years of work? Wouldn't something like that cost like 500,000 god stones? Now, Gravis finally realized how much money he was actually making. He was being paid as a star god, and star gods only cared about level 7 and level 8 laws. They would probably have to work a couple times to gain enough money to get a level 7 law. But level 6 laws? That wasn't expensive. Sure, Gravis couldn't continuously eat these fruits, but he could eat them after every 5th law he and Mortis comprehended. How much for 100 years inside a law comprehension area for an elemental level 6 law? Gravis asked. 100 contribution points, the manager answered. 1 year of elemental level 6 law comprehension costs exactly 1 star god contribution point. So I could purchase 5,000 years inside a law comprehension area with my current points? Gravis asked. Yes, but you still need to work unless you ask for leave, the manager answered. By the 3 fruits for the law of matter and 1,000 years for the law of blaze. You can extend it after your next paycheck. Mortis transmitted to Gravis. Gravis always carried 1 Mortis with him as insurance, and Mortis was also interested in what Gravis could get for his contribution points. Can I buy access to a law comprehension area for someone else? Gravis asked. You will get an entry token which you just have to give to the guard. It doesn't matter who hands the token over, the manager answered. Gravis nodded. All right, then I want 3 law comprehension life fruits for the major law of matter and 1,000 years law comprehension for the law of blaze, Gravis said. Xing. 3 fruits and a token appeared before Gravis, and his contribution points all vanished. Mortis looked at these things with burning eyes from Gravis' life ring. This token was his ticket to freedom. After spending all his contribution points, Gravis left the exchange hall. Mortis' actual body quickly took the fruits and the token and vanished. Then Mortis left Opposer City and searched for a good, isolated location to comprehend his laws. As Mortis distracted himself and as Gravis continued earning money, something else of interest concerning Gravis was happening in Opposer City. Greetings. I'm searching for my junior brother. He said he was coming to this city to buy something, but he hadn't returned in the last century. Our master has sent me to search for him. A red-haired man with bulging muscles and very visible chest hair stood in front of an armored guard sitting at a desk. Both of them were currently inside one of the garrisons in Opposer City. Name or title? The guard asked with practiced ease. I'm Broadwalker, and my junior brother's title is Silent Walker. The man answered with a boisterous voice. The guard transmitted the titles to the archivist, who quickly checked if they had any information on someone called Silent Walker. The archivist quickly answered with the relevant information. The guard looked at Broadwalker with a different expression now. In the guard's eyes, Broadwalker had transformed. He transformed from a civilian to a customer. 100 years ago, someone going by the title Silent Walker was sent to the mines, the guard said. Do you have an aura sample we can use to check if this is the person you're searching for? Broadwalker's eyes widened in shock. The mines? He shouted. Why? The other guards in the office looked over at Broadwalker with annoyed eyes. Couldn't that guy see that they were working? First, we need to confirm if the new miner going by Silent Walker is the person you're searching for. Aura, please, the guard said. Bang. More annoyed gazes were thrown at Broadwalker as he hammered his fist down on the table in outrage. My junior brother? A miner? My junior brother is the most honest, most hardworking, and kindest person in our entire sect. Yet, you're telling me he's in the mines? Broadwalker shouted with anger. Aura, the guard answered with annoyance. Right. Could be that this is a different Silent Walker. I refuse to believe that my junior brother did anything shady, Broadwalker said as he straightened his back again. Broadwalker extended a finger and simulated his junior brother's aura. Imitating an aura was very difficult, and something like this could not fool anyone, but the aura only had to be similar enough for the comparison. After all, imitating an aura to 99% accuracy wasn't difficult. 99% accuracy sounded like a lot, but it actually wasn't. The details immortal emperors could perceive were so fine that no immortal emperor would be fooled by an aura only 99% similar to another one. An aura would have to be at least 99.9999% similar to fool the most idiotic and careless immortal emperor. The guard felt the aura on Broadwalker's finger and compared it to the aura sample of Silent Walker. Rough match. Having the same title could be a coincidence. Having a similar aura could be a coincidence. Having a similar aura and the same title? Very likely not a coincidence. The auras match, the guard said. It is safe to assume that the person currently mining for us is your junior brother. Bang! Broadwalker punched the table again, cracking it at several places. Why did you imprison my junior brother? What has he done? This is an outrage. My junior brother would never do anything bad. Tell me, have you been paid to imprison him? Instead of engaging in Broadwalker's tirade, the guard only looked at his table. You're paying for that table. It was expensive, you know? I don't care about your frickin' table, Broadwalker shouted, remembering his master's lectures about swearing. Why is my junior brother imprisoned? Table first, junior brother later, the guard said with a commanding voice. 57 god stones, now? 57 god stones? Broadwalker shouted in shock. What kind of stinking table costs 57 god stones? What can this table do? Is it edible? Does it cure will aura injuries? It's made to resist such angry fits like the one you're currently throwing, the guard said with narrowed eyes. But you are a beast, which is why it nearly broke. Fix it or pay for it. Fix it? Do I look like I know the major medium complex law? Broadwalker shouted. Then pay for it, the guard shouted as he stood up from his desk. Money now. Broadwalker met the guard's gaze. Well, I don't have any money, he shouted. The guard smirked. Boys, we have another short-term minor. The other guards started smirking as they stood up. Broadwalker became enraged when he saw the other guards standing up. Is that your plan? You want to censor the truth by pinning something on me? I was about to unveil your scheme against my junior brother, but instead of acknowledging your mistake, you're suppressing the truth? You humans and your schemes. Can't you just be honest for once? Don't touch me. No, don't. Arg. This is unacceptable. You're hindering the freedom of the press. Wait until my master hears of this. He will dash bang. A boot covered in cyan flames kicked Broadwalker's face, shaking his soul and making him unconscious. Dude, I only want money for my table. Don't make such a scene, the first guard said with annoyance. Then he turned to another guard. John, can you do your thing? Sure, the other guard said with a chuckle. And the table was repaired. Thanks, bro, the first guard said with a thumbs up. Anyway, I think 57 years for the table and 5 years as a supervision fee should do the trick. 62 years it is. Just let me run that through the commander, and he agreed. 62 years it is, boys. And like that, Broadwalker was sent to the mines for 62 years. He even met Silent Walker in the mines, who informed him of what happened. Apparently, a star god had baited him into stealing. That star god had even used illusions and mind manipulation to strengthen Silent Walker's inherent greed. Broadwalker became outraged again as he heard that, throwing another fit in the mine. The supervising ancestral god slapped him unconscious, adding another 5 years to his sentence. When Broadwalker woke up and heard of his extended sentence, he became even angrier and threw another fit. Another concussion and 5 years were added. And another one. And another one. Shut the fuck up, Silent Walker shouted at Broadwalker. You're making things worse. Broadwalker looked with shock at Silent Walker as he just woke up. What did his junior brother just say? You aren't supposed to use the F-word, junior brother? Broadwalker whispered with a careful voice. Ugh, listen, senior brother, just gather godstones for now. Master will surely come soon since now even you are missing. Just give it time, Silent Walker said quietly. If that's what you say, junior brother. Master always told me to follow your example. He always says that you are good at planning and that you know what you're doing, Broadwalker said obediently. Yes, I know, Silent Walker said with a forced smile and suppressed annoyance. You said that like 50 times by now. And 6 months later, Silent Walker's words proved to be true. Bang! My disciples are in the mines? A middle-aged man with long brown hair shouted in a garrison. The guard looked at his destroyed table. Xing! Someone in shining, golden armor teleported into the garrison, and he looked with narrowed eyes at the visitor. You gonna pay for that table? The master of Broadwalker and Silent Walker gritted his teeth. However, in comparison to his disciple, he knew that he couldn't throw a fit here. How much? He asked. 57 god stones. The commander in the golden armor said. 57 god stones? What kind of table is this? Can it cure will aura injuries? Is it edible? He asked in shock. No one answered. The commander only extended his right arm, waiting for payment. Fine, the man shouted. Here. Have your god stones. I hope you choke on them. Xing. The man threw the god stones over, and the commander pocketed them. Then the commander pointed at the destroyed table. Arrrr. And the table was repaired. Bang. And it was destroyed again. Are you kidding me? The man shouted. I paid 57 god stones for the table, and you just repair it like it's nothing? The commander extended his hand again, waiting for payment. The body of the man shook in fury. He immediately regretted his actions. He shouldn't have hit the table again with his fist. However, it felt so good to vent his anger. The man paid another 57 god stones, and the table was repaired. Dirty profiteers, the man grumbled. Why had this man lost his control again? He was an ancestral god, and he should have more intelligence than that. Was he stupid? No. The reason for the outburst was the law of rage. The man knew the level 5 law of rage but no other emotional laws. This made the rage inside of him boil over whenever he got angry, severely strengthening it. He wouldn't lose his rationality, but he was more likely to commit small mistakes. Your disciple Broadwalker destroyed one of our tables, just like you, and he didn't have any money with him. That's why he is in the mines, the commander said. His guards couldn't deal with ancestral gods, which was why he remained in the room. Ba plunk. Another fist went down on the table, but all its strength vanished before it touched the table, only letting out a quiet sound. When he heard that his disciple had destroyed the table without any money to pay for it, the man became furious at his disciple. How could his disciple be so stupid? When he got his disciple back, he would teach him about how to think before acting. Your other disciple, Silent Walker, openly attempted to steal from someone and was caught. That is why he's in the mines, the commander said. Plunk. A restrained fist fell slowly on the table. Silent Walker? Stealing? The man shouted in outrage. Silent Walker is the kindest and most honest out of all my disciples. I refuse to believe that he stole anything. Someone must have framed him. Do you want to view the surveillance footage? The commander asked calmly. Yes. The man shouted immediately. The commander extended his hand. The man got a bad feeling. 150 god stones, the commander said. The man nearly exploded again. 150 god stones? Why is watching something a formation array captured so expensive? The formation array that overlooks the city is on the divine god level, can see through all illusions and is unalterable. Such a formation array requires a lot of energy to operate, the commander explained. The man gritted his teeth but paid the fee regardless. The commander pocketed the god stones and summoned a screen in the air. After fiddling with the screen for a bit, the commander managed to let it display the scene of when Silent Walker got captured. The man saw how Gravis summoned his life fruits and then how the fruits vanished. Shortly after, Silent Walker fell to the ground in hysterics. It was like an army of monsters were attacking him. There is no proof that my disciple stole these fruits. It could have been anyone, the man shouted in anger. No one answered. After a while, the man saw how his disciple procured the fruits himself. The man's face turned white. No. Impossible. This had to be a trick. Silent Walker? A thief? That couldn't be. The man hadn't lied when he said that Silent Walker was the most honest out of all his disciples. He genuinely believed that. It was impossible that Silent Walker would steal anything. Silent Walker was the nicest and most helpful being he had ever met. Even more, the words that Silent Walker shouted were just as unbelievable. He was threatening everyone around him with his master. This wasn't Silent Walker. Suddenly, the man's eyes widened. Show me the illusion my disciple was seeing. The illusion must have clouded his mind, he demanded. The formation array can only show reality. It can't show illusions, the commander said. The commander sounded confident and stalwart, but that was only his practiced outward appearance. In reality, the formation array could show illusions. After all, the formation array was of an incredible rank. Yet, no matter how hard the guards had tried, they couldn't see the illusion Silent Walker had been under. This had stumped all of the guards that tried to investigate this case. Something like this had never happened before as far as they knew. This even went up the ranks until a divine god took a look at the recording. After looking at it, the divine god said that the formation array didn't malfunction. The illusions were not exactly illusions, and the formation array simply couldn't perceive them. In order to create a formation array that could capture perceived realities, the creator of the formation array had to comprehend the law of perceived reality first. After all, the formation array had not been the target of Gravis' law of perceived reality. If it had been, it would have been able to capture the illusions. The divine god hadn't explained why the formation array wasn't able to see the illusions. He only said that it couldn't. The guards and commanders were stumped, but they didn't question their superior. That was why the commander had lied to the man. He felt that if he admitted that their formation array couldn't capture everything, its credibility would be severely compromised. This might reopen long-closed cases for reinvestigation. Then it's possible that my disciple was under an illusion from the very beginning, right? The man asked. This time, he didn't sound as angry since he felt like he was on to something. Possible, the commander said. However, this does not change anything. We have investigated this case thoroughly. Even a divine god has investigated this case. The divine god has said that there was no indication of your disciple being provoked or misdirected into theft. All of this came from his own desires. The commander wasn't lying. The leader of the city guards was a divine god, and he was also the controller of the formation array. The divine god might not know the law of perceived reality, but he knew the true law of emotions. He had reviewed the footage, and he had concluded that nothing had been done to manipulate the disciple into stealing. If something like that had occurred, Gravis would be the one in the mines, not Silent Walker. After all, the city guards had to keep their credibility. The man narrowed his eyes, but his rage didn't explode. Something was going on. He believed that the footage was real, but he didn't believe that Silent Walker would do something like this. This completely didn't fit Silent Walker's personality. Silent Walker's master decided to believe in his disciple, even if everything pointed to his disciple being a thief. As Silent Walker's master, the man believed that he had to trust in his disciple. If he didn't believe in his disciple, no one would. His disciple was innocent, and he would do everything in his power to right this wrong and bring the true culprit to justice. The man looked with hatred at the Gravis in the projection. After some seconds, the man looked at the commander again. "How much for both of my disciples?" he asked. 100,013 god stones, the commander said. Plunk. Another gentle fist on the table. That's too much. Silent Walker has already been in the mines for over a century. It shouldn't be above 100,000 god stones, even with Broad Walker added to the mix, the man shouted. Broad Walker has thrown several tantrums in the mines, which increased the duration of his stay, the commander answered. The commander summoned several pieces of paper, all of them being reports from the mine. Each one detailed what Broad Walker had done and how his sentence had changed. The man looked with fury at the papers. Broad Walker had screwed him over yet again. This bastard of a disciple had already cost him over 100 god stones. Why had he ever decided to take him in as a disciple? Why couldn't he be more like Silent Walker? Silent Walker had always helped out, and he had never made any problems for his master. Fine. I'll pay, but I will get to the bottom of this, the man threatened. The commander smiled for the first time. Happy to serve you, he said. The man paid the near 100,000 god stones for Silent Walker with a neutral facial expression. It was a necessary evil. However, when the man paid the about 100 god stones for Broad Walker, fury could be seen on the man's face. He would make Broad Walker pay for that. Here is the release token for your disciples, the commander said, handing 2 tokens over to the man. You can pick them up in mine 357R. The man gritted his teeth but didn't say anything further. Bang! The man kicked open the door, destroying it in the process. Tink, tink, tink. Before the commander could intercept the man for another round of payment, the man had already thrown several god stones into the garrison. It was more than enough to pay for the door. The man quickly teleported a couple of times before he arrived at the mine. He handed over the 2 release tokens and waited. Xing! Xing! Silent Walker and Broad Walker appeared in front of the man. Broad Walker bowed deeply. Silent Walker nodded politely. Thank you for saving us. Mas-bang! Broad Walker was slapped by the man, and Broad Walker hit the ground, creating a gigantic crater. Luckily, this was a mostly dead area. Don't talk to me, unfilial disciple, the man shouted. I don't have such an idiotic, impulsive disciple. CRRK. Broad Walker dug out of the ground and bowed before his master again. I'm sorry, master. This disciple deserves 1,000 slaps for his mistakes. Bang! Another slap. You think you'll get away with only 1,000 slaps? No. I want 10 times the amount of God stones I paid for you this time. Broad Walker returned with an ashen face. But master, you have already taken all of my wealth. I don't have any bang. Are you questioning your master's judgment? The man shouted in rage. Are you telling me that I am treating you unjustly? I have just paid 100 God stones to get you out of the trouble you have brought upon yourself. I could have also just ignored you. I expect 1,000 God stones in 100 years, or I will banish you from the sect. Broad Walker wanted to protest, but he had learned that this would only make things worse. Yes, master, Broad Walker said deferentially. Power Walker, Silent Walker said, directly addressing his master with his name. Thank you for helping me. Power Walker put a comforting hand on Silent Walker's shoulder. It's fine, child. I will right this wrong. You don't have to worry about anything. Your master will take care of everything. Silent Walker nodded with a happy smile. Power Walker, my cultivation received a hit while being in the mines. I feel like a law that I was about to grasp has become more illusory. Could you lend me 50,000 God stones to increase my perception so that I can make up for my lost time? Silent Walker asked. Broad Walker looked with confusion at Silent Walker. Increase his perception? Sure, a higher energy density could help with that, but 15 God stones were more than enough to make up for the lost time. Additionally, how could anyone lose comprehension of a law? It wasn't like Silent Walker was rudely interrupted in the middle of law comprehension. 100,000 God stones appeared in the air. Don't worry, good child, Power Walker said with a loving gaze. You have been wronged this time, and it is the duty of your master to help you recover. Keep these 100,000 God stones. You don't need to pay me back. It is what I should do as your master. Silent Walker nodded and pocketed the God stones. I believe in your judgment, Power Walker, he said. But master, the sect doesn't have much wealth left. Bang. Another slap. Are you questioning your master's judgment? Power Walker shouted. I am the sect master, and I know about my sect better than you. If I say it's fine, it's fine. In a crater in the ground, Broad Walker felt deeply worried. Their sect didn't have much wealth left. If his master spent any more money, they might not be able to pay their other disciples. If that happened, some disciples would abandon the sect and search for another one, and they were already short on disciples. Many disciples had already left due to the poor rewards for the sect missions. Tell me, child, what happened? Power Walker asked Silent Walker with a kind voice. It all happened about 100 years ago, Silent Walker explained with a sad voice. I was simply walking along the streets when I saw Broad Walker being attacked by several spears. I couldn't watch as my fellow disciple brother died, so I decided to stop the attack by summoning these spears into my spirit space. I knew that the power of the spears would kill me, but I was willing to die for my brother. Silent Walker told of all these things with a clear conscience and unwavering conviction. Broad Walker had a worried expression on his face. This made no sense. There were so many holes in the story that he didn't even know where he should start. Another gentle hand appeared on Silent Walker's shoulder. You truly suffered. Even if I die today, I can rest without regrets knowing that I have taken in such a selfless and outstanding disciple, Power Walker said with pride. Silent Walker only smiled sadly at his master, slowly moving the hand away from his shoulder. Thank you, Power Walker. Broadwalker was stunned. Did his master believe that? Master, please don't dash bang. Another slap. You dare question me again? Leave. I don't have such a disciple as you. You can keep your 1,000 god stones. I don't need you to repay me anymore. Broadwalker felt his world break down. His master had abandoned him? No. Broadwalker looked with fear at his master. But he knew that he couldn't get through to his master. So he looked at Silent Walker with hope. Silent Walker saw how Broadwalker looked at him and suppressed a smirk. Then he turned to Power Walker. Power Walker, please forgive my brother. He spoke carelessly. Power Walker immediately calmed down. If you say so, child, I will forgive him. Then he looked at Broadwalker with a severe expression. Come over and thank your senior brother. Senior brother? Broadwalker thought in shock. But I'm the senior brother. However, Broadwalker didn't dare to make another mistake. He quickly went over to Silent Walker and bowed politely. I thank senior brother for your kindness. Silent Walker nodded politely towards Broadwalker. It's fine. It's my duty to take care of you. Broadwalker felt like something dangerous was happening, but he couldn't be sure what. Everything seemed to revolve around Silent Walker, but for some reason, Silent Walker radiated this pure and kind aura. Even more, Silent Walker had always helped Broadwalker ever since he joined the sect. Power Walker, when will you take revenge? Silent Walker asked. Immediately, Power Walker answered. I will visit the information pavilion and dig up more information about him. If he doesn't have some great background, I will kill him. If he does, I still have my ways. Silent Walker nodded. Thank you, Power Walker. I'm happy that I've made a powerful senior brother such as you. Broadwalker's breathing halted. What did Silent Walker just say? Senior brother? Calling one's master senior brother was putting oneself at the same level as the master. This was severely disrespectful. Child, Power Walker said awkwardly. I'm your master, not your senior brother. You don't want to be my senior brother? Silent Walker asked with a fearful and sad expression. When Power Walker saw Silent Walker's expression, his heart ached. He felt like he had just hurt the most important thing in the world. No, I do, but others will think of me as a joke, Power Walker said nervously. Senior brother, it doesn't matter what others think. Their perception has no impact on you, Silent Walker said with a smile. Power Walker's nervousness disappeared, and happiness took hold of him. Yes, you're right. What others think doesn't matter. Then, from today onward, I'm happy to have another junior brother. Thank you, senior brother Power Walker, Silent Walker said with a smile. Power Walker patted Silent Walker's shoulder with exhilaration. Great. Now, let's get your revenge. Power Walker left Silent Walker and Broadwalker behind as he entered Opposer City. He didn't want the person that framed Silent Walker to run away. After all, if he felt that Silent Walker had returned, he might become scared. As soon as Power Walker arrived in the city, he waited. The person had to appear in Opposer City eventually. Sadly, Power Walker couldn't see through the formation arrays that isolated the buildings. Because of that, he had to wait until Gravis showed himself openly. He waited for nearly an entire century before Gravis showed himself to get his second paycheck. When Power Walker saw Gravis, he locked down on him and remembered his aura. However, he didn't act immediately. Power Walker wasn't stupid. If Silent Walker could have a backer such as himself, so could others. Power Walker wanted to kill Gravis immediately for daring to hurt his favorite child, junior brother. However, he had to be careful. After remembering Gravis' aura, Power Walker went to a gigantic, black building in the middle of Opposer City. The fact that this building was so big and in the center of the city meant that the organization running it was an incredibly powerful one. Power Walker restrained his aura and entered the building. The hall had an oppressive and dark aura, and everyone inside the building wore equipment that hid their auras. Wearing such equipment in Opposer City was forbidden, but it was okay to wear the equipment here. After all, the information pavilion paid a hefty sum to the guards of Opposer City every century to get an exception to that rule. Power Walker had also hidden his aura with equipment as soon as he entered. Why? Because people that came here always had enmities, and they wouldn't want their opponents to find out that they had dug up information on them. The information pavilion had created specific rooms before the entrance that were isolated even from their perception. After all, if the information pavilion gathered information while their clients were trading with them, no client would be willing to buy from them. Wouldn't that just be exposing their whereabouts? Power Walker entered the gigantic hall and went to a free clerk, who was also clouded in dark robes and a dark cloak. These clerks knew an incredible amount of information due to their job, which made them a prime target to everyone. If someone could gather the information of these clerks with a law related to the spirit or brain, they could blackmail so many organizations. Even more, the information pavilion would get compromised if something like that happened. Because of that, every clerk in the information pavilion had to be protected with no cost spared. If one of the clerks was about to face their tribulation, they were required to inform the higher-ups so that they could purge the clerk's mind from sensitive information. This was something the clerks had agreed upon after joining the information pavilion. If they refused to do that, they would be killed. Being a clerk in the information pavilion came with incredible danger and draconian restrictions. However, the pay was ridiculously high. A peak immortal emperor working there earned even more than Gravis. That was why so many wanted to join the information pavilion, but also why over 90% of the clerks quit after they managed to get through their tribulation. Their minds had already been purged, and they had an insane amount of wealth now. Power Walker stopped in front of the clerk, and the clerk smiled under their hood. "Are you here to buy or sell?" they asked. "Buy," Power Walker answered. Then, he lifted his right index finger and simulated Gravis' aura. The clerk looked at the aura and then at Power Walker. "What do you want to know?" "Everything," Power Walker answered. "Sure thing. Let me just check the information," the clerk said. Then, the clerk's spirit sense entered a gigantic and complex formation array as he submitted the aura. In an instant, several million similar auras appeared in front of him. This was the formation array asking the clerk which one it should look at. There were so many beings in this world that there was a ridiculous amount of other people that had similar auras to Gravis' aura. However, the clerk was used to something like this. He put Power Walker's information into the formation array to check which one was related to him. But wait, how did the information pavilion know that this was Power Walker? Wasn't his aura hidden? Yes, it was, but that didn't matter. The information pavilion didn't look into the customers entering their building, but they had plenty of information about everyone in its vicinity. Power Walker hadn't kept his aura hidden while being in Opposer City. He had only kept it hidden before he entered. If he had left Opposer City for a couple years and directly teleported into the information pavilion while keeping his aura hidden, they wouldn't have known that it was him. It wasn't difficult to discern that this was Power Walker. One result returned, and the clerk looked at it. Title: Black Sentry. True name: Unknown age, unknown cultivation. Peak Immortal Emperor battle strength, 4+ occupation. The Heaven Company Judge. Red 4-6 and Black 4-6 background. Ascender. Has been in the highest world for 200 years. Family: Stella. Ascender. The information listed all of Gravis' friends, but since the request wasn't for them, their information was only very basic. When the clerk read through the information, he frowned. That was way too little. It was like this guy came out of nowhere and never left his home except for his job. The clerk skipped nearly everything after concluding that something was strange with this set of information and focused on the bottom. Verified. Yes. Background check. No. Oh, so that's it. No one had commissioned a background check for this Black Sentry yet, which meant that no one had asked for his information until now. However, the clerk was still a bit confused. Sure, the guy had only been here for 200 years, but no one had commissioned a background check yet? That was rare. The information pavilion had some truly powerful clients in the form of peak sex. They usually asked for the information of every ascender and asked for background checks. That was why it was so rare for an ascender to have so little information known about them. Wonder why no one commissioned a background check on him yet, the clerk thought. What was the reason? The big clients had already looked at Gravis' information. Back then, Gravis had only been in the highest world for a couple of weeks. Yet, when the big clients saw that Gravis had such an incredible battle strength and had already joined the Heaven Company, they knew that something was wrong. That was too fast. It was already strange enough that an Ascender directly appeared in Opposer City, but it was even stranger that someone joined the Heaven Company this quickly. Because of that, they asked their superiors what they should do. The superiors looked into the information of Black Sentry and said that they should ignore him. The superiors didn't say why. The clerk looked at Power Walker. We have his information, but no background checks have been made yet. The information is very limited, and it will only cost you 1,000 Godstones to purchase it. Only 1,000 Godstones? Power Walker repeated with a frown. That's truly not much information. How much for a background check? 150,000 Godstones, but you will get all the information we dig up, even if it's worth far more, the clerk said. This was one of their business strategies. Background checks were nearly always cheaper than buying all the information, which encouraged people to run background checks. This would result in the information pavilion getting far more information that they could sell later, making the lower price worth it. Fine, Power Walker said as he took out 150,000 Godstones. He didn't have many Godstones left. The clerk took the Godstones. It will take around 10 minutes. Please be patient, he said. Power Walker nodded and waited. The request for a background check arrived in front of a young man shrouded in darkness. He was in one of the most secure locations of the information pavilion. In fact, he was the leader of this branch, a divine god. The divine god's spirit sense stretched over the entire city, nearly penetrating all the formation arrays. Only the big companies had formation arrays that could block his spirit sense. Gravis had already left the Heaven Company and had come back to his residence. The divine god looked at Gravis' emotional laws. But then he stopped. What was going on? Why did these emotional laws make no sense? It was like the emotional laws were written in an unknown language, and the divine god couldn't see any pattern in them. He had never seen anything like this. However, that didn't stop him. He simply turned his gaze to the woman inside Gravis' apartment, Stella. He read her emotional laws and inferred an incredible amount of information from them. The divine god jotted down a book worth of sentences in Gravis' information. Yet, the divine god suddenly froze. What did he just read? Fuck. The divine god immediately deleted all the information he had gathered, including the incomplete record in the formation array. He only left behind Gravis' title and the word, Top Secret. He even went through all the records of Gravis' close ones and replaced their information with Top Secret. After that, the clerk that had read Gravis' incomplete record exploded in front of Power Walker. Just before the divine god deleted his own memories of this event, he had one last frustrated thought. Why the fuck are you not wearing your obsidian ring when you're the son of the opposer? Power Walker's eyes widened in shock as the clerk in front of him exploded out of nowhere. What the fuck was going on? The other clerks looked at the place of their dead colleague and sneered. Idiot, they thought. You're supposed to report suspicious information, not request a background check. The other clerks had been in the information pavilion for far longer than this clerk, and they knew what this meant. Usually, when a background check for a sensitive individual was commissioned, the clerk would only receive a severe pay cut. However, there was one incident when the clerk was directly killed. That was when that person was one of the opposer's children. The clerks knew immediately that their dead colleague had tried to run a background check on one of the opposer's children, but they didn't dare to check who it was. They didn't want to die. Instead, one of the clerks walked over and pocketed all of the dead clerk's belongings. Then he looked at Power Walker. How much did you pay? They asked. 150,000 Godstones, Power Walker said absent-mindedly. He still had no idea what was going on. The clerk handed the 150,000 Godstones back to Power Walker. I'm sorry, but the information you requested has been classified as top secret. We can't help you. The clerk didn't even check since he knew exactly that it would be classified as top secret. Power Walker's eyes widened in shock. Top secret? How? Why? He asked in anger. Xing, Power Walker was forcefully teleported out of the information pavilion and reappeared on the streets of Opposer City. Stunned. What? Ring, ring, ring. Suddenly, Power Walker heard an alarm ring from beside him. He saw one of the guards holding some sort of mechanism in his hands, which pointed at him. Xing, a commander in golden armor, appeared in front of Power Walker. It is forbidden to wear aura-concealing equipment in Opposer City. Pay a fine of 1,000 god stones or be sent to the mines, he commanded. Power Walker was still stunned, but his rage exploded. What? I didn't dash WHO. An incredibly powerful will aura pressed down on Power Walker, and he couldn't move anymore. Are you resisting? The commander shouted. Power Walker gritted his teeth and put the aura-concealing equipment back into his spirit space. Oh, it's you, the commander said with a more relaxed tone. Happy to see you again. Then the commander extended his right hand. 1,000 god stones, he demanded. Power Walker nearly exploded in anger, but he kept himself in check. He couldn't antagonize anyone here. If he did, his junior brother wouldn't get his revenge. Power Walker took out 1,000 god stones wordlessly and handed them over. The commander pocketed them and smiled. Happy to do business with you, he said before teleporting away. Wait, Power Walker shouted. The commander stopped his teleportation as all the other guards scattered. Do you need something? He asked. He needed to be polite to such a big customer. Power Walker gritted his teeth. I want to issue an interrogation warrant, he transmitted. The commander's smirk immediately widened. Sure enough, this was a big customer. For whom? He asked via voice transmission. Power Walker simulated Gravis aura again. For him, he transmitted. The commander checked the aura and used his authority as commander to allow himself to check through the formation arrays in Opposer City. He quickly found Gravis in his apartment. That will be 50,000 god stones, the commander answered. Power Walker nodded and handed the god stones over. He would never see these god stones again. Power Walker had already spent so much money on this entire thing, but it was worth it for his junior brother's revenge. The commander pocketed the god stones and nodded. Xing. Then the commander teleported away. Xing. And arrived in Gravis' apartment. Gravis and Stella were startled as someone suddenly barged into their home. However, they quickly calmed down when they saw the golden armor of the commander. Commander, what do you need? Gravis asked in confusion. Keep that if you want to live, the commander said as he threw a token to Gravis. Gravis caught the token and looked at it. Gravis lifted an eyebrow as he saw the token. He knew exactly what this token meant. At first, Stella had been afraid. Why was a commander looking for Gravis? Yet, when she saw the token, she released a sigh of relief. This token signified that Gravis couldn't die in the next 5 years. However, it also meant that Gravis couldn't earn any money for 5 years. Gravis quickly contacted Eve. Eve, an interrogation warrant has been issued for me, he said. Okay, Eve answered. That was all Eve said. All right, everything has been dealt with, Gravis said to the commander. The commander nodded. Follow me, he ordered. Xing. Xing. Gravis and the commander teleported away. What was an interrogation warrant? As the name implied, Gravis would be interrogated for the next 5 years. By whom? By the one that issued the warrant. This meant that Gravis would be handed over to Power Walker for interrogation. But wait, wasn't that bad? Not really. If someone could just kill someone or steal from someone by paying 50,000 god stones, wouldn't everyone do that? After all, many peak immortal emperors had things in their spirit space that were worth far more. That was why there were 2 restrictions to interrogation warrants. First of all, a price had to be paid according to the realm of the person being interrogated. This discouraged people from issuing wrongful interrogation warrants. The second restriction was the well-being of the person being interrogated. If the person died in the next 5 years, the person issuing the interrogation warrant would be killed. Their family, disciples, and masters would also be killed. This was to stop someone from being a sacrificial pawn. After all, the main reason why someone would give their life for something like this would be their love for someone else, who had probably been taken hostage or something similar. So, if they sacrificed their life by issuing an interrogation warrant and then killing said person, their loved ones would all die, making the act senseless. Funnily enough, Gravis could even kill all of the ones that were involved in this affair by simply killing himself. In a morbid sense, this gave Gravis quite some power. Sadly, sacrificing a clone didn't work. After all, as long as Gravis still existed in some capacity, the interrogation warrant wouldn't be triggered. Xing! Xing! As Gravis appeared in the streets, he saw Power Walker. That should be an ancestral god. If he were a divine god, it wouldn't be a commander that came to fetch me, Gravis thought. I guess this is the master of that one dude that tried to steal from me in the past. Ha! I wondered when he would show up. Hi! I will be under your care for the next 5 years, Gravis said casually as he waved at Power Walker. Power Walker looked with hatred at Gravis. You will wish that you were never born. Don't threaten me with a good time, Gravis sneered. Are you saying that you want to train my will aura? Please go ahead. Power Walker's rage exploded as he grabbed Gravis by the throat. Gravis didn't resist. Wasn't this just like back when he had been captured by the Red King? Crack! Gravis' neck broke as Power Walker looked with fear at him. He hadn't pressed down that hard. He let Gravis go and Gravis' neck healed. Oh, that was close, Gravis said with a smile. I nearly died there. You should really be careful with your strength, Senior. What if I accidentally lose my head while falling down some stairs? You should know that I have osteoporosis. You better be careful. The person has been handed over, the commander said. Everything from now on is your responsibility. I presume you know what that means. Power Walker nodded. I know, he said. Good, the commander answered. Do come back to Opposer City. You're always welcome here. CRK. The street beneath Power Walker's feet exploded as he released part of his power in anger. Was this guy mocking him? Ah, that's another 3 god stones, the commander shouted, extending his right hand. Pay up. Power Walker had had enough. Everyone was constantly provoking him. Power Walker looked with hatred at the commander and released his will aura. Oh, are you threatening me? That's another 5,000 god stones, the commander said with a smirk. Power Walker's mind nearly exploded. That hadn't been his intention at all. However, he knew that the best way out of this was to comply. Power Walker paid his debt, and the commander teleported away. Then Power Walker looked with furious eyes at Gravis. Gravis only smiled. Power Walker and his 2 disciples looked at Gravis with hostile gazes, while Gravis only looked at them with smirks. Did they think that he was easy to take care of? Did they think that they would just have to pressure him or torture him to give some kind of fake confession? Gravis went through much worse. A formation array appeared around Gravis, which blocked off all the laws from the world. This formation array was specifically created to deal with captives. Basically, every sect that was led by an ancestral god had such a portable formation array. An ancestral god could easily escape such a formation array before it took effect. After all, it took a while for the formation array to become active and to brand the culprit. Any ancestral god would be able to run out of its effect before they got branded. However, when these formation arrays activated their effects, all the physical laws below level 9 would become useless. This meant that matter, the elements, battle laws, and life laws became useless. Sadly, this formation array couldn't deal with the emotional laws and laws of perceived reality, but that was irrelevant. Ancestral gods knew, at most, some emotional laws and laws of perceived reality. What could these laws do when everything else was suppressed? The emotional laws only increased the battle strength of the user, but if the user couldn't use any laws with actual offensive power, the emotional laws became useless. As for the laws of perceived reality, suppressing them was also irrelevant. Law of danger? Law of safety? Those 2 laws would change nothing. Law of suppression? If the ancestral god was already under the effect of the formation array, it meant that the ancestral god had already lost a fight, and they would have used the law of suppression in the fight. The only dangerous laws in that case were the law of control and law of freedom, but how many ancestral gods knew these laws? As for the actual law of perceived reality, ancestral gods didn't even know what that law was. Because of this effect, these formation arrays were sold to sects with at least one ancestral god in them for a ridiculously high price. Why only ancestral gods? Because ancestral gods were the only ones that could afford these formation arrays. The price was over 10 million god stones. It was a significant expenditure for a sect. Luckily, the formation arrays could be reused. Gravis felt all his laws vanish. It was like the very foundation on which they were built had vanished. It felt very similar to the time when Gravis had been in the Gate of Death, but not as overpowering. One could also say it was similar to the law of sentience but not as perfect. After all, the law of sentience also dealt with ethereal laws. Right now, Gravis only had access to his law of heavenly lightning, his form law, his major law of death, and his law of sentience. Funnily enough, this meant that Gravis had access to 99% of his power. The formation array was literally useless against him. Power Walker's will aura stopped Gravis from moving. Power Walker was a beast, but every star god received the heavenly treasure that allowed them to condense a spirit and will aura. Someone that managed to become an ancestral god obviously wouldn't have a weak will aura. If Gravis wanted to, he could escape the formation array and Power Walker's will aura with his law of freedom. However, why would he do that? If he did that, Power Walker would just drag him there. On top of that, Power Walker would become more careful of Gravis. "You will pay for what you've done to my junior brother," Power Walker said with hatred. One of Gravis' eyebrows rose as he heard that short stutter. That was unusual, Gravis thought. I'm pretty sure the thief said that he had a powerful master, and this master is probably the person in front of him. Yet, the master referred to the thief as junior brother. Initially, he wanted to refer to his disciple as disciple, but he changed his form of address quickly. This probably means that he isn't used to addressing his disciple like this. Gravis looked at Broad Walker and analyzed his law fragments. Broad Walker and Silent Walker had appeared behind Power Walker after he had unleashed the formation array. Honest, confused, lost, simple, impulsive, helpful. Gravis thought. He's basically a nice beast. He's like a less mature version of Sky in some sense. He is also a bit similar to Ferris, but not as extreme. He also knows 3 level 6 laws. Quite impressive. If he had entered the tournament my friends held, he would probably rank in the top 5. Then Gravis looked at Silent Walker and he quickly understood many things. Arrogant, deceitful, scheming, apathetic, power-hungry. Gravis thought with disdain. He's like a mortis without the honesty and lust for battle and tempering. He could also count as a stupider and more emotional version of middle-world Orthar. Gravis also inspected Power Walker. Sadly, Power Walker was an ancestral god, and the emotional laws vastly changed in the star god realm. Gravis couldn't see through Power Walker completely. However, there were still some things that Gravis could make sense of. How? Well, one didn't need to be a cook to realize when a dish was too salty. One only needed to have basic knowledge about food. And well, Gravis had basic knowledge of the law of sentience. Gravis automatically looked at the law fragments surrounding everyone, including the ancestral gods and divine gods Gravis had met. Some examples were Eve, the chief inspector, the other 2 visitors in Gravis' test, and the manager in the exchange hall. Gravis could not see many things, but he could discern a basic pattern. And what he was seeing in Power Walker's law fragments didn't follow this pattern. Gravis could only see this inconsistency thanks to his law of sentience. If he didn't know this law, he would have needed to reach the ancestral god realm and would have needed to know Power Walker closely to see this inconsistency. I can't make sense of his personality due to his realm, but I'm certain that something is wrong with his spirit. Some law fragments are moving erratically and incorrectly. It's like they are moving in ways they aren't supposed to move. Gravis looked at Silent Walker and Broad Walker again. That one guy feels unfairly treated, and by the look of it, this isn't anything new. This has been going on for a long time. A deep fear of his master and his disciple brother is hidden in his heart. Yet, his disciple brother only knows a single level 6 law. There should be no reason for him to fear his disciple brother. After all, he's far more powerful. Meanwhile, the thief's law fragments speak of confidence and control. In his mind, he is the one in control, not his master. In his mind, his master is a pawn that he can move around however he wants. This is obviously not a normal master-disciple relationship. Together with the erratic movements of his master's law fragments, I can infer with quite some confidence that the thief is responsible for his master's inconsistent law fragments. Gravis scratched his chin. Interesting. A weak peak immortal emperor managed to take control of an ancestral god. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I wouldn't believe it. An ancestral god's personality is so powerful that it is impossible for a peak immortal emperor to manipulate them. After all, the ancestral god can see through any lies of the peak immortal emperor, and they can even infer a lot about their personality just based on experience. This means that the thief must have had some form of outside help. If he knew the law of perceived reality, it would be possible to create such an effect over a long period of time of conditioning. However, he doesn't. I wonder what he used to make his master his pawn. Either he has a very powerful friend, or he used a ton of god stones to buy something. Mortis, I need you to look into something. Gravis transmitted to Mortis with his other body. Gravis could have done this himself, but he didn't want to appear in the open while he was being interrogated. Gravis informed Mortis about everything that he had found out, and Mortis made his way to Opposer City. After that, Gravis was taken away by Power Walker. Everything had happened in just a couple of seconds. Gravis had arrived in front of the three people, and he had immediately inferred what was wrong in mere seconds. Gravis had only needed to take a glance at them to find out all of these things. The four of them went to the teleportation formation array, and Power Walker paid a couple of godstones to allow all four of them to teleport to his sect. The highest world was absolutely gigantic. If Power Walker wanted to get to his sect by himself, he would need to teleport continuously for several decades. The distance was just too vast. The four of them appeared in a small city. In a sense, it was more imposing than Opposer City since all the buildings were gigantic. Obviously, there was no form of restriction in place to control the size of the buildings in this city. Gravis saw a lot of peak immortal emperors in this city, and many of them even bowed to Power Walker as soon as they saw him. Gravis even saw a couple of star gods. Obviously, Gravis had arrived in the part of the highest world where the peak immortal emperors and star gods actually cultivated. Gravis had only left Opposer City while doing his job, but these were isolated incidents. He would simply teleport back after his job was done. This time it was different. Gravis was really in the middle of the cultivation territory now. The area where the Myriad sect would be created would be in a similar area. The Myriad sect hadn't been created yet since Manuel was still searching for a good location to found the sect first. Sadly, Gravis couldn't enjoy the scenery of the city for long since Power Walker immediately teleported them away. An hour later, everyone arrived above a mountain range. Gravis looked down and saw Power Walker's sect. It wasn't on top of the mountain range but between the individual mountains. The sect was surrounded by mountains, making it rather dark most of the day. The buildings were made of gray and brown stone, and they obviously were created with quite some valuable materials. Peak immortal emperors were walking through the streets of the sect, and Gravis even spotted 2 level 1-star gods. They were probably the vice sect masters. Everything looked rather normal, but Gravis noticed several little things. The streets had several stones lying on them in random places, which was surprising since most of the streets were dirt roads. These stones had once been part of the street. This means that the road hadn't always been a dirt road, Gravis thought. Gravis also noticed that some buildings had some dents and small holes in them. From the outside, everything looked normal, but if one looked closer, one would be able to see that nobody really cared about the appearance of the sect. Money problems? Gravis thought. The purest sect lived in even simpler conditions, but the simple conditions had felt deliberate and pure. In comparison, this feels like nobody actually cares about the feeling of the sect. Gravis glanced at Silent Walker and Power Walker. He's siphoning wealth out of the sect via the sect master. Gravis also looked at the law fragments of the peak immortal emperors, and he saw a general trend. Frustration, stagnation, disgust, annoyance, lament, anger. Gravis thought, "The disciples are quite unhappy." Gravis smirked inconspicuously. Xing, Power Walker teleported the four of them into the hall of the sect master. Gravis noticed that the hall looked desolate and empty. The walls were pristine, and nothing was damaged, but it was mostly empty. There were some scattered ornaments and decorations, but they felt isolated. It was like there was no consistency. It feels similar to Father's room, but Father's room feels consistent. It has a form of pureness while this room doesn't. If this room were a person, they would be an outwardly proud and confident person, but deep inside, they are plagued with worries. This is a dying sect. It's like a sick person that only waits for death. Sadly, the actual leader of the sect doesn't seem to realize that his sect is dying, judging by his room. Crack. Several spires appeared around Gravis in the form of a cage. If Gravis had been able to move, he could have easily escaped them before they closed. Power Walker placed the formation array that suppressed Gravis beside the cage. Now, Gravis' laws were suppressed, and he couldn't escape. However, Gravis was calm. He only had to wait 5 years. Gravis sat down in the cage and looked with interest at the three people in front of him. From outside the cage, the three people were glaring at him. Silence. "You can take your revenge now, junior brother," Power Walker said to Silent Walker. Silent Walker walked forward and looked coldly at Gravis. He looked at Gravis like he was nothing but an ant he could crush. Gravis didn't mind. "Do you feel stifled?" Silent Walker asked slowly. "A bit, but it's only 5 years," Gravis answered nonchalantly. "Do you want to take revenge?" Silent Walker asked. Gravis nodded with a smile. "Yes, I will kill you in the future." Gravis' voice sounded polite and chipper. It was like he was telling someone that he was about to go to an event that he was excited about. "Insolence!" Power Walker shouted. "If you dare to lay a finger on my junior brother, I will immediately kill you and everyone you hold dear. I don't care if I will die afterward." Gravis looked with surprise at Power Walker. The manipulation already runs that deep? Gravis thought. He's even at a point where he would sacrifice his life merely to take revenge for someone else? Gravis scratched his chin. However, it's also possible that he merely says these things to intimidate me. I should test it out. Gravis smirked at Silent Walker. "Do you feel safe right now?" Gravis asked. Silent Walker snorted with disdain. "Of course. What can you do? My senior brother is right beside me, your laws are suppressed, and you can't even escape this cage. You couldn't even kill a Unity Realm cultivator like this." Gravis' smirk widened. "What? No. Senior brother. Save me. Arg. No!" Silent Walker suddenly started screaming in panic as he flailed around on the ground. Power Walker and Broad Walker were frozen in shock. What was going on? They watched as Silent Walker screamed and flailed around on the ground. What was he doing? Silent Walker's screams became hoarse and shrill. It was like someone was genuinely tearing him apart. Broad Walker and Power Walker felt a shiver roll down their spine. Something like this couldn't be faked. They felt the genuine terror, pain, and fear in Silent Walker's voice. What was happening to Silent Walker? Right now, in Silent Walker's perception, demons with indescribable forms were tearing him limb from limb. Their approach wasn't erratic but very methodical. However, Silent Walker was a peak immortal emperor. Physical pain would never make him act in such a way. No, the most terrifying thing was an eldritch horror standing beside his head as the other demons suppressed him. A proboscis came out of the tentacles on the horror's face and dug into Silent Walker's brain. Silent Walker felt like his entire being was being taken away from him. It was like this horror was sucking out all of his emotions, thoughts, and personality. Silent Walker noticed how creating coherent thoughts became harder and harder. It was almost like someone was hollowing out his spirit and mind. Silent Walker's speech became slurred as he could only shout weak and confused no's. He was vanishing. Gravis' smile hadn't vanished from his face. Power Walker still looked with stunned eyes at Silent Walker. There was nothing wrong. There was no law. There was nothing. So, why did it feel like his disciple was currently dying? However, Power Walker gritted his teeth as he looked at Gravis. I don't know how you accomplished it, but illusions are illusions. You won't be able to kill him with that. Instead, you will only increase the power of his will aura. Gravis didn't say anything. After a while, Power Walker's body started shaking. Silent Walker's spirit was vanishing. Power Walker almost couldn't believe it. If this continued, Silent Walker would die. Power Walker gritted his teeth. Xing. Then he grabbed Silent Walker and teleported away. As long as Silent Walker left the range of Gravis' spirit sense, he should recover. Illusion, huh? Gravis thought with a smirk. This is not an illusion, but reality. If you believe with all your heart that you are dead, you are dead. It would take some time for Silent Walker to regain clarity, and Power Walker would probably stay by his side during all of this. Now, there were only two people in this room, Gravis and Broad Walker. Broad Walker looked with fear at Gravis, while Gravis only smirked back. Let's talk, Gravis transmitted. Broad Walker gulped. Gravis' laws didn't work. Gravis couldn't move. An ancestral god was here. So, why did it feel like Gravis was the one in control? Broad Walker started to fear Gravis. Xing. Power Walker returned with Silent Walker. If Silent Walker acted weirdly again, Power Walker would teleport away with Silent Walker again. Why had Power Walker brought Silent Walker back? Because Power Walker was certain that Gravis had only wanted to demonstrate his power. Continually antagonizing one of his captors wouldn't be in his interest. How did Silent Walker feel right now? Livid. Gravis had given him a torturous experience, and he hated Gravis even more now. You've made your point, Power Walker said with a calmer voice than before. However, I'm still disgusted by you. Not only did you frame my junior brother, but you also antagonized him while he only wanted to talk. You humans are truly disgusting creatures. Gravis only smiled. Are you interested in this power? Power Walker huffed. Of course, but you obviously won't tell me about it. But what if I say I will? Gravis asked with a smirk. Don't take me for a fool, Power Walker said. Why would you do something like that? I have my reasons, Gravis answered. Power Walker was a bit interested in how Gravis currently acted. To Power Walker, it almost felt like Gravis was in control, but that was impossible. After all, he could kill Gravis with a wave of his hand. Fine, Power Walker said. If you share your secret, I can lighten your future punishment. Maybe I won't torture you forever, but will give you an easy death. Silent Walker only looked with hate at Gravis. Broad Walker appeared emotionless. My power has something to do with the soul, Gravis explained. You can comprehend it by learning the soul laws. You're an ancestral god, and you should be able to gain insights into the true law of the soul. You probably also know lower forms of the soul law. Maybe you should focus on those laws. Silent Walker's body shook slightly, but in the end, he only scoffed. Power Walker seemed to be intrigued by Gravis' words. Yet Power Walker still seemed to hesitate. And you're speaking the truth? He asked. Yes, Gravis answered. Prove it, Power Walker demanded. I only spoke the truth. The soul laws are the key to my power, Gravis said. Gravis' law of honesty activated, which meant that he spoke the truth. Power Walker felt the law of honesty, and his eyes shone. Fine, I will not torture you in the future, he said. However, something very unexpected happened. Silent Walker's body shook. It was like his body was frozen in terror. Broad Walker and Power Walker looked at Silent Walker in confusion. Was he under another illusion? Silent Walker gritted his teeth. Xing. Then, a teacup appeared in Silent Walker's hand. Master, I haven't made your favorite tea in quite a while, Silent Walker said, suddenly addressing his master as master. Here, this is my thank you for your help. Gravis' smirk intensified. Broad Walker's eyes widened. Power Walker's eyes also widened in confusion. Hadn't they just come back? They hadn't even spoken with Gravis yet, and Silent Walker suddenly wanted to give him tea? Where did that come from? Yes, Power Walker had not talked to Gravis. For the last seconds, Power Walker had only looked at Gravis, trying to think of a way to deal with him. The previous conversation had only happened in Silent Walker's perception. Power Walker couldn't feel the law of perceived reality, and he hadn't noticed that Silent Walker had just gone through an imaginary conversation. This was also how Gravis had managed to use his law of honesty while spouting a lie. After all, in Silent Walker's perception, Gravis was speaking the truth. Gravis could make Silent Walker see and feel anything he wanted. "Oh, okay. Thanks," Power Walker said as his smile widened. He loved this tea. At the same time, Silent Walker's illusion slowly merged back with reality. In Silent Walker's mind, they had just talked about Gravis' ability, but in reality, no conversation had taken place. Broad Walker looked with fearful eyes at the teacup as his master drank the tea with glee. Gravis scratched his chin with interest. "It's a poison, huh? Some kind of mind poison, I presume," Gravis thought. Gravis had had no idea how Silent Walker had manipulated Power Walker. So, he had manipulated Silent Walker into showing how he accomplished that. How had Gravis done that? By talking about the soul laws. Why did that work? Because Gravis had been certain that this manipulation had something to do with the soul. The body wasn't affected, and influencing the law fragments that worked on the basis of the law of sentience was far too difficult. Probably not even Power Walker had the ability to buy something with such capabilities. Because of that, it had to be soul. So, what if Power Walker comprehended the true law of soul regeneration? Well, wouldn't that make his spirit recover very quickly? In that case, the manipulated part of Power Walker's spirit would very quickly return to normal, and he would realize what Silent Walker had done. Silent Walker knew this, which was why he had quickly fished out the tea to increase his control over his master. Alright, that rules out around 90% of all the methods Mortis has found, Gravis thought. Mortis had already gone to several places to gather information on these things. Sadly, the list was too long, and it was difficult to find out what method was used exactly. "I need to run one more experiment," Gravis thought. "What do you think of the soul laws?" Gravis asked Power Walker. Power Walker, who had just had his tea, shook. It was like these two words triggered something in him. Power Walker huffed. "Who needs soul laws? Power is everything. What use are soul laws? I wouldn't waste my time with such nonsense." Silent Walker sighed in relief inconspicuously. Gravis' eyes shone. "He might have hidden it quite well, but I saw the short moment of terror in your eyes," Gravis thought. "That confirms it." Gravis glanced at Silent Walker. "So you used the favorite child poison, huh?" Gravis thought with a smirk. According to what Mortis said, this poison is mixture of the darkness laws, the life laws, the law of safety, the law of empathy, the law of humility, and the law of danger. The life laws in the poison represent the basis. The darkness laws represent the invasive poison ability. The law of safety reduces the suspicion and wariness of the victim towards the poisoner. The law of empathy strengthens all positive emotions the victim feels towards the poisoner. The law of humility takes away confidence and puts the poisoner on a higher pedestal. Lastly, the law of danger makes the victim fearful of the cure, the soul laws. The favorite child poison, after the victim has ingested it for long enough, can even transform the parent into the child. In the end, they will follow the orders of the poisoner. It's quite a powerful poison, but it has two severe disadvantages. First of all, the victim will recover if they don't get poisoned regularly. Second of all, the poison is ridiculously expensive. The poison needs to be given to the victim once per century, and every dosage costs around 100,000 god stones. Gravis looked at the sect. No wonder this sect is destitute. The sect master is basically siphoning all the money out of the sect to pay for the poison he's ingesting. Gravis glanced towards Broad Walker. "Is that proof enough to make you, at least, inform yourself?" Gravis asked via voice transmission. Broad Walker felt nervous, and he didn't answer. "Go to Opposer City. Someone will hand you some godstones as soon as you arrive. Use these godstones to enter the information pavilion and buy information about the favorite child poison. After you've read through everything, you should realize the truth. If you are willing to go through with the plan I proposed, just return and tell me. Right now, you absolutely can't trust your disciple brother and master. I might not have won your trust, but trusting someone unknown is better than trusting someone you know you definitely can't trust. You're not my enemy. You have done nothing to me. Only your disciple brother and master antagonized me. Gravis transmitted all these things to Broadwalker in an instant. Broadwalker and Gravis had talked about a lot of things while they had waited for Powerwalker's return. Broadwalker took a nervous breath. I'm sorry, master, but I have to leave. I still need to pay you back for what you've done for me, Broadwalker said deferentially to his master. Powerwalker scoffed. I want to see 1,000 god stones in a century. You better get to work, he commented coldly. Broadwalker vanished. Silent Walker didn't mind it. Did he suspect that Broadwalker knew something? In actuality, it didn't matter. What could someone like Broadwalker do? After Broadwalker left, the actual interrogation took place. What have you done to my junior brother? Powerwalker asked. Nothing, Gravis answered in a relaxed manner. He stole from me, and I stopped him. Lies, Powerwalker shouted. Prove it. I have not lied, Gravis said with the law of honesty. The law of honesty washed over the two present people. Silent Walker's expression didn't change. Powerwalker's eyebrows furrowed. Then Powerwalker turned to Silent Walker. Has your recounting of the events been accurate? He asked. Yes, Silent Walker answered. The fluctuations of a law could be felt, and Gravis raised an eyebrow. So that's it, Powerwalker said as he looked at Gravis. You think I will fall for your law of lies? Gravis blinked a couple of times in confusion. Was that guy stupid? Silent Walker had been the one using the law of lies. Powerwalker's will aura should be powerful enough to feel the difference between the law of honesty and the law of lies. One thing felt white while the other thing felt black. Gravis' will aura was more powerful than Silent Walker's, which was why he had been able to see that Silent Walker had used the law of lies. Although Gravis could have also realized that by simply thinking about his own perception and the truth. Your junior brother is using the law of lies. Not me, Gravis answered with the law of honesty. Powerwalker looked at Silent Walker. I'm using the law of honesty, Silent Walker said calmly while activating the law of lies. Powerwalker looked back at Gravis. Do you think I'm stupid? He asked with narrowed eyes. I have a perfect comparison here. My junior brother is using the law of honesty, and your law feels different from his law. So, when my junior brother is telling the truth, you can only be spouting lies. That guy's so far gone. It's not even funny anymore, Gravis thought. The dude's literally saying that black is white and white is black. What do you want? Gravis asked. You paid so much money for that interrogation thing. So what's your plan? What do you want from me? Gravis still didn't know why they actually wanted to interrogate him. After all, if they wanted to kill him, they could have simply sent some star god. In their minds, a star god should be powerful enough to take care of a peak immortal emperor, even if they felt very powerful. So why waste so much money? Powerwalker glanced at Silent Walker. Powerwalker had gotten Gravis in front of Silent Walker. This was Silent Walker's revenge, not Powerwalker's revenge. Powerwalker wouldn't involve himself in Silent Walker's revenge. He only gave him the opportunity to grasp it. Silent Walker walked up to Gravis' cage and looked at him with cold eyes. Your life is in my hands, he said after some time. You want another demonstration? Gravis asked with a smirk. Silent Walker's right eyelid twitched for a second. You know what I mean. You might be able to scare me with your powers, but you can't kill me as long as my senior brother is here. However, you are only safe for the next 5 years. After that, we can simply send one of our Visect masters to take care of you. In front of a star god, you are helpless, Silent Walker said with authority. So, you're saying that you got me here just to give me a chance to survive? Gravis asked. You spent 50,000 god stones to give your enemy a chance of survival? You're truly a saint. Silent Walker didn't react to Gravis' provocation. Killing you might give me some momentary satisfaction, but it won't help me in becoming more powerful. Sometimes, cooperation is better than enmity. Oh, is that an ultimatum? Gravis asked. Yes, Silent Walker answered, annoyed at Gravis not taking the situation seriously. So, what do you want? Gravis asked with a smile as he leaned his head on one of his hands. I want you to pay my bail, your own interrogation warrant, and 200,000 god stones for your own life. That's a total of 350,000 god stones. If you pay that, we can forget these things, Silent Walker said. 350,000 god stones is quite a bit, Gravis commented. What makes you think I have so much money? Because of your background, Silent Walker said. One of Gravis' eyebrows rose. Oh, he uttered. What background? We don't know, Silent Walker said. However, your background is powerful enough to be classified as top secret in the Information Pavilion. Only a few organizations have such a privilege, and none of these organizations are simple. Interesting. They actually don't know about my background, Gravis thought. And if my background is so powerful, what gives you the guts to capture me like this? Gravis asked. Independence, Silent Walker answered immediately. These gigantic organizations know that independence and the ability to solve one's own problems are some of the most important parts of cultivation. If my senior brother were to kill you, they would probably kill us. However, as long as we send people that you can realistically win against, they shouldn't mind that you die. Independence, Gravis asked with a snort. The guy using his master as a crutch was talking about independence. Yes, independence, Silent Walker answered, not reacting to Gravis' words. We have all kinds of peak immortal emperors in our ranks. We can simply send a weak one and judge your power. Then, before you have the chance to comprehend another law, we'll simply send a stronger one. Even if you manage to kill that one, you will eventually run out of laws to comprehend during a fight. As long as you don't immediately have the ability to become a star god, you will eventually succumb to the enemies. Also, even if you break into the star god realm right now, we have 2 Visect masters that have been in that realm for far longer than you. You mean like 30,000 years longer? Gravis interrupted Silent Walker. That's not that much. Yet, they are familiar with their newfound powers, while you won't be, Silent Walker said. Gravis blinked a couple of times. Then, he looked at Power Walker with confusion. Power Walker tried to keep his expression neutral, but Gravis could feel a certain awkwardness radiating off of him. Power Walker should have the ability to judge Gravis' battle strength to some degree. So, why was this guy threatening him with peak immortal emperors? Gravis looked at Power Walker with a deadpan expression. Just waiting. Silent Walker narrowed his eyes. He felt like Gravis was ignoring him. Power Walker felt a bit awkward. Then, Power Walker informed Silent Walker with a voice transmission. Silent Walker's eyes widened in shock. Power Walker wasn't sure exactly how powerful Gravis was, but he knew that Gravis was the most powerful peak immortal emperor he had ever seen. If someone like that became a star god, they would be able to jump at least 1 level. One had to remember that jumping 1 level in the peak immortal emperor realm and in the star god realm were 2 entirely different concepts. Every single star god knew a level 7 law, and every single peak immortal emperor that knew a level 7 law could jump at least 3 to 4 levels. This meant that every single star god was a genius that had managed to jump 3 or 4 levels just a short while ago. Being able to jump a level against such geniuses was unreal. Power Walker knew that if Gravis became a star god, his 2 Visect masters probably wouldn't be able to fight him, even if they fought him simultaneously. Luckily, it took a ton of money to become a star god, and as long as Gravis wasn't a star god, one of the Visect masters should be enough to deal with Gravis. They might even get some tempering out of the fight. Silent Walker fell into thought as his mind was going wild. His entire plan had been to threaten Gravis into giving him a lot of money. Yet he couldn't threaten Gravis? Why hadn't he known that earlier? If he had known that earlier, his puppet wouldn't have wasted so many god stones. Sadly, this was one of the issues with the favorite child poison. The poisoner was the decision-maker, and the victim was the puppet. puppet wouldn't think. That was not its job. It only followed orders. And because of that, Silent Walker found himself in a very awkward situation. He would have Gravis in front of him for the foreseeable future, and he had no easy way to get value out of him. That was when Silent Walker made a choice. "What if my senior brother kills you?" he asked with narrowed eyes. The atmosphere in the room changed. Power Walker took a deep breath. It was one thing for a level 1 star god to kill a peak immortal emperor, but it was something entirely different when an ancestral god killed one. Their cultivation realms were so far apart that Power Walker's karmic luck would take a severe hit. Even more, if he killed Gravis, Gravis' background would definitely take revenge. He would be exchanging his life for Gravis' life. A normal ancestral god would have immediately slapped their disciple if they said something like that. However, the favorite child poison had already burrowed itself deep in Power Walker's spirit. Right now, self-preservation and pride were wrestling with his loyalty towards Silent Walker. If Silent Walker played his cards correctly, he could actually make Power Walker kill Gravis. This was a genuine danger for Gravis. This was a problem that had occurred without any outside influence. Power Walker and Silent Walker weren't targeting Gravis because of his background, but because of what Gravis had done, even if he had been in the right. Because of that, it was Gravis' responsibility to deal with this problem. If Power Walker decided to kill Gravis, the opposer wouldn't stop him. If Gravis wanted to reach supreme power, he must have the ability to deal with something like that. "Let's move this conversation to voice transmissions," Gravis transmitted to Silent Walker. "After all, we will be talking about things that you don't want to be exposed." Silent Walker's spirit shook a bit, but his expression didn't change. "Are you finally willing to talk?" Silent Walker asked Gravis via voice transmission. "Yes, but we will be talking about very different things from now on," Gravis answered. "Let me just begin by asking a question. Where are you getting your supply of favorite child poison from?" Gravis asked. A horrified expression appeared on Silent Walker's face. "How did he know?" "Oh, so it's a senior in the ancestral god realm," Gravis transmitted. "A man draped in black cloaks, and he comes to a city called Burning Sky City every 100 years. Interesting." As soon as Gravis had asked this question, Silent Walker's mind had immediately jumped to that senior, which allowed Gravis to read his thoughts on that subject thanks to his law of sentience. "I wonder, what will happen if I pay that senior 200,000 god stones to not supply that poison to you anymore?" Gravis asked with a voice transmission. In Silent Walker's perception, Gravis' voice had become the voice of a demon. It was like his deepest fears were becoming reality. "Getting that stuff isn't easy," Gravis continued. "You can search for another supplier, but how long will that take? How high will their prices be? Sure, you can also just pay him even more money, like 250,000 god stones, but can you keep that up? I work for the Heaven Company, and I have a very, very lucrative position due to my power. Want to know how much I earn? I earn 50,000 god stones every century. Even if that is everything I earn, I can simply pool together and ruin every fourth supply that you want. Sure, you have an entire sect backing you, but how long will that sect last? You are not as blind as your puppet. You can see that your sect won't live for much longer. You are siphoning out all the money of the sect until it's an empty shell, and then you will sell off all the valuable lands you own. However, how will you make money then? In 30,000 years, at the latest, you will have run out of money, and you won't be able to pay for the poison anymore. You win the economic war in the short term, but I will win in the long term. In 30,000 years, you won't be able to reach the star god realm. That's your goal, isn't it? When you reach the star god realm, you will probably send your puppet on a mission that will kill it. As it stands right now, you should have the ability to achieve that, but not as long as I get involved. Everything will deteriorate with frightening speed. Even more, I haven't even shown you my true power. Let me give you a demonstration. Please watch the disciples in your sect. In a couple of seconds, they will sneer in disgust, Gravis transmitted. Silent Walker couldn't form any rational thoughts at the moment. Right now, it felt like he was the one in the cage, and Gravis was the interrogator. In shock, Silent Walker looked at the sect. And sure enough, several seconds later, Many disciples sneered in disgust. I can use my power on you, but I can also use my power on others, Gravis transmitted. You think I can only create horrors? No, I can do much more than that. Want to see what so many of your disciples have just seen? Look to your left. Silent Walker looked to his left, and his eyes widened in horror. Power Walker was currently urinating in the corner. Silent Walker knew that this wasn't real, but if everyone saw that, they would believe it to be real. I simply made it appear like some disciples were urinating in a random corner. Every other disciple will get annoyed and will think that the sect is really going down the drain. What if I slightly change the words in a conversation? An elder in the exchange hall will think that someone only gave him 5 god stones when, in reality, he got 10 god stones. So, the elder will give the disciple items with the value of 5 god stones. The disciple will feel unfairly treated. After all, they had just handed over 10 god stones, and the elder was acting like he had only received 5. This was obviously an instance of the elder siphoning money out of the sect. What about subtly changing the details of missions? Weak peak immortal emperors will take on missions for powerful peak immortal emperors, believing they could easily handle them. These disciples will never return. What if I manipulate 2 lovers into talking about leaving the sect? Both of them had been on the verge of leaving, but with that conversation, they will surely leave. You see? I can ruin this entire sect in my 5 years of being here. At that point, no more cash will come into the sect, and no disciples would want to join. If I do that, you only have maybe 20,000 years if you sell everything. Is that enough time to control your puppet to such a degree that he will walk into death for you? Or will that take longer? I don't need to kill your sect. I don't need to force anyone. I can make everyone leave of their own volition. So, what do you think? Are you ready to talk now? Gravis finally finished his long, terrifying explanation. Silent Walker felt like his world was breaking down. He had worked for so long for this, yet this person could destroy everything in a matter of days. Silent Walker remained silent for several minutes. Power Walker only looked at Silent Walker with concern. In Power Walker's mind, Silent Walker was probably deliberating on how to enact his revenge on Gravis. After some minutes, Silent Walker answered Gravis. Why are you telling me this? Silent Walker asked. Are you not afraid that I will make Power Walker kill you immediately? You won't, Gravis transmitted. Know why? Because I'm not taking your puppet or your power away from you. If I were to do all these things, the best option would be to kill me. However, I'm not that stupid. Just like you, I don't want to die. Silent Walker gritted his teeth as his being was consumed by hatred. He hated this feeling. This feeling was exactly why he had done all these things. He hated feeling this suppressed. He simply wanted to send Power Walker to kill Gravis immediately. Silent Walker would be free of this suppression, and he would have felt like he had, at least, some control over his life. However, Silent Walker knew exactly that he wouldn't do something like that. If he did that, he would throw away millennia of work. He couldn't destroy all of that just for some momentary relief. What do you want? Silent Walker asked via voice transmission. 200,000 god stones. That's what you wanted for my life minus the other 2 things. So, I think it's just perfect that I ask for that in return. Silent Walker gritted his teeth as he remained silent. The amount of money was perfect, and that infuriated him. It was just on the edge of being too much, but it was still in his ability to pay. How can I trust you? Silent Walker asked via voice transmission. Silent Walker had already given up. He could force Power Walker to confine Gravis somewhere else, but what would stop Gravis from simply returning in a stealthier manner? What would stop Gravis from manipulating all the different peak immortal emperors in their law comprehension areas? Silent Walker was truly helpless. In comparison to you, I have the law of honesty, Gravis answered. Gravis activated his law of honesty. I promise that I will keep your poison a secret from everyone in your sect, and I promise that I won't go for your life. If you pay 200,000 god stones, I won't come into contact with you, your master, or your sect ever again as long as you don't search for me of your own volition. Silent Walker remained silent for nearly 30 minutes. This was a big decision. However, in the end, he agreed. Silent Walker handed over 200,000 god stones to Gravis, and Gravis promised him again that he would keep everything a secret as long as they stopped going after him. Gravis had resolved this enmity and got 200,000 god stones out of it. Power Walker had no idea what had happened between Silent Walker and Gravis. However, just an hour after Silent Walker went silent, he told Power Walker that he and Gravis had come to an agreement. Silent Walker used his law of honesty to tell Power Walker that their enmity had been solved. They didn't need to keep Gravis here anymore. "It's good that you know your place," Power Walker harumphed. "This time you managed to survive thanks to the kindness of my junior brother. Don't anger him again, or you will die." "I won't," Gravis said with a smile. "We came to an agreement, after all." "You can escort him back to Opposer City," Silent Walker said. "We don't need the full 5 years." Power Walker threw some more reprimands at Gravis, but then he escorted him back to Opposer City. An hour later, Gravis was back in Opposer City. Power Walker handed Gravis over to the guards, and Gravis gave his emblem back. Now, Power Walker was no longer allowed to take Gravis away while in Opposer City. The guards had made a ton of money off Power Walker. Power Walker left without a word and went back to his sect. Meanwhile, Gravis returned to his apartment. "Honey, I'm home," he sing-songed. Stella giggled as she saw that Gravis had returned after only a couple of hours. That was far faster than she had thought. "So, how did it go?" Stella asked as she put her arms around Gravis, happy to see him back. "I earned a ton of money," Gravis said with a smirk. Stella looked with quite some surprise at Gravis. Gravis earned money? But hadn't he been the one that had been taken away? How did he suddenly earn money? Gravis showed the 200,000 god stones to Stella and informed her of what had happened. In the beginning, Stella hated Power Walker, but the more Gravis told her about Silent Walker and Power Walker, the more she felt pity for Power Walker. This poor guy was being poisoned by his own disciple. That was truly a tragic fate. "And you will let him get away with all of this?" Stella asked with an angry frown. "Yep," Gravis answered with a laugh. "We made an agreement. I won't go against him or his sect anymore." Stella grimaced. She really hated people like Silent Walker. "I think he's gotten off too lightly," Stella commented. "If this continues, he will become a star god, and his master will never gain his freedom. This sucks." "Then, why don't you do anything about it?" Gravis asked with a smile. Stella halted for a second. Then she fell into thought as she scratched her chin. "Could you tell me more about the sect?" she asked with shining eyes. Gravis told Stella everything he knew about the sect, and Stella's eyes became more and more interested. "Isn't this too convenient?" Stella asked. "It's a bit funny, yes, but it isn't because of coincidence or luck. Someone with such a personality is more likely to commit crimes," Gravis answered. However, Gravis scratched his chin. "Although I'm not quite sure anymore, now that I think about it. I basically made an ancestral god my enemy. In a sense, this was bad luck for me again. I simply managed to turn it around thanks to my law of sentience. If I hadn't had that, I would have probably needed to pay the 350,000 god stones. After all, an ancestral god is really dangerous. He could have sent his puppet to kill me. Sure, his puppet would die, but he would get away scot-free. I mean, it would feel cool to see him get killed, but I don't want to exchange my life for his." Stella also thought about the topic for a bit, but she was quickly distracted by something that was much more interesting. "Anyway, I will go now. I need to plan some things," Stella said. "Sure," Gravis said with a smile. "But I think you should get into contact with that other disciple. He should be in Opposer City right now. He's pretty powerful and he is a very honest beast. I think he could become quite an asset to the Myriad sect." Stella scratched her chin. "I don't know him, but sure. If you say so, he's probably a nice guy." "Thanks, honey," Gravis said as he kissed her. "I know. I'm the best," Stella said with a lamenting tone. Gravis and Stella laughed for a bit, and Stella left. Stella quickly searched for Broad Walker, and the two of them began talking. When Broadwalker had gotten the information about the favorite child poison, his world broke down. He had thought that his junior brother was a bit hard to fathom, but he had never expected that his junior brother would do something like that. He had poisoned their master. Their master had given so much for them. Yet, this monster was biting the hand that fed him. However, Broadwalker knew that he couldn't do anything against Silent Walker. The favorite child poison was just too powerful. Additionally, after looking at his own situation from a neutral perspective, Broadwalker realized just how much his master had changed. Back then, his master had always treated Broadwalker with respect. Broadwalker had shown incredible talent, and he already knew 3 level 6 laws. Yet, over the span of a couple thousand years, his master had even started hating Broadwalker. In his eyes, Broadwalker couldn't do anything right, no matter what he did. Stella talked with Broadwalker for several days as they got to know each other more. She could empathize with Broadwalker's blight, and she felt genuine pity for him. In her mind, Broadwalker had been treated as unfairly as it got. "Is there nothing we can do?" Broadwalker asked. "There are only 3 ways to help your master," Stella answered. "First, kill Silent Walker. However, this will make your master fly into a rage and kill everyone that was involved in his demise. If you want to kill him, you need to do it in a way that makes it impossible to find out that it was you. Additionally, if you plan to do that, I would ask you to please wait for a couple millennia. If he dies right now, your master will think that it was Gravis that killed him. The timing would be too coincidental." Broadwalker took a deep breath. Why was this situation so stressful and difficult to resolve? By now, Broadwalker no longer hated Gravis. In fact, he was deeply thankful to Gravis and Stella. He had gone against them, but they were not attacking him. Instead, they were helping him. Broadwalker had already apologized multiple times, and Stella told him that Gravis didn't mind. It wasn't really Broadwalker's fault. The second method would be to make your master comprehend the true law of soul regeneration. However, that takes a long time, and he fears this law currently. "It's basically impossible to make him comprehend that law," Stella explained. Broadwalker sighed. "The last way is to cut off the supply of poison. In order to do that, your master must lose all his wealth so that he can't give Silent Walker any god stones. Sadly, there are too many ways for an ancestral god to make money. We would have to cut off all his avenues of earning money, which means that we have to spend even more money. None of the solutions were easy to put into practice. The last one is the most feasible," Broadwalker said. "If we could somehow make the sect cost more money than it produces, we can silently take away the last remaining money. Silent Walker doesn't really pay any attention to these things, and Master only has eyes for him. Broadwalker might have a simple mindset, but he was still a peak immortal emperor. He could also come up with such plans. However, as soon as something like this happens, the vice sect masters will inform Master," Broadwalker said with a sigh. When Stella heard that, she smirked. "You actually thought of the same thing as me. However, I know how we can solve this problem." Broadwalker looked at Stella with surprise. "You know a way? But how?" "The 2 vice sect masters are star gods, and Gravis said that he won't get involved anymore." "It's you," Stella said with a smile. "Me?" Broadwalker asked, pointing at himself. Stella nodded. "What do you think about becoming the vice sect master of your sect?" Stella asked. Broadwalker looked with confusion at Stella. "But I'm only a peak immortal emperor. On top of that, it will take a long time for me to become a star god, at least 50,000 years. Stella only smiled. "What if I were to tell you that Gravis told me that he can make you a star god in a matter of hours without any negative consequences?" What did Stella just say? Broadwalker needed some seconds to process what Stella had just said. Becoming a star god in a matter of hours? How was that even possible? "Don't joke around," Broadwalker said with an annoyed expression. "I'm currently not in the mood for jokes." Stella only smiled brightly. "I'm not joking," she said. "Gravis has a certain ability that allows someone to comprehend a specific law in a matter of hours. It only works on a single specific law, and it isn't without its dangers. It's possible that you might die during the procedure. However, if you manage to get through it, your will, your personality, and your laws will become far stabler than before. Gravis told me that you are missing that exact law to become a star god. Broadwalker looked with a skeptical expression at Stella. Are you talking about the law of time? He asked. Yes, the law of time, Stella said. Gravis has a very unique ability. Originally, this ability was created as a terrifying attack, but if it is used with preparation, the chances of surviving it are definitely there. Broadwalker still wasn't convinced. All of this sounded way too good to be true. And what ability could possibly teach me the major law of time in just a couple of hours? Broadwalker asked. Stella leaned forward with a smirk. The ability to experience 1,000,000 years in just an instant, she said. Experiencing 1,000,000 years in an instant? Broadwalker asked. Stella nodded. Then, Stella told Broadwalker about samsara and how it had been created. She also told Broadwalker how terrifying samsara was as an attack, and Broadwalker had to take a deep breath. Such an attack was truly terrifying. He had never heard of anything quite like it. Most attacks targeted the body. Some attacks targeted the spirit. But Broadwalker had never heard of an attack that targeted one's personality. When Stella told Broadwalker about Gravis' fight with Nira, Broadwalker realized that samsara could very likely teach him the major law of time. Broadwalker was a beast with an earth affinity. Gravity was closely related to the earth element. Broadwalker's first level 6 law was the law of stone, which was the level 6 law element for earth. Shortly after that, Broadwalker comprehended the major law of gravity due to its relationship with the earth element. As soon as Broadwalker had learned the major law of gravity, he had entered deep into the earth and comprehended the major law of space by watching the warping of space under severe gravity. These were the 3 level 6 laws Broadwalker knew, and it just so happened that he was missing the law of time. With the law of time, he could combine the major law of space, the major law of gravity, and the major law of time into the major law of primordial force, a level 7 law. With that law, he could strengthen his avatar and become a star god. However, was it truly so easy? This samsara sounded terrifying. Samsara forced someone to watch their life from all angles for a terrifying amount of time. This gave the victim plenty of time to think about their life and the law of time. However, it definitely wasn't easy to sit through something like that. In order to imagine samsara's terrifying power, one only had to think about how it would impact oneself. One only had to think about how long their life was, multiply that by about 5 times, and then imagine a movie that analyzes one's past conduct in excruciating detail for that amount of time. A 20-year-old person would have to sit through 100 years of watching their life from all angles. This could very well destroy someone. Broadwalker remained silent for several minutes. He wanted to become more powerful, but sitting through something like that was horrifying to imagine. Would he even be himself anymore after such a long time? You said that Gravis would also go through my life, Broadwalker said. Yes, Stella said. Then why is he offering something like this to me? He asked. I can see why you are willing to help me a little bit, but sitting through 1,000,000 years of my life just to help someone he doesn't even know sounds like too much. You will have to speak with him yourself, Stella said. He can tell you. Of course, there is more to this exchange than you might think. Don't think that Gravis is doing this out of altruism. Obviously, he wants something in exchange. Broadwalker sighed. Hearing that Gravis wanted something in exchange, ironically, put him at ease. If Gravis had simply done this without asking for repayment, Broadwalker would have been very skeptical. After all, it sounded way too good to be true. Yet, if there was a terrifying price to pay, it was more likely that it was a genuine trade. Fine. I want to hear more about this, Broadwalker said after a while. Stella smiled and brought Broadwalker over to a building near the middle of Opposer City. The building was orange and looked rather inviting and friendly. A shield above it showed the words, Virtuous Cultivators Honesty Chambers. When Broadwalker saw where Stella had led him to, he breathed a sigh of relief. Honesty chambers were a popular place to talk about business. One could rent a room for a meeting, which would have its law fluctuations watched by a powerful cultivator. The cultivator wasn't powerful enough to listen in on voice transmissions, but they were powerful enough to feel changes in the laws. Even if someone talked via voice transmission, if they used any of the laws of honesty, deceit, or lies, these laws would involuntarily influence the surroundings. The rules of the honesty chambers were pretty simple. If someone used the law of deceit or law of lies, everyone in the room would be informed about it, and the deceiving person would have to pay an agreed-upon amount of money to the other party and the company running the honesty chamber. Using the law of honesty was allowed for obvious reasons. Usually, it was always the weaker party demanding that the discussion had to be held in honesty chambers. Why? Because a weaker party couldn't discern which law the stronger party was using. Broadwalker and Stella entered a room after signing the entry formula. The lying party would have to pay 10 million godstones. Obviously, no one in the room had such a terrifying amount of wealth, which meant that if someone lied with the law of lies or deceit, they would be condemned into eternal slavery. Broadwalker felt relieved when he saw the punishment fee. If the fee were too little, it would be possible that Gravis might try something if he thought that he would gain more by duping Broadwalker. However, with such a terrifying amount, it was impossible that Gravis would want to risk it. Broadwalker was nowhere near worth 10 million godstones. Faced with such a terrifying amount, Broadwalker would have been nervous if he knew the law of lies or deceit. After all, what if he activated them accidentally? Luckily, he didn't know any of the three laws. Broadwalker and Stella entered the room that Gravis had booked and sat down. Gravis was drinking some coffee, which he had gotten from his father. Some seconds later, a waiter entered that brought Broadwalker and Stella some tea. Stella sat beside Gravis, smiling at Broadwalker happily from across the table. Gravis only smirked. Broadwalker felt rather nervous as he sat in front of Gravis. The only time Broadwalker had talked to Gravis was when he had been suppressed by Powerwalker. Now, Gravis was free to do what he wanted. Broadwalker was reminded of how they got to know each other and found it ironic. A couple years ago, Broadwalker wanted to defend his junior brother and condemned Gravis for being a liar. But now, Broadwalker was talking with Gravis about how to take down that very same junior brother. "I heard you wanted to speak with me," Gravis said with a smirk. Broadwalker took a deep breath. Broadwalker took a deep breath and readied himself for this conversation. "Yes, Stella told me that you can teach me the major law of time with samsara," Broadwalker said. Gravis nodded. "And you are interested in that offer?" Gravis asked with a smile. "Of course," Broadwalker answered. "Could you tell me more about samsara first?" Gravis nodded. Then, he told Broadwalker about how samsara worked and what Gravis had gone through. He told Broadwalker how difficult it was to not lose oneself in one's own life. It was definitely very dangerous, even if Gravis didn't use his supplementary laws to increase samsara's power. Gravis kept the law of honesty active ever since Broadwalker had entered. He told him everything truthfully. Broadwalker believed everything Gravis said due to the law of honesty, but he was also relieved that no manager of the honesty chambers had come in. This was the advantage of talking in an honesty chamber. Even if one believed it, one might have doubts in the future. What if the other party used the law of lies? After some hours of Gravis meticulously going through the workings of samsara, Broadwalker had made his decision. He couldn't run away now. He had to do this for himself and for his master. However, he still had several questions. "Why are you willing to help me?" Broadwalker asked. "Don't get me wrong," Gravis immediately answered with a smirk. "I'm not helping you." "You're not?" Broadwalker asked with a surprised expression. "No, this is a trade and an investment. You will give me something that I deem as of equal value in the future," Gravis said. "And what is that?" Broadwalker asked. "Xing." Gravis summoned a contract, which had already been verified by the contract officiation office. "Read it," Gravis said. Gravis wouldn't do such a big transaction without an official contract. After all, Broadwalker wasn't his friend. There was no trust between them yet. Broadwalker read through the contract, and everything boiled down to this. What would Broadwalker get? First, one samsara which had a high likelihood of giving him the law of time and maybe even more. If Broadwalker didn't comprehend the law of time, he would only have to pay 10,000 godstones. Second, 300,000 godstones to allow him to break through to the star god realm and buy equipment for himself. This was what Broadwalker would receive. What would Broadwalker have to pay? First, Broadwalker had to give Gravis 1 million godstones before he reached the 5th level of the star god realm. Second, Broadwalker had to join the Myriad sect and follow the sect rules and sect master as long as the demands and rules were reasonable. If Broadwalker deemed something as unreasonable, he could contact the contract officiation office to run a check. Third, Broadwalker had to stay in the Myriad sect and do his best to support it until his debt had been repaid. These were the things that Broadwalker had to give Gravis. As Broadwalker read the contract, he felt skeptical. This contract was actually too lenient. Broadwalker would maybe even have accepted this contract only for samsara, but he was getting enough godstones to reach the star god realm too. Broadwalker knew that Gravis wasn't stupid, and he knew that Gravis could have profiteered off Broadwalker's time pressure. After all, Broadwalker only had limited time to save his master, and he would have paid a hefty price for that. Yet, this contract was written like Broadwalker was under no pressure at all, which surprised him. One could even say that Broadwalker would make a steal. A virtualization array for a level 6 law cost 10,000 godstones per century, and Broadwalker would probably need tens of thousands of years to comprehend it. This meant that Broadwalker would have to pay over 10 million godstones if he wanted to comprehend the major law of time via virtualization array. Yet, Broadwalker would only pay a tiny part of that. You can take the contract with you and ask some contract specialists to take a look at it, Gravis said. The costs will be on me, and I'll wait here. Broadwalker nodded reluctantly. He wanted to trust Gravis, but he knew that he had to be careful. This was a huge trade. Broadwalker exited the honesty chambers and went to some contract specialists, who were specialized in finding sneaky remarks that could be used to entrap him into something he didn't agree on. Some hours later, Broadwalker returned with an awkward expression. Then he handed over a rolled-up scroll. Gravis took it and unfurled it. It was the same contract, but about 1,000 times longer. There was an insane amount of clauses in there, but the essence was the same. Gravis groaned, sent the new contract to the contract officiation office, and got it back rather quickly. The contract was revalidated, and Gravis burned the old one. Then Gravis signed it and handed it over to Broadwalker. Broadwalker compared the contract with his drafts and asked a couple of contract specialists again to check for any hidden scams. The check came back okay. The contract specialists were happy with the contract. Broadwalker returned to the honesty chamber again and took a deep breath. He looked at the contract, and his heart raced. If he signed this, it meant that there was no turning back. His entire life would change. Broadwalker hesitated for a long time, but eventually, he signed the contract with gritted teeth. Gravis sent the contract to the contract officiation office again to verify the signing of the contract and to get copies. Broadwalker got his own copy not from Gravis but from someone from the contract officiation office. After doing some standard checks to see that everything was okay with both parties, the person from the contract officiation office gave his literal stamp of approval to the contracts and left. Gravis had paid for all of this, and he had paid over 3,000 godstones in total. However, this contract was as legally binding as it got. Even a divine god couldn't break this contract without paying what Broadwalker owed Gravis. If any of the two parties refused to abide by the contract, the city guards would get a new minor. The contract officiation office and the city guards worked together very closely. After all, a huge part of the city guards' income came from people not adhering to contracts, and without a big power that enforced the contracts of the contract officiation office would basically become worthless. These two organizations were in a symbiotic relationship. Well, with all that legal stuff out of the way, when do you want to undergo samsara? Gravis asked with a smile. Broadwalker's mind was still stressed and excited about the signing of the contract. His entire life would change from this moment forth. He wouldn't have to be abused anymore by his master, and he finally had a shot at dealing with his ex-junior brother. I want to meet the others from the Myriad sect first, Broadwalker said. After getting acquainted with them and comparing my powers to theirs, I want to undergo samsara. Gravis nodded and gave Broadwalker his address. You can come find me when it's time. Broadwalker nodded and left the honesty chambers after talking with Gravis some more. Gravis leaned back, satisfied. The Myriad sect just got a star god, and I earned 1,000,000 god stones. Today is a good day. Gravis and Stella talked for a bit, but Stella quickly left to introduce everyone to their new member, much to Gravis' dismay. However, Gravis had to work anyway. If he got called in to work during their special time, it would be frustrating and awkward. That had already happened more than once. Stella introduced everyone to Broadwalker and informed them about what role he would be playing. Gravis had already discussed most of the things with Manuel since he was the sect master, but not with the other ones. The other ones were rather surprised when they heard that they would get a new, powerful member, but they became even more surprised when they heard that their new member would soon become the most powerful person in the Myriad sect. A lot of them were skeptical and nervous about this new development. Someone they didn't know would become the most powerful member of their sect. This didn't sound good. However, Stella and Manuel explained to everyone how the contract between Gravis and Broadwalker worked, which alleviated their worries. Broadwalker had to follow the orders, and if he refused a reasonable order from the sect master, the city guards would visit their future sect and would force Broadwalker to abide by the contract. Broadwalker had essentially signed over a huge part of his freedom, but he knew that already. He only hoped that his new disciple brothers and sisters wouldn't treat him like his previous sect treated him. After talking for a while, Broadwalker wanted to compare himself to the others in power. He wanted to know how he would rank among the sect without Gravis' help. In the end, Broadwalker managed to beat Sky but lost to Liam and Azure. With that, the triple third-place ranking of the tournament was destroyed. Now, Liam and Azure had 2 wins, 1 loss each. Broadwalker and Sky had 1 win and 2 losses each. This made Liam and Azure the 2 third places and Broadwalker and Sky the 2 fourth places of the sect. If one ignored the places and only counted the individuals, this meant that Broadwalker and Sky had 4 beings in their sect that were stronger than them right now, at least as far as they knew. Dorian's powers lay somewhere else, and Manuel and Ferris didn't unveil their true powers. After fighting with everyone, Broadwalker got to know everyone better, and all his hidden regrets vanished. These people were honest and friendly. This was already far better than his old sect. In actuality, Broadwalker felt like he joined a gathering of young, motivated, talented, powerful people that were just starting their ascent to power. After a week of getting to know everyone, Broadwalker went to Gravis. However, they weren't alone. Everyone else from the sect wanted to watch too. In the end, everyone gathered outside Opposer City. When Gravis arrived at this location, he got distracted. He looked at the gigantic wall and at the grass on the ground as memories flooded his mind. He had been here once before. Grassies, huh? Gravis thought with a smile. Gravis remembered how he had nearly died here after some beasts started fighting many kilometers away. In actuality, some beasts were fighting right now, and the grass was blowing in the shockwaves just like back then. This time, Gravis could feel the combatants. They were 2 peak immortal emperors, and they were fighting about 20,000 kilometers away. Back then, Gravis had nearly been the victim of such a fight while only having been in the Unity realm. Now, Gravis could leave Opposer City without any worries. The times had truly changed. Back then, the young Gravis had had no idea what kind of terrifying place he had just entered. The difference in power had been incomprehensibly massive. The group found a spot rather quickly, and everyone made some space for Gravis and Broadwalker. Xing. Gravis took out his saber with a smile. "Are you ready?" he asked. Broadwalker took a deep breath and closed his eyes. Then he opened them with conviction and nodded. "You've told me everything that I need to pay attention to, and I have prepared myself. You can start." Gravis nodded. Then he unleashed Samsara and hit Broadwalker with it. In an instant, reality seemed to shift as Broadwalker saw a familiar place. A pangolin had just laid a batch of eggs, and after it was done, it left this place never to return. The pangolin had only been an energy beast, and it had only followed its instinct. As soon as the eggs had been laid, it didn't care anymore. Some weeks later, Broadwalker was born. Gravis quickly activated his law of sentience and distanced himself from what was happening. He didn't really care. In just a couple of hours, Gravis entered a sleep-like state, and time stopped being relevant for him. However, whenever Broadwalker came into contact with some interesting laws Gravis didn't know yet, Gravis would wake up and study them. Gravis might not have the ability to understand an entire law like this, but he could gather a ton of information. Broadwalker wouldn't be the only one that would learn more about laws. Broadwalker had already been prepared for all of this, but it still felt shocking to see one's own life replay in front of their eyes. He had already completely steeled his resolve, and he believed that nothing could shake him. 1,000 years later, Broadwalker's resolve was still unshakable. 10,000 years later, Broadwalker felt tired. 100,000 years later, Broadwalker was already doubting himself. Was this truly him? Had he truly acted this way? How would he have acted if he were in control? In a sense, Broadwalker had already felt himself disconnect from this version of himself. However, Broadwalker also remembered Gravis' advice. No matter how much he changed, he was still himself. So what if he was different from his past? Broadwalker shouldn't be afraid of this change. Otherwise, he should have been just as afraid of his normal future without samsara. As long as one kept the essentials of their personality secure, one wouldn't lose their will. Yet, it was still unimaginably difficult. When will this end? Broadwalker thought with despair. How long will this take? After 300,000 years, Broadwalker reached his breaking point. This was the most dangerous period of time. Broadwalker had to wholeheartedly accept his new self, or he would lose his will over the remaining duration of samsara. Luckily, Broadwalker was a beast, and beasts had it easier with samsara. Another advantage was that Gravis had informed him beforehand. Lastly, Broadwalker had a simple personality, which allowed his personality to be much more flexible. In the end, Broadwalker managed to get over the hurdle. Then, Broadwalker saw himself through the eyes of Silent Walker. Silent Walker perceived Broadwalker to be a stupid bull. Silent Walker thought that he could manipulate and play with Broadwalker as much as he wanted. And sadly, that had been proven to be true. Broadwalker had been played by Silent Walker for a long time. As Broadwalker saw himself get used by Silent Walker, his hatred for Silent Walker reached new heights. Yet, his hatred for his past self also reached new heights. How could he have been so blind and stupid? Broadwalker had to relive all of his past experiences with Silent Walker, which he thoroughly hated by now. Eventually, samsara ended. Gravis peacefully opened his eyes. He had learned a lot about the level 6 law of stone. Broadwalker also opened his eyes, and he almost couldn't believe that he could move his body again. "Congratulations," Gravis said with a smile. "You managed to retain your will. How do you feel?" Broadwalker stared absent-mindedly at his hands. Then he clenched them. "I feel like I have been reborn," he said to Gravis with stalwart eyes. Broadwalker was still a beast, and he wouldn't receive his will aura and spirit until he became a star god. But Gravis already knew that Broadwalker's will aura had already reached the star god realm. Samsara was a terrifying form of tempering one's will. Basically, everyone would prefer a life and death battle over going through samsara. Gravis could see that Broadwalker had changed. Even his law fragments surrounding his personality had changed. It was like he had grown up. It was like a naive teenager had come into contact with the actual world. However, the honest core of Broadwalker's personality remained intact. "And the law of time?" Gravis asked. Broadwalker closed his eyes. Then he opened them. Gravis saw several changes in Broadwalker's law fragments, and he was a bit surprised. "Oh? You got the major law of time, but that isn't everything, right?" he asked. Broadwalker took a deep breath and nodded. "The experience of going through samsara was horrifying, and I never want to do that again," Broadwalker said slowly. "I couldn't move, couldn't act, and I was forced to watch and perceive whatever samsara allowed me to perceive. Even while being with my master and Silent Walker, I have never felt this stifled, imprisoned, and suppressed. So, it was only logical that I would also comprehend the level 4 law of suppression," Broadwalker said. Gravis nodded with a smile. "True. Samsara suppressed you severely. However, Comprehending the level 4 law of suppression shouldn't be taken for granted. You made quite a big catch. If you manage to upgrade it to the 6th level, it will prove very useful to you. Broadwalker nodded. Then he bowed to Gravis. I thank you for allowing me to become far more powerful. I will do everything in my power to repay you. Gravis only nodded with a smile. 5,000 years passed. In the last couple of years, the Broad Earth sect, Power Walker sect, underwent an upheaval. One of their vice sect masters had been conducting herself in a very unbecoming manner, stealing from disciples, giving out subpar resources, incorrectly judging sect disputes, and many different things. The disciples were furious with the vice sect master, but Power Walker couldn't find a replacement for this vice sect master. This created quite a big divide in the sect between the leadership and the disciples. Was this a coincidence? Of course not. Gravis had promised that he wouldn't go against the Broad Earth sect. However, Gravis was Gravis, and Mortis was Mortis. Mortis used his law of perceived reality to change the vice sect master's actions. Was this vice sect master truly such a dishonest scumbag? Well, she was a bit dishonest, but she did her underhanded things far more covertly and in a smaller manner. Was it fair that Mortis made her act far worse than she actually did? No. However, enemies were enemies. Mortis didn't like her, and he felt no remorse for how he treated her. After all, she was only in this sect to siphon as much money out of this dying husk of a sect as possible. Then Broadwalker returned. The sect broke out into an uproar when Broadwalker returned as a star god. The sect loved Broadwalker. Broadwalker was honest, nice, simple, and fair. So, when Broadwalker returned, both sides of the conflict saw a solution. Broadwalker could become the new vice sect master. The only person that wasn't happy was the current vice sect master. Eventually, Broadwalker and the vice sect master fought. It wasn't supposed to be a battle to the death, but Broadwalker still managed to kill her after a dangerous fight. Broadwalker's will aura had reached the power of a level 2 star god, and with his level 4 law of suppression, he had managed to triumph over her. After the fight, Broadwalker's will aura had even reached the power of a level 3 star god. Power Walker exploded in anger when Broadwalker killed the previous vice sect master, punishing him severely. However, just like the previous vice sect master, Power Walker couldn't really take the position of vice sect master away from Broadwalker. Eventually, Broadwalker took up the mantle of new vice sect master and led the sect. Silent Walker felt incredibly nervous during all of this, but Broadwalker seemingly hadn't changed. He was still his honest self, and he was still asking Silent Walker for advice a couple of times. Of course, all of this was an act. The old Broadwalker wouldn't have been able to do something like this, but the new Broadwalker was experienced enough to do something like this. As soon as Broadwalker took up the position of vice sect master, the sect underwent a drastic rise. Several new peak immortal emperors joined, and 11 of them were incredibly powerful. Power Walker and Silent Walker were exhilarated when they saw that so many talented peak immortal emperors had joined their sect. They had thought that these truly powerful peak immortal emperors wouldn't join such a sect as their own. But, apparently, they had been mistaken. Yet, they actually hadn't been mistaken. Who were these 11 new, talented peak immortal emperors? They were the Myriad Sect Gravis group of friends. Over the next 5,000 years, these new members completed an incredible amount of missions. The streets were being repaired. The buildings were being repaired. The disciples became much happier as a collective. The Broad Earth sect seemed to recover. And then, everything crashed down. The other vice sect master died on a mission. The sect mourned the loss of their vice sect master, and Broadwalker remained as the sole vice sect master of the sect. Broadwalker had to do the work of 2 vice sect masters alone. Essentially, he was running the sect. Power Walker was busy cultivating and supporting Silent Walker, and Silent Walker was concentrating on comprehending more laws via virtualization arrays. As time passed, the disciples of the sect seemingly became happier and happier. Everything was getting better. A lot of disciples still died on missions, but there were many more disciples joining. 10,000 years later, Silent Walker came out from law comprehension. His virtualization array had no more energy left, and he had to get a new one. As always, Silent Walker went to Power Walker to get some money. Power Walker went to the sect storage to refill his personal wealth. But his eyes widened in horror and shock at what he saw. The entire sect only had 100,000 godstones left. What? How? Weren't they doing great? How had their wealth shrunken by so much? Filled with fury, Power Walker went to Broad Walker to ask about what was going on. Broad Walker handed him all the paperwork and explained the expenditure and investments in excruciating detail. Something like this was impossible to fake. Was it, though? Well, all of this was Manuel's and Steer's doing. In the papers, it looked like the sect was investing big time into their future, which was the reason for their lack of money right now. However, according to the papers, the money should start rolling in soon, and they would be swimming in godstones. Yet, in reality, a gigantic chunk of the money was somewhere else. Where? In the hands of all the disciples. Why did the people of the Myriad sect trust the disciples of another sect with all this wealth? Because they weren't from another sect. Secretly, the Myriad sect had come into contact with every single disciple and pulled them into their camp. The disciples that pledged their loyalty to the Myriad sect got a ton of money and rewards, while the ones that were on the fence or denied had been silently killed off in the missions. This wasn't the first time Manuel had done this to a sect. He was very experienced in silently taking control of a foreign sect. Power Walker and Silent Walker couldn't find a fault in the papers. Silent Walker took the remaining money from the sect and spent it on favorite child poison. Soon, he should have enough money to get more of it. Sadly, the investment still took some time until they returned the money. Silent Walker fell into a panic. He needed money for his poison. Eventually, one of the law comprehension areas was sold off to another sect for a huge chunk of godstones. Manuel easily fed Broad Walker the right words to convince Silent Walker and Power Walker to invest the majority of the money into the sect. Silent Walker only kept enough money on himself to buy more favorite child poison. And then, in only 5,000 more years, the Broad Earth sect sold their last law comprehension area. However, just when Silent Walker and Power Walker were on the verge of abandoning everything, the investment returned. They could now exchange their sect for a much better one. However, the disciples had to remain the same in both sects. Over a long deliberation, Power Walker signed over the sect master position of his old sect to someone else, and he got his new sect. Power Walker and Silent Walker left secretly to get to their new sect. Their new sect was wonderful. Yet, their new disciples all abandoned ship almost immediately. Power Walker complained to the contract officiation office, but the office told them that everything was according to the contract. The disciples could leave if they wanted. It was a devastating blow, but they still had their law comprehension areas. On top of that, they had tens of millions of godstones. Everything was great. That was until the city guards of Opposer City arrived. The city guards demanded more money than the sect could pay. Power Walker and Silent Walker felt their world crashing down. What? Well, it turned out that all their law comprehension areas had been bought on credit. From where? From the Broad Earth sect. Even more, this sect had made a gigantic loss in terms of value. They had paid far, far more than the law comprehension areas were worth. Power Walker and Silent Walker realized that they had been played. Could have only been Broad Walker. Power Walker wanted to kill Broad Walker immediately, but the city guards were already here. The city guards confiscated all the godstones and gave them to the Broad Earth sect. On top of that, the Broad Earth sect also got all their law comprehension areas back due to how the contract had been worded. No sane person would sign a contract like this. Sadly, Power Walker and Silent Walker had walked into a battle they couldn't win without even realizing it. As the owner of the sect, Power Walker was sent to the mines for 50,000 years to make up for the remaining money. Silent Walker broke down. He couldn't get into contact with Power Walker, and he also lost all his money. His entire world was destroyed. Power Walker would soon recover from the favorite child poison, and he would quickly realize what Silent Walker had done. Then Power Walker would search for him and kill him. Silent Walker fled, and was assassinated by someone from unknown backgrounds. In the Broad Earth sect, or rather Myriad sect, Manuel sat on the throne of the sect master. Another person in the room received a message suddenly. "He's dead," the person said. Manuel smiled a relaxed smile as he leaned back. Then he laughed. "You're really good at this," he said. "Gravis told me about you. But even I'm shocked that you managed to pull all of this off in such a short amount of time." The person beside Manuel was an extremely powerful star god with blonde hair. "That's what I've been doing for 500,000 years. It's only natural that I'm good at it," Exer said. In just 10,000 years after arriving in the highest world, Ark had found Exer. He had been searching for him for quite a while, and with Ark's power it wasn't very hard to find him. It only took some time. As soon as Exer had seen Ark, his eyes widened in shock. How was his teacher here? Ark told Exer about everything that had happened after he left, and Exer felt like he owed Gravis. Exer had truly missed his teacher, even if he had been the one that had given him all his work for 500,000 years. Exer had broken through to the star god realm shortly after arriving in the highest world, and he had already been a star god before Ark had even arrived. After talking with Ark for a bit, Exer got the desire to test his power. So Exer asked Ark for a spar. Exer knew that he was weaker than Ark, but with the 4-level increase he got by becoming a star god, he might have a shot. Of course, this fight couldn't even count as a fight. Ark hadn't even needed to use more laws. He only used the law of the dead world, the same law Exer had. However, there was still a huge difference. The major law of the true world was a level 8 law, and it severely strengthened the law of the dead world as well. One had to remember that Exer was an incredibly powerful star god. After all, he knew the law of the dead world. Just this law alone allowed Exer to jump a full level even in the star god realm. Together with his combat experience and his weapon techniques, he could maybe even fight someone 2 levels above himself. Jumping levels in the peak immortal realm was very different from jumping levels in the star god realm. The fact that Exer could jump 2 levels in the star god realm put him in the category of peak sect geniuses. Sadly, Ark was in his own category, an even higher one than Gravis. After the fight, Ark told Exer that if he became a level 3 star god, Exer might be able to force Ark into unleashing his actually powerful laws. Ark also told Exer about the Myriad sect, and sure enough, Exer wasn't sure what he should think about that. Exer was on a completely different power scale when compared to Gravis' other friends. However, Ark told Exer that he only had to wait for, at most, 50,000 years. At that point, someone would appear in the Myriad sect that could fight Exer on equal grounds. Sadly, Ark didn't elaborate no matter how many times Exer asked. Eventually, Exer decided to help the Myriad sect for now, but he would mostly work independently. He wasn't a fan of working for someone beneath his power. Manuel was very powerful, but he was still a level below Exer, even if he became a star god. So, after talking some more with Ark, Exer went to the Myriad sect and helped them from the outside. The second vice sect master that had died on a mission? That was Exer's doing. Exer was also responsible for creating the puppet sect, which they had sold to Power Walker. Yet, who had killed Silent Walker? That was a member of Exer's new organization, someone who had ascended only recently. It had been Cyril. Cyril had visited Opposer City as soon as he had arrived, and he came into contact with everyone else. He was interested in joining everyone, but he found that someone else was already responsible for killing people off in a hidden manner. Joyce and Dorian. However, when he saw Exer, Cyril found the perfect place to stay. He had worked under Exer for a long time, even if they hadn't come into contact very much. So, Cyril joined Exer's organization and acted as an assassin. Assassinating Silent Walker hadn't been difficult for him. Everything had worked out perfectly, and Gravis' enemies had been dealt with. Yet, they hadn't been dealt with by him but by his friends. Gravis was no longer alone. Gravis had a big group of friends with him now, and they could be a tremendous help to him. Alone, Gravis would have been nearly helpless against an ancestral god. After all, there was only so much he could do. However, with everyone's help and everyone's unique skills, the ancestral god had been taken out of the picture. At least for now. The Broad Earth sect had been renamed to the Myriad sect, and all the disciples celebrated the day. They no longer had to keep their affiliation a secret. This was great. So, in only 25,000 years, the Myriad sect had been established, and they already had over 5,000 peak immortal emperors. There were even quite a few disciples that could threaten the positions of Gravis' friends. Well, that was before Gravis gave everyone their sect establishment present. "So, why did you call us?" Manuel asked. Right now, all of Gravis' friends, including Cyril and Exer, were inside the sect master's hall in the Myriad sect. For today, the leadership would take a break. "I want to give you all a present," Gravis said with a smile. "I think you will love and dread that present." Gravis' friends became a bit confused, but they also became interested. "How about I help you in comprehending some laws and increase the power of your will auras in an instant?" Gravis asked with a smirk. Silence. Now everyone knew what Gravis meant. Going through samsara? A complex mix of emotions appeared in everyone's being. On one hand, samsara would increase everyone's power. Yet, on the other hand, samsara was absolutely terrifying. Just going through 1,000,000 years of their own lives sounded horrifying. For a while, no one answered. "That's awesome!" Ferris shouted with excitement. "I can comprehend more laws in an instant, and I can also relive our short journey back then. Count me in." Ferris was very simple, and he saw no issues in accepting samsara. Why would he? In his mind, he would survive regardless. It was only time. Gravis chuckled a bit. He wasn't surprised that Ferris saw no issue in accepting samsara, and even more, samsara wouldn't pose a big danger to him. Out of all of Gravis' friends, Ferris was in the least amount of danger when it concerned samsara. Why? Because his mindset and personality were simple. Ferris didn't think much about his actions. He did whatever he wanted whenever he wanted. Because of that, he didn't think much about the impact of his actions. Whatever he wanted to do was the right thing. The simpler the mindset, the less effective samsara's destructive effect would be. Sure, Ferris would still be in some danger, but he probably wouldn't die. He probably wouldn't even change much. Ferris' words convinced the others to simply accept it. They didn't want to, but they knew that it would increase their powers by a lot. After all, going through samsara meant that everyone would understand at least one more level 6 law, the major law of time. The only one that wasn't interested was Exer. "I already know the law of time, and there isn't much I can learn in my past. I also don't think that my will aura will become much stronger after samsara. I don't really have many regrets," Exer said. Gravis nodded. "I thought so. You're an exception since samsara really wouldn't have that big of an effect on you." "Well, you and someone else," Gravis said. "Someone else? Which person did Gravis mean?" Gravis turned to Joyce with a complicated expression. Joyce's eyes narrowed as she realized that Gravis meant her. "What?" Joyce asked with quite some annoyance. "Are you angry that I dislike your mindset? Is that why you don't want to help me?" "Lucky for you, I wanted to decline anyway. I don't need outside help to become more powerful." Gravis slowly shook his head with closed eyes. "No, that's not what I meant," he said. "The problem lies somewhere else." "Oh? Elaborate?" Joyce asked with crossed arms. "If I put you under samsara, even if it is the weakest version, you will die," Gravis said. "You have no chance of surviving it." Joyce's eyes narrowed. Was Gravis insinuating that she was weak? "Are you saying that I'm weak?" Joyce asked with a cold voice. "No, your battle strength is pretty high," Gravis said. "However, as a person, you are in denial about several things." "Denial? What?" "Because I'm not as weak-willed as you," Joyce asked with disdain. Gravis looked into Joyce's eyes, and Joyce felt like Gravis could see through her. "Joyce, I know the law of sentience," Gravis said with a calm tone. "I can see your personality and everything that makes you, you. I know your personality better than you know it yourself." Joyce gritted her teeth. "Joyce, you are not as cold as you believe yourself to be. In actuality, you are very similar to the me of the lower world. My influence and actions might have thrown you into emotional turmoil, but at some point, you have to look at yourself and ask yourself if your actions truly reflect yourself. You emulated my personality from the lower world. You saw my power, and it influenced you. However, you must remember that you emulated the mindset of a 19-year-old. I was a child back then," Gravis finished. My past mindset is not the best mindset for the path to power. Gravis' words shook Joyce's insides, but she quickly suppressed the negative feelings that welled up inside her. Then, Joyce only snorted in disdain. You're projecting your own weak mindset on me. You are afraid of committing actions you might regret in the future. Yet, on the path to power, it's sometimes necessary to do things we don't want. Is it? Gravis asked. Then, if your mindset is the right one, how come that several people in the Myriad sect are more powerful than you? Joyce's anger exploded. This was Joyce's biggest conflict. She thought that all her emotionless actions in the past were the reason why she had managed to become so powerful. After all, she had done so many things she didn't want in order to further her own power. Joyce didn't accept it, but she was basically in an emotional version of the sunk cost fallacy. What was the sunk cost fallacy? A good example would be a gambler. A gambler that lost a lot of money on bets was less likely to stop exactly due to that. Why? Because they had invested so much already that stopping now would mean that all their previous losses were for nothing. They had invested so much already. If they stopped now, what had been the point of investing so much? Joyce had been a very empathetic human, but to follow in Gravis' footsteps, she changed her mindset into a cruel one. She would kill people that had treasures on them, even if they had never angered her, for example. Joyce believed that she had to do these things to become powerful. Yet deep inside she abhorred these actions. She didn't want to be this cruel. This was Joyce's biggest problem. She had already done so many things she regretted that she couldn't accept that all her past, emotional sacrifices were basically meaningless. I can only give you a single piece of advice, Gravis said. Joyce narrowed her eyes. If you are ever at a crossroads, talk to someone you trust, Gravis said. Back then, Manuel opened my eyes to my own issues, but I probably wouldn't have been able to confront it alone. I cried my eyes out in my mother's arms. Others might believe that this is embarrassing and shameful. However, it has helped me in the end. Don't try to do this alone. Joyce's anger reached new heights. Xing. However, she teleported away before she did or said something she regretted. In Joyce's past, she had often lost her control, and she had even killed people of her sect in anger. Eventually, Manuel and Dorian gave Joyce an ultimatum. When you are feeling like you're losing control, leave and go somewhere else. If you ever kill or hurt someone of our sect in unjustified anger again, our journey together will end. These had been Manuel's words back then. Joyce knew Manuel, and she knew that Manuel wasn't making empty threats. Ever since that day, Joyce hadn't killed anyone of their own sect again. At least not without justified reason. This was why Joyce had teleported away just now. After Joyce left, the atmosphere turned awkward. Anyway, Ferris, you want to be first? Gravis asked with a smile. The awkwardness in the atmosphere lessened with Gravis' words. Yes, please, Ferris shouted. Gravis nodded and took out his saber. Then, he put Ferris under samsara without another word. Giving an introduction on how to survive samsara would be useless to Ferris. It was better to directly send him into samsara. Gravis quickly lost himself in samsara again as he entered a sleep-like state. Meanwhile, Ferris was looking with interest at his life. Wow, he could look at his life again. This was awesome. This was how the entirety of samsara went. Ferris watched himself with interest and even cheered for himself. Past Ferris was a good Ferris. Present Ferris was a good Ferris. Future Ferris would be a good Ferris. Ferris was good. These were Ferris' thoughts as he went through samsara. Then, Ferris opened his eyes suddenly. He looked around the room with confusion. It already ended? Ferris asked. But it was just getting interesting, Ferris complained. Gravis chuckled. But how can you know that it will get interesting when these things haven't happened yet? He asked. Because everything's interesting, Ferris said with a solemn nod. Gravis chuckled. Ferris really was special. So, did you manage to comprehend any laws? Gravis asked. Ferris nodded several times. Yes, too. Time seemed to warp around Ferris. Look, the major law of time. Gravis nodded. And look dash, stop. Gravis interrupted Ferris. Ferris froze as he looked at Gravis in confusion. Please keep the second law a secret. It's better to not know about the existence of this law, Gravis said. Oh, okay. If you say so, Ferris said, disappointed. He wanted to show off to his friends. What law had Ferris comprehended? The level 6 law of freedom. Was it surprising? No. Ferris had already lived in true freedom without knowing about freedom. In essence, Ferris' personality was perfectly suited for the law of freedom, even more so than Gravis' personality. Sadly, he probably won't ever comprehend the law of suppression or control, Gravis thought. Ferris' mind is too simple for these two laws. The others looked at how easy it had been for Ferris to get through samsara. Maybe it wasn't so bad. After Ferris had gone through his samsara, Gravis told everyone about how to survive samsara. It took a couple of hours to tell everyone about the concept. After Gravis was done, he asked for volunteers. I think, as the sect master, it's my duty to step up first, Manuel said with a smile. Hey, I was first, Ferris shouted. You don't count, Manuel said with an awkward smile. I don't, Ferris asked in confusion. Okay. Gravis nodded at Manuel and activated samsara. Surprisingly, Manuel deliberately went against Gravis' advice. Manuel didn't tell himself that he was in samsara. In actuality, Manuel gave his best to convince himself that everything was real. Manuel hadn't told Gravis that he would do this, and Gravis couldn't feel Manuel during samsara. Without anyone knowing, Manuel had decided to discard his old personality and assume a completely new one, made up of his past life. Essentially, this meant that the old Manuel died, and a new one was created. When samsara ended, Manuel opened his eyes, and then he smiled peacefully. The old Manuel had died. Yet, the new Manuel was nearly the same as the old Manuel. Manuel had essentially reforged his own personality into a better version of himself. When Gravis saw Manuel, his eyes widened in shock. For a while, Gravis couldn't believe what he was seeing. However, one thought was clear in Gravis' mind. If Manuel doesn't die early, he will most likely become a heavens magnate. What had happened? Well, Manuel had completely opened himself to his past. He had gotten emotionally invested in everything, and it was like he had relived his entire life. Manuel had allowed for all the things to change him, and with that came an emotional equilibrium. And the level 7 law of emotions. Now, Manuel had the level 7 law of emotions and 4 of the 5 laws of perceived reality. He was only missing the law of freedom. However, the law of freedom was also the hardest to comprehend. Maybe eventually he would manage it, but right now it was unknown when he would comprehend it. Yet one thing was for certain. Manuel was absolutely terrifying. Gravis had been quite surprised when Manuel had suddenly comprehended several emotional laws and then the level 7 law of emotions. Something like that wasn't easy, but Manuel's mindset was probably one of a kind. In a way, Manuel had also sacrificed himself. He had essentially killed off his old personality and created a new one. Manuel had essentially died. The new Manuel was nearly identical to the old one, but he still had a slightly different personality. Of course, Gravis kept these things secret. Manuel probably had his reasons for keeping his power hidden from everyone else. Maybe this was a scheme to lure in greedy people that thought that Manuel wasn't as powerful? Everyone asked Manuel about how it was, and Manuel answered truthfully to some extent. Manuel said that he had changed and that it was nearly impossible not to change after undergoing samsara. The best way was to accept one's change. However, he kept it secret that he had essentially killed and reconstructed himself. Then it was time for the next one. Let me be the next one, Sky said with a smile. I feel like I haven't done many things that I regret, and I think I'm a good choice. Gravis nodded. Gravis absorbed some god stones to regain his energy and unleashed a samsara at Sky. Sky went through her life. Due to her being a beast, she wasn't emotionally moved when she saw her mother again. However, when she met Gravis, she felt excited and happy. Gravis was essentially the reason why Sky had become so powerful. It had all started with him. Sky also saw how Gravis viewed Sky, and Gravis had viewed her as a dear friend. Sky had been Gravis' only friend for a large portion of his journey through the lower world. Sure enough, as time passed, Sky's mindset didn't change very much. Samsara still had a tempering effect on her since going through it was such an ordeal, but it was still manageable. Eventually, Sky recovered, and she released a deep breath. Then, she looked at everyone. It's such a weird feeling that an eternity has passed for me, while all of you had only waited for an instant. It feels like I haven't seen you guys in forever, Sky said. Sadly, Sky had been the only one of Gravis' friends that had gone through her journey alone. Everyone else had been in groups. Ferris and Manuel talked with Sky since they knew how it felt. It was easy to talk with someone that went through the same horrifying experiences as oneself. In a sense, they had to get reacquainted now. Luckily, Sky had a very approachable and friendly mindset. She was free like the wind, and she enjoyed being with others. If beasts didn't want company, they wouldn't create tribes and empires. Beasts also sought connections. Their connections were simply different from how most humans viewed connections. Gravis asked for the next one, but no one immediately stepped forward. After a couple of seconds, Stella stepped forward with a giggle. I think I should be next. There have been some bad things in my past, but my time with you should help me get through it, she said to Gravis with a lovely smile. Gravis nodded. Then, Gravis unleashed Samsara. This time, Gravis didn't assume an emotionless state. This was his wife, and Gravis was interested in her life. Stella's will and personality shook a couple of times, but she had been with Gravis for the majority of her long life, making it bearable. When Stella saw how Gravis viewed her, she nearly cried. In Gravis' eyes, Stella appeared like the most beautiful and perfect being. This confirmed that Gravis loved Stella very deeply, and she felt touched. She knew that she wasn't ugly and that she was very desirable, but the way Gravis viewed her still seemed like too much. Was she truly that beautiful? A lot of Stella's memories were just her and Gravis spending time together, and she cherished all of these memories. However, Stella had to keep reminding herself that she couldn't get lost in Gravis. She also had to seek her own power. Otherwise, Gravis would one day reach insurmountable heights. If she couldn't become more powerful, she would have to leave Gravis after a time that felt way too short. For Gravis, she also had to become powerful. Another important person in Stella's life was Liam. Liam viewed her as a shining light that was on the verge of leaving him. Liam's progress towards power was slower than Stella's, and he never wanted her to leave him. However, if she wanted, he would let her go. In a sense, Liam's path to power was identical to Stella's. Stella wanted to become powerful because of Gravis, and Liam wanted to become powerful because of Stella. The fastest person was being chased by a fast person, and the fast person was being chased by a person with above-average speed. Yet, Stella received a lot of help from Gravis, while Liam got no help. Stella simply didn't have the ability to help Liam. Liam's perception of Gravis was very mixed. On one hand, he realized that Gravis was the perfect place for Stella. Yet, on the other hand, Gravis was pulling Liam's light away from him. Stella felt guilty when she realized that Liam was chasing after her. Silly. Don't you realize that I'm not the light you should be seeking? Stella thought. You should find a light of your own to chase. Liam had no romantic interest in his sister. Yet, Stella was the only constant in his life. She was the only person that never left him. She was the only family he had. Going through samsara made Stella realize that she couldn't wait for Liam. Waiting for him was like dangling bait in front of him. Liam had to find a different goal to chase. Gravis had already known about this dynamic for a long time, but he wouldn't stop. Liam was his friend, but Gravis also knew that Liam needed to create a family of his own. It actually shouldn't be hard for him to find someone. Liam was outstanding and he was very charismatic. Meanwhile, Joyce viewed Stella with anger. She didn't hate Stella, but she felt envious of Stella's power. Surprisingly, she only felt these feelings for Stella, not for the other ones. Why? Because Stella was a kind person, and she was still incredibly powerful. Joyce had tried everything to gain power, and she had sacrificed so much. She had done so many things she deeply regretted. Yet, Stella appeared like she had no regrets. In Joyce's mind, Stella had sacrificed nothing and still managed to become so powerful. This was so unfair. Joyce had sacrificed so much. Eventually, Stella's samsara ended. When it ended, she jumped into Gravis' arms and hugged him. "You're stupid," she complained. "I'm not that beautiful." Gravis only laughed as he hugged her. "You are to me," he said quietly. Stella remained in Gravis' arms for a while and then left after realizing that everyone else was still around. Then, Stella turned around and looked at Liam. "I think you should go next," she said. Liam was unsure what Stella meant, but he had been with Stella for his entire life. She probably wanted to show him something. "Pay attention to my perception of you at this moment," Stella said. "Samsara is the only thing that allows you to look at yourself through others' eyes. I saw how you perceived me through your eyes, and I want you to see how I perceive you." For some reason, Liam felt nervous. "Okay," Liam answered. Then he turned to Gravis. "Me next," he said. Gravis nodded and gathered more energy. Then he put Liam under samsara. Gravis ignored Liam's life since he wasn't very interested in it. Liam saw himself through Stella's eyes the most, and he saw that Stella deeply cared for him. Yet Stella also looked at Liam like something she needed to protect. Liam hated this. Liam was the one that was supposed to protect his sister, not the other way around. Sadly, he had never managed to close their gap. Instead, it had only grown wider. As time passed, Liam realized that Stella became more concerned. Yet, she wasn't concerned about Liam's survival but about his happiness and direction in life. Stella wanted Liam to be happy, but she also realized that he couldn't be happy with her. Love between siblings was different from love between lovers. She had tasted how it felt when she got together with Gravis, and Liam hadn't yet. She wanted him to feel the same feelings she was feeling. It was difficult for Liam to get through samsara, but he still managed to relatively keep his personality alive. Yet, the most shocking moment happened at the very end. When Liam saw himself through the eyes of the Stella that had just gone through samsara, he felt an impact on his heart. Stella felt guilty. Stella wanted Liam to be happy. Yet, she felt like she was leaving him behind. She knew that she currently was the most important thing in Liam's life. However, this wasn't how it was supposed to be. Liam should find a companion and find a greater goal and greater life. It was basically impossible to be closer to one's sibling than the life companion of that sibling. It was simply a different kind of connection and love. Liam quickly woke up since that moment had come at the very end. The shock was still fresh in Liam's mind, and Liam looked aimlessly at the sky. Stella felt guilty when she saw Liam's hurt expression. After some seconds, Liam sighed. Then he looked at Stella with a smile. "I guess I should search for a girlfriend," he said awkwardly. Stella nearly teared up. Stella felt relieved and touched when Liam said these words. She felt so sorry for him and guilty for leaving him behind. Yet, she knew that Liam had to find a light of his own. They would still be very close, but he had to find someone to share a deeper connection with. Stella pulled Liam aside, and they teleported away. They needed to have a heart-to-heart. Gravis looked at the place where Liam had just been with a smile. He also wanted Liam to be happy. The relationship between the two of them had been awkward in the beginning, but they had long gotten past that. Now Liam was a genuine friend to Gravis. "I think it's my time, Dad," Eris said. Gravis looked at his son with pride and nodded. "Your personality has become very stable. You should be able to get through samsara," he said. Eris nodded. Samsara activated. The first perspective was from Gravis. Eris saw how Gravis looked over him with worry ever since he had been born, and with his maturity, Eris noticed that Gravis had always loved him as a son. Even though Eris had been nothing but a mindless animal in the beginning, Gravis had still viewed him as his son. Something like this wasn't common. When Eris saw his young self, he nearly died of shame. He had been so stupidly arrogant back then. Luckily, Eris' personality was steady enough to resist the onslaught of embarrassing memories. Eris also saw his master again, and Eris saw how his master viewed him. His master saw Eris as a younger version of himself, someone that needed help to mature properly. Even until the very end, Eris Master had looked at Eris with pride. Eris was doing a great job. When Eris came to his reunion with his father, he saw how much Gravis had cared for him and how proud he was of him. Eris felt thankful that he had a father such as Gravis. In the end, Eris managed to get through samsara without any significant issues. On top of the major law of time, Eris also comprehended the law of humility and the law of empathy. Samsara had increased Eris' power by a lot, and Eris felt as sure of himself as never before. When samsara ended, Eris looked at Gravis with a peaceful smile. "Thank you," he said. "I did nothing," Gravis said with a smile. "You did all of this yourself." Gravis still felt a bit guilty for leaving his son so soon in his life. Yet Eris didn't mind. Right now, he was glad that Gravis was his father. Eris didn't even glance at his mother, Azure, who was also present. They were nothing more than companions. There was no love between them. It sounded cruel to say, but that actually wasn't a problem. This was simply how beasts were. "Arg, fine," Dorian suddenly shouted. "Me next. Everyone else got through it, so I can't keep postponing it. Where would I put my pride as an old man if I chickened out now?" Gravis laughed a bit. "You'll be fine, Dorian," he said. "Of course I will," Dorian answered while crossing his arms. Gravis put Dorian under samsara. Dorian watched his life, and he nodded with appreciation at himself. The young Dorian was just as dominating as the old one. When Dorian came to the part where he met Gravis, he was hit with nostalgia. This strange, young person would change everyone's life. Dorian had known that Gravis was special, but he had severely underestimated the effect Gravis would have on the lower world and everyone's lives. Gravis had been so weak in front of Dorian. Dorian could have killed him with a wave of his hand. And now, Gravis was so powerful that Dorian couldn't even feel his power, even though they were in the same realm. It was still very difficult to get through samsara, but Dorian managed it eventually. In the end, Dorian also comprehended a very important law. Just like Ferris, Dorian had comprehended the law of freedom. Dorian had always lived in freedom and had always done the things he wanted. Going through samsara had only reaffirmed that mindset. Dorian was missing a lot of emotional laws and laws of perceived reality, but he had overcome the biggest hurdle of becoming a heavens magnate. Maybe he could become a heavens magnate eventually. Only time would tell. Gravis informed Dorian that he shouldn't inform the others about his law, and Dorian only scoffed. "I know. I'm not stupid," Dorian answered with a scoff. Gravis only chuckled a bit. "I think this old man has waited for long enough," Steer said as he stepped forward. "If you will, Gravis." Gravis nodded and hit Steer with samsara. As a beast, it was relatively easy for Steer to get through samsara. Yet, there were still some funny moments. One of them was how Gravis perceived him when they met. It was such a strange situation. Steer was an incredible danger to Gravis, but he also wasn't a danger at all. Luckily, Steer had basically ignored the situation. He hadn't wanted to deal with such complex situations. Steer had it a bit harder than the other beasts but still easier than most humans. Steer's mindset was on the more complex side of beasts, but not as complex as a human mindset. When Steer recovered, he had comprehended the major law of time and the law of control. The law of control was very hard to comprehend, but Steer managed it. Comprehending the law of control needed a very rational mind that was able to perceive complex relationships between different beings. In comparison, the law of freedom needed a simple mindset. Most peak divine gods either missed the law of freedom or the law of control for exactly that reason. Gravis' mindset had a greater affinity for the law of control due to his analyzing mind. Luckily, he had managed to grasp freedom since it was his goal. However, it was unknown if Gravis would have actually understood it if the highest heaven and the middle heaven hadn't suppressed him to the extreme. Steer pushed Azure forward, and Azure sighed. She was actually rather nervous. She didn't want to admit it, but she feared something. She feared Gravis' perception of herself and Gravis' children's perception of herself. Was she truly as emotionless as she imagined? Yet she had to go through this. "Azure," Gravis said as he noticed her absent-minded gaze. "You'll be fine. he said. Azure took a deep breath and nodded. Hit me. Gravis activated Samsara. Azure had no issues in getting through her life. That was until she came to the moment when she and Gravis had mated. When she saw that Gravis only looked at her as a friend, she released a sigh of relief. She had been scared that Gravis had wanted more. Then came the part when her 3 children wanted to visit her. The 3 of them looked at the mountain of pride. Yet they weren't that interested in meeting her. In their minds, Azure was unimportant. So what if she was their mother? They didn't really care. What did Azure feel when she saw that not one of her 3 children was interested in her? Relief. Azure had feared that she would feel pain when she looked at herself through their eyes. However, she didn't feel any pain. Azure's worry was unfounded. She had talked with Gravis too much, and his words about happiness and so on had created doubts in her mind. Yet, Azure was a pure-blooded beast. She truly didn't care about any of them. Azure realized that she had worried over nothing. It was fine as it was. After that, Samsara became somewhat easy, but it was still very tiring. When Azure recovered, she had comprehended the major law of time and the law of apathy. She had realized that she truly didn't care about what some beings felt of her, and that allowed her to comprehend the law of apathy. In a sense, Azure didn't much care for anyone, but she still supported her close companions. In the end, actions were more important than words and intent. Even if she didn't have much care to spare, she was still a good companion. Azure talked with Steer as they left, thanking Gravis. Azure's personality had also become more stable. Samsara, an attack that had been created to destroy Gravis' opponents, was now helping his companions in growing as people and in power. Sometimes reality took weird turns. I think it's my time, Sari said, unsure of herself. Don't worry, Gravis said with a smile. Then, Gravis hit Sari with Samsara. Sari had been worried about seeing how she had lost her motivation in the middle world. Back then, she had stopped advancing until Gravis' words had woken her up. Yet Sari had worried over nothing, just like Azure. 10,000 years might have appeared like an eternity back then, but to the current Sari, it wasn't that long. She overcame that time of her life relatively easily, and the remainder of her life hadn't been nearly as bad. She had been lucky that this period of weakness had happened so far in the past. It was still hard to get through Samsara, but she managed it. Sari only comprehended the major law of time, but that was still a lot. When Sari woke up, she sighed and thanked Gravis. Then, she winked at him and went to Azure and Steer. Ferris was still watching with interest. Now only a single person was left. Cyril sighed. Seems like I'm the last one, he said. Gravis nodded. Gravis activated Samsara, and Cyril went through his life. Surprisingly, the easiest period was when he was under the effect of Gravis' life ring. After all, he had no control over himself back then. Yet, as more time passed, Cyril's mind started to deteriorate. He always had regrets about his chosen path to power. He had regretted that he hadn't trained in more laws that were useful in direct confrontations. He feared that his path would eventually end in tragedy. His current mindset and his old mindset clashed. Cyril was the person Gravis was most worried about. In fact, Gravis wasn't sure if Cyril would manage to get through Samsara. However, danger followed everyone. It made no sense to shield Cyril from danger right now. As time passed, Cyril's mind shook more and more. Eventually, Samsara ended. As Samsara ended, Gravis looked at Cyril, and his eyes widened. Then, Gravis took a deep breath. Xing! Xing! Gravis pulled Cyril into his life ring and followed him. Ferris was confused for a second. Why had they vanished? Inside Gravis' life ring, Cyril fell over and hit the ground. The law fragments that made up his personality had vanished. Cyril had died. He hadn't managed to get through it. Gravis looked at Cyril. Right now, Cyril was missing his will. It had been completely ground to dust. It was one of the cruelest ways to die. Dying to Samsara meant that one had been under so much torture that their entire being just completely shut down. Gravis analyzed Cyril. Sadly, Gravis couldn't see much. Why? Because Gravis only knew the law of sentience. Gravis could look at the will and personality of a person without problems and use the will to glean information. However, the actual memories were in the spirit of the person. Gravis didn't have the major law of life. If he wanted to go through the memories of a person, he would have to know the major law of life. A person with a will couldn't have their memories read by someone that only knew the law of life. If someone had a will, one would need the law of sentient life, which was a combination of the law of life and the law of sentience. However, Cyril didn't have a will right now. This meant that someone only needed the major law of life to read his memories. Gravis could theoretically recreate Cyril's personality. Gravis always remembered the law fragments of every one of his friends before they underwent samsara. Sadly, there was an issue with that. The spirit had been contaminated by samsara. Old memories were forgotten. New memories were created. As soon as Cyril's will was recreated by Gravis, Cyril's mind would be flooded with an incredible load of memories. Cyril would essentially undergo samsara again, just in a different form. Could Gravis comprehend the major law of life? Not for a long time. Gravis was missing the major soul laws and all the plant laws. Gravis couldn't save Cyril. He simply didn't have the ability. Suddenly, Gravis felt some form of knock on his life ring. Gravis knew that his contingency plan had arrived. Xing, a blond man with 5 eyes, appeared in Gravis' life ring. Ark looked at Cyril and scratched his chin. As soon as Cyril had died, Gravis had called Ark, asking him if he could take a look. Ark quickly made his way to Gravis without another word. Gravis was his closest friend, and Ark felt very indebted to Gravis. Of course he would take a look. How does it look? Gravis asked. Samsara really did a number on him, Ark said. His memories are all over the place. His mind has been in a state of delirium for thousands of years, randomly deleting and generating memories. His entire spirit is completely messed up. Ark sighed. No matter how often I see it, I'm still shocked by the attack you created. Samsara can be absolutely vicious to someone. To be honest, I've never seen such a destructive attack. It grinds people down until they want to die. Yet they can't even kill themselves in samsara. It pushes them so far that their own minds undergo a form of shutdown. Gravis also sighed. He knew that samsara was probably the most vicious attack that existed, which made him feel guilty for what Cyril had gone through. However, Cyril had agreed and he had known the risks. Cyril had also had a very real chance of overcoming samsara. In a sense, it was only a tragedy without a guilty party. Can you recreate the memories he had had before he underwent samsara? Make it seem like he has never undergone samsara, Gravis asked. Do you know the true law of time? Ark asked. The true law of time? Gravis asked. But the major law of time can also be used to look into the past. Yes, but the major law of time has its limits, Ark answered. It can show a lot of things, but it can't fully show the entirety of reality. You essentially need to turn back the time for a living being to see their spirit and their law fragments. For that, you need the true law of time. Gravis took a deep breath. He had been careless. Gravis had expected that the major law of time could be used to inspect the spirit of someone in the past. No, I don't, Gravis answered heavily. Do you want to? Ark asked. For a second, Gravis didn't know what Ark meant. However, Gravis quickly made the connection, and a grimace appeared on his face. Ark was offering to undergo samsara. Gravis could make the passage of time nearly irrelevant in samsara, but even that had its limits. Gravis already felt a bit lethargic after going through millions of years of samsara with his friends. Then what if Gravis underwent samsara with Ark? Due to the time dilation, Ark was probably even older than the opposer. On top of that, everything would be stretched even further by all the different perspectives. Ark's samsara might actually stretch to 1 trillion years, which was absolute insanity. Gravis had experienced a couple of million years in samsara, but 1 trillion years was ridiculous. 1 trillion was 1 million times a million. The difference in magnitude between 1 year and 1 million years was the same as the difference of magnitude between 1 million years and 1 trillion years. It was just too long. Gravis looked at Cyril's body for a while. Then he sighed. I'm sorry, Cyril. Gravis said. You're my friend, but I can't throw my life away for you. That's the right decision, Ark said with a smile. Value your friends, but don't sacrifice yourself for them. The true law of time is very powerful and very enticing. Yet, grasping it is too much for the current you. Yeah, I get that. Sadly, Cyril died to my carelessness, Gravis said. Did he, though? Ark asked with a smirk. Gravis furrowed his brows. Then Ark left the life ring. After that, time moved backward in the actual world, and Ark inspected everything. Gravis' eyes widened in shock at what he saw. Wasn't that the true law of time? Ark inspected the past Cyril and then dispersed the usage of his law of time. After that, Ark entered Gravis' life ring again and put his hand on Cyril's head. A couple seconds later, Ark stood back up again and looked at Gravis with a smirk. And done. You can resurrect him whenever you want. His latest memories are him waiting for samsara. Gravis almost couldn't believe it. Cyril's spirit was repaired? Then, Gravis sighed. Why did you make it seem like he can't be saved? Gravis asked. To make you squirm, Ark said with a smile. You were a bit careless this time. You expected that I would be able to help you get out of this. But you forgot that even my power has its limits. The true law of time is a level 9 law, and comprehending it has not been easy at all. Gravis nodded. I should have been more careful. Thank you, Ark. No problem, Ark answered. Anyway, I'm going back to having fun. See you later. See you later, Gravis answered with a smile. After Ark left, Gravis continued looking at the space where Ark had just been. He actually knows the level 9 true law of time. Ark is actually even more terrifying than I had thought. Additionally, I never heard about the laws he managed to guess. Well, I still remember that Father has called Ark a genuine monster. Luckily, he's a nice guy. Then, Gravis focused on Cyril and recreated his law fragments. Some seconds later, Cyril opened his eyes. As Cyril woke up, Gravis could see confusion in his eyes. As far as Cyril knew, he was just about to undergo samsara. But now he was lying on the ground. Did something happen? Cyril asked as he stood up in confusion. Gravis sighed. Samsara killed you, Gravis answered. Cyril's mind stopped. Killed him? He had died? But then how am I here? He asked in shock. Ark deleted all the new memories and restored your old ones. Then, I recreated your personality based on your law fragments before you underwent samsara. You are still in the same body with the same spirit and same mind. We simply repaired you, in a sense, Gravis answered. Cyril still tried to come to terms with the fact that he had died. Why did I die? Cyril asked. I'm not sure, Gravis said. I can't watch someone's soul while undergoing samsara. Ark didn't tell me. I can only make an educated guess, which is that it probably has something to do with your chosen path to power. However, I can't be sure. Cyril didn't speak for a while. He simply tried to come to terms with everything he was hearing. So, I was the only one of the group that died, Cyril answered with a lost voice. Sadly, yes, Gravis said. However, you can't put it like that. Everyone in the group has a very powerful and stable personality. Samsara is very destructive, and surviving it isn't easy. Nearly everyone struggled while overcoming it, and they had all been changed. Cyril could understand Gravis' words, but that didn't help him much. He was still the only one that died to samsara. This made him feel inferior to the others. Also, Gravis added, Don't forget that you are actually not the only one. What do you mean? Cyril asked. Joyce, Gravis answered. Joyce would have died just like you. However, in comparison to her, you actually had a chance of overcoming samsara. If she undergoes samsara, her death is basically a certainty. Cyril thought about Joyce. Joyce had a powerful battle strength, but even she would have died to samsara. This thought made it easier for Cyril to accept his current situation. I can help you undergo samsara again, but not now, Gravis said. If you want to survive, you need to think about your life and think about the things you regret. Additionally, I would advise you to wait for at least 200,000 years. Your perception of time needs to be expanded. Otherwise, you will simply die again. The next time you undergo samsara, you will truly die. This was a one-time thing and your life is in your hands. I will let you undergo samsara whenever you want. I won't warn you if I think that you will die again. It's your life. So, only ask for samsara when you are certain you can survive. Cyril took a deep breath. Thank you, Gravis, Cyril said. There's nothing to thank me for, Gravis said. You underwent one of the cruelest deaths imaginable. You went through thousands of years of torture that pushed you to the point that you voluntarily killed yourself. I understand, Cyril said. But I'm talking more about the fact that you will allow me to undergo samsara again in the future. This opportunity is worth a lot. No problem, Gravis answered. He was happy that Cyril was alive, but he still wasn't in the mood to smile right now. Gravis had been careless, and it had nearly cost him the life of one of his friends. The two of them left Gravis' life ring and returned to the outside world. Oh, hey, you're back, Ferris shouted with excitement. I thought you died. Cyril looked at Ferris with a bitter smile. Sadly, I actually died. Luckily, I was saved by Gravis and Ark, Cyril said. Oh? You died? Ferris asked in shock. That's super bad. Everyone's so powerful now. Are you also more powerful? Cyril grimaced. Ferris was a nice guy, but his simple mind made him blurt out things without any consideration. However, Cyril knew that Ferris didn't mean these comments as an insult. I don't remember undergoing samsara, Cyril said. My power hasn't increased. Oh, okay. That sucks, Ferris said. But you're still very powerful. Cyril only laughed bitterly. Am I? Why can't I see it? He asked. Yeah, Ferris answered with several nods. Your attacks are super powerful. It's like super hard to resist them. Cyril sighed. Sure, my attacks might be very powerful, but I can only launch one at a time. Why? Ferris asked. Because, as soon as my opponent notices my presence, I have to flee, Cyril answered. Why? Ferris asked again. Because I'm not good at direct confrontations. I'm good at attacking and good at fleeing. Sadly, I'm not good at everything else, Cyril said. Ferris remained silent for a bit. I don't get it, Ferris said. Isn't fleeing basically evasion? Cyril laughed bitterly. A bit, yeah, but it's still difficult if my opponent can see through the laws that allow me to flee. Yeah, but isn't that normal? Ferris asked as he tilted his head. If my opponent sees through my laws, I will also have a hard time. Cyril rubbed his temples in annoyance. Yeah, but it's still very different from how you fight. I'm missing a way of coming close to my enemy and making my attacks hit when they know I'm there. Ferris scratched his chin in thought. He saw how Gravis did that a lot and he liked doing that too. You remind me of Dorian, Ferris said. Dorian? Cyril asked. Yeah, Dorian. The guy in our sect, Ferris said. I know who Dorian is, Cyril said with a bit of annoyance. I want to know why I remind you of him. You described how you fought, and that really reminded me of the time I saw Dorian fight, Ferris said. I once followed Dorian as insurance since we had a mission to take out a peak immortal emperor that knew 3 level 6 laws. The guy was really strong, but Dorian said that he could take care of him alone. I thought Dorian was only making a joke. After all, Dorian knows only a single level 6 law, well 2 now, but he only knew one back then. How is he supposed to win? However, the fight was super weird, Ferris said with a solemn nod. Like super weird. Dorian attacked the guy but failed. Then, Dorian scrambled around, dodging in very weird ways and taunting the guy. You had to see it. Dorian used so many ways to get away from the guy and then sneak attacked him several times. The fight took hours. Dorian kept running away and doing weird and funny stuff while provoking his opponent to follow him. I tell you, I could feel the rage of the guy, and it was like, super powerful. Then, Dorian killed him when the guy became careless. That's why your words reminded me of him. You said you can only flee and attack. In that fight, Dorian also only fled and attacked. So, how can you say that you are not powerful? Dorian does the same stuff you do, and he managed to win against someone that knew 3 level 6 laws. That's not weak. That's like super powerful. Cyril felt like Ferris wasn't able to understand Cyril's problem. However, for a second, Cyril thought about what Ferris had described. After a bit, Cyril realized that Dorian's fighting style was actually very similar to his own but better. Cyril put everything he had on one hand, but Dorian seemingly did the same thing but with a way to quickly recover. "Ha!" Gravis said from the side. "I actually hadn't noticed that, but Ferris is right. Dorian is basically a more flexible version of you, Cyril." For a while, Cyril only thought about what Ferris and Gravis had said. "I should look into this," Cyril said. "If that's true, Dorian might be able to help me in expanding my fighting style." "You should," Gravis said. "Dorian is an eccentric guy, but he has a kind heart. As long as you get used to him, you will have a good friend." Cyril nodded. Then he smiled at Ferris. "Thank you for your wise words," he said with a polite bow. "Wise words? Me?" Ferris asked in shock. Then Ferris puffed out his chest. "No one ever said that to me before. So I am wise," Ferris proclaimed with pride. Gravis and Cyril laughed a bit, and Cyril teleported away. He had to talk with Dorian. "I'll also be leaving now, Ferris," Gravis said. "I'm going to comprehend a really awesome law soon." "Oh? Really awesome law?" Ferris asked with interest. "What law?" "A law someone else in our group knows," Gravis said. "It's really powerful." Ferris looked with wonder at Gravis. "Wow, a really powerful law. That's so cool. You're really strong, Gravis." Gravis laughed and teleported away. Surprisingly, Gravis didn't go to some law comprehension area but went home. "I would like to request leave for the remaining century," Gravis transmitted to Eve. "Fine. You worked for long enough," Eve said. "Thanks, Eve," Gravis answered. Then Gravis simply waited. A couple days later, Stella returned to their home. Gravis looked at Stella and smiled. "Did everything go well with Liam?" he asked. "Yes," Stella said with a bright smile as she hugged Gravis. "I think he finally realized that he needs a partner of his own." Gravis nodded. "So, are you ready? You should know all the relevant laws by now," he said. "Thanks to you, yes," Stella said with embarrassment. "Sorry that I kept you waiting." "No, it's fine. I wanted to comprehend this law with you regardless. After all, it's a big one. Want to start right now?" Gravis asked. Stella nodded with conviction. "All right, then let's begin. I'll condense it first and show you. Just watch." Gravis and Stella sat down in front of each other and held their hands. Then the two of them closed their eyes. The two of them were seemingly transported into an illusory realm that resembled space a lot. This was a visual representation of their law comprehension. The two of them could perfectly synchronize their spirits after having been together for such a long time. Gravis smiled at Stella. "All right, let's begin. You know all the necessary laws, but you haven't condensed this kind of law yet. As you know, it's one of the 4 fundamental laws that combine an entire category," Gravis transmitted to Stella. Stella only nodded with a curious expression. "Think about the level 6 law of matter," Gravis said. Stella closed her eyes, and an incredible number of calculations and law fragments appeared in their illusory reality. The entirety of space was taken up by these calculations. A level 6 law was unimaginably complex. When Gravis saw the calculations, he nodded. Mortis had already comprehended the level 6 law of matter 25,000 years ago, and he had even comprehended the level 6 law of blaze just recently. In the last 25,000 years, Gravis had helped Stella in comprehending the major law of matter. She had only been missing the major law of time, but after Samsara, she had also comprehended that one. Now, keep these calculations in mind. You have to mix and match nearly all kinds of pure and mixed elements to recreate most of the matter. In the real world, something like this would take an insane amount of time and energy, but here it will happen instantly. After all, this isn't real, Gravis said. Stella took a deep breath. This was a lot to do. Stella focused on one calculation and summoned the law of magma. She put some part of the magma to the side and fused the remainder of the magma with the law of blizzard. The magma froze and transformed into a powerful type of ore. Then, Stella destroyed the calculation and threw the ore to the other piece of magma. The ore didn't melt. After that, Stella took the next calculation and also took the next two mixed elements. After a while, the magma ball had been surrounded by many different kinds of ores and gravel. Eventually, Stella had finished the last calculation and destroyed it. Now, there was only a gigantic ball of matter in front of Stella. It looked like a round asteroid. Gravis nodded. Now, don't suppress the ball anymore. Allow it to move around. Stella trusted Gravis and did just that. In an instant, the ball seemingly started to dissipate as it transformed into many small pieces, which traveled in random directions. One of the materials you created is a higher world core, Gravis said. As you know, a higher world core can absorb laws and can influence its surroundings with said laws. Infuse the higher world core with the major law of gravity. Stella did just that. As soon as the higher world core absorbed the law of gravity, all the different pieces of matter in this space got drawn to it. In just a couple minutes, the asteroid was formed again. But this time, Stella didn't need to keep it together anymore. The planet is still cut off from space and time, Gravis said. As soon as something external comes into contact with its domain, it will stop. All of this is not real, which means that space and time don't exist. You have to make it exist. Infuse the same higher world core with the entire law of primordial force, Gravis said. Stella took a deep breath. This wasn't easy. Stella concentrated on the higher world core and shoved the law of primordial force into it. Bang! And the core was destroyed. The instability of the laws had torn it apart. It's fine, Gravis said. You are currently trying to comprehend the law of the dead world without tempering. Of course, it's going to be difficult. Stella nodded and immediately tried again. Took her a couple of years, but eventually, she managed to do it. Stella looked with an excited smile at the small planet. Watch, Gravis said. Then, he filled the space with all kinds of matter and energy. The matter was immediately pulled to the planet and hit it with a lot of force. The planet grew to several times its size in just a couple of seconds. The energy also entered the planet and seemingly vanished. Stella became nervous and just waited for the planet to collapse. She had created this planet, and she knew exactly how it worked. At some point, the higher world core wouldn't be able to support the mass anymore and would explode. Additionally, the magma near the core was important since it could withstand the crushing pressure of all the matter suppressing it. Right now, the magma layer was way too small for such a big planet. However, as more time passed, Stella's eyes widened. The energy that entered the planet got absorbed by the higher world core. When the higher world core was filled to the brim, it gave off energy. The magma layer absorbed said energy as it was the closest thing to the higher world core. The magma layer converted the weaker materials into magma, essentially using the other forms of matter to grow. It almost acted like a living thing. Eventually, the planet absorbed all the matter in the space and it stopped growing. However, there was still a lot of energy remaining. The energy continued to enter the planet, but eventually, the entire planet was filled to the brim with energy. After that, the energy didn't enter the planet anymore. However, due to gravity, it kept close. After some more hours, a thin film of thick energy surrounded the planet, almost making it shine in the darkness of space. Air and gases, Gravis said with a smile. Stella's eyes lit up, and she did as Gravis said. She quickly created all kinds of gases, and they essentially created an atmosphere. Stella looked with wonder at her creation. A human could almost live on that. Without waiting for Gravis, Stella filled a huge part of the planet with water. Stella seemingly lost herself in creation as she created mountains, volcanoes, ditches, canyons, basins, lakes, rivers, and many different forms of landscapes. Gravis watched her with a smile. The metal element was in the earth. The earth element was the earth itself. The water element was the oceans, lakes, and rivers. The darkness element was all around the planet. However, she was missing the other 5 elements. When Gravis saw that Stella hesitated, he stepped closer. You're not missing 5, But 4, Gravis said. The wood element can only work with living beings. It acts as the creation of the soul. As long as you infuse a small higher world core with the law of deep wood, new life could theoretically be born from old life. Stella did just that. Now, she was missing only 4 elements. However, she was a bit unsure of how to create these other elements. After a while, Stella looked at Gravis in confusion, and Gravis only chuckled. Stella, it's the law of the dead world, not the law of the dead planet. There is a difference between a world and a planet, Gravis said. For a second, Stella got confused, but then she face-bombed. How could she have forgotten that? Stella looked away from the planet and into space. Then Stella created the sun. The fire element was now also present. After that, Stella watched the planet again. As the sun's rays and heat hit the planet, the water in the oceans began to evaporate, and it traveled to the land. Traveled? How did it travel? Well, the hot air and cold air interacted with each other, creating movement as the hot air pushed itself upward. The sun was creating movement on the planet. Before this, no air had moved, which had confused Stella since she wasn't sure how she should implement the element of wind. Now, the element of wind was also present. On top of that, the light element was now also here thanks to the sun. As the steam gathered, it cooled down, and eventually rain formed. Bang! A lightning bolt hit the planet. The lightning element was now also present. Stella looked with wonder at the planet. As long as there is life on this planet, even a mortal can live on it, Gravis said. However, life is a different topic. Stella looked at the entire world and took it all in. She saw how everything interacted with everything else. Even if she left it alone, this world would continue existing. This world had become its own thing, and it didn't need her supervision. It had become an actual world. A dead world. Boom! And Stella understood. Stella had comprehended the law of the dead world without needing to temper herself. Gravis and Stella left the illusory reality and returned to the real world. About 20 years had passed. This was, of course, incredibly fast for comprehending a level 7 law, but that was to be expected. The major law of the dead world was comprised of the knowledge of the other 5 level 6 laws. There was not much exclusive knowledge to the law. One only had to combine the concepts accordingly. If Stella had tried it alone, she would have needed to temper herself. Why? Because the illusory reality would have been controlled by her own thoughts. As soon as she had believed that the planet would break apart when all the matter flew towards it, it would have broken apart. After all, if Stella thought that something would happen, something would actually happen in the illusory reality. The illusory reality was only Stella's imagination, and everything would happen just as she imagined it to. However, Gravis had been in control of this illusory reality, not Stella. Because of that, everything had happened according to reality since Gravis knew how the law of the dead world worked. This allowed Stella to experiment and see actual results that conformed to reality. Of course, Gravis had comprehended the major law of the dead world a little bit before Stella comprehended it. Gravis now knew 7 level 7 laws in the peak Immortal Emperor realm. Something like this had probably never happened before. When Stella woke up, she felt new power well up inside her. This law was so powerful, she could even create a sort of suppressive field with the pressure of her world. Stella summoned her avatar, which was shining with red light. Stella had the law of blaze as her avatar. Her avatar transformed as she willed it, and after some minutes, Stella's avatar became a round planet without any life. Sadly, she couldn't really fuse her law of blaze with it yet. Ironically, the mixed elements were now more powerful than her blaze element. Stella's avatar was now a level 7 law, and with the power boost of being inside her avatar, her law of the dead world could now exhibit the power of a level 8 law. However, surprisingly, the 36 mixed elements could not reach the power of a level 8 law. They were more powerful than level 7 laws but weaker than level 8 laws. One could say each mixed element could now exhibit the power of a level 7.5 law. However, if Stella used these mixed elements with her weapon techniques, she could boost them to the power of level 8 laws. Of course, a potential opponent could do the same thing. For example, if someone comprehended the level 7 law of Blaze's explosion and had it as their avatar, the law of Blaze could reach the power of a level 8 law. Then, if they used that law with a weapon technique, it could reach the power of a level 8.5 law. That would be half a level higher than Stella's mixed elements. However, the enemy would be restricted to only one aspect of a single element. In comparison, Stella had access to a terrifying level of variety. Depending on the star of your opponent, you might even have a small chance of winning against a star god, Gravis said. But I would advise you against trying something like that. If your opponent has an elemental law as their star will suppress all of your elements that don't conform to its element. In that case, you will die no matter what you do. And as you know, over 95% of star gods have elemental laws as their star. Stella nodded. I know, she commented cutely before jumping forward and kissing Gravis deeply. Thank you so much, she transmitted to Gravis while kissing him. No thanks necessary, Gravis answered. I love you, and I also want you to become powerful. After some time, the two of them parted again, but Stella kept close to Gravis. What's your plan from now on? Gravis asked. I think I will ascend to the star god realm immediately, she said. Immortal emperors can no longer help me with tempering, and my will aura is not powerful enough to completely resist a star god. I have no way of increasing my will aura without fighting a star god, but I can't fight a star god. That's why I should become a star god quickly. There should still be some level 2 star gods in the world, maybe even level 3 star gods. I might not be able to fight a level 3 star god, but I can definitely fight a level 2 star god when I'm a level 1 star god myself, Stella said. Gravis nodded as he looked at Stella lovingly. I love it when you're smart, Gravis said. Stella huffed. Are you saying I can be dumb? She asked. Who forgot about the existence of the sun just now? Gravis asked with a smirk. Stella hit Gravis as her face became red. Stella and Gravis bantered for a while longer. What's your plan? Stella asked. Do you want to comprehend the major law of the true world? After all, you're only missing the major law of life now. Gravis shook his head. Originally, that was my plan, but it has changed, he said. How come? Stella asked with a curious gaze. I talked with Father, Gravis said. What did he say? He said that I can only combine 3 of the 4 major laws, Gravis said. Why? Stella asked with a confused expression. Apparently, the law of the true world not only requires the 4 major laws, but it also requires some insight into the law of energy, which is one of the 2 only level 11 laws, Gravis said. I don't need the entire thing, but I need some concepts from it. Father said that it is impossible for a star god to grasp these concepts since they are so complex that I can't even visualize them in my head. Apparently, the reason why the higher heavens can comprehend the law of the true world is that the highest heaven directly handed them these concepts. As you know, I know a level 9 law, which is the law of heavenly lightning. I have basically absorbed the entire knowledge about the law when Ark hit me with that lightning bolt. Yet, even though I know the law, it still requires a terrifying amount of concentration for me to visualize it. The calculations are so terrifyingly complex that they eat up my entire mind. If a level 9 law is already this insanely complex, I can't even imagine the complexity of a level 11 law, Gravis said. Not even the law of freedom can help? Stella asked. The law of freedom can't make me smarter, Gravis said with a bitter smile. The issue is not some authority or will thing, but that I'm simply not smart enough. I need a vastly more powerful spirit. The law of freedom can't grant me that. So, what's your plan then? Stella asked. I will focus on the level 6 laws of elements, and when it's time for my tribulation, I will become a star god. With my luck, my tribulation target would probably have a gigantic backing behind them. I didn't fear my tribulation in the higher world, but in this world, it's different. After I'm a star god, and after I'm done with the law of pure elements, I will enter a heaven's trial and temper myself. After that, I'll look at how things will go. I can't plan too far ahead, Gravis said. Stella nodded. Sounds good. I will become a star god soon. The Myriad sect has a lot of wealth right now, and it can easily support my breakthrough. I will probably also search for tempering next. I will probably try to remain hidden until some stupid sect thinks that they can destroy our sect. If they're so confident, they probably have a level 2 star god, which would be a perfect opponent for me. Also, I want to have a battle with Exer. I want to know who's the stronger one of us too, Stella said with a smirk. Stella might appear peaceful and kind in front of Gravis, but she was still a cultivator that strived for power. Of course someone like Exer would wake Stella's battle intent. Ark had told Exer that, in the next 50,000 years, a star god would appear in the myriad sect that could rival him in power. Ark had meant Stella. He had already seen all of this coming. Everyone's present, master. In a bright, gigantic hall, for people were respectfully standing in front of a young man with black hair. The young man sat on a gigantic throne, and 2 guards stood beside him. The 2 guards didn't move and acted like statues. The 4 people were not happy to be here. They already had an inkling of why their master had called them. The myriad sect is still alive? The young man on the throne asked. One of the 4 people stepped forward and bowed politely. Yes, master. I apologize for our incompetence, he said deferentially. The 4 people were only waiting for words of admonishment. Their sect had been warring with the myriad sect for over 50,000 years by now. This had been one of the longest wars that their sect had ever been part of. The 4 people felt stifled and frustrated. They had been so much more powerful than the myriad sect, but 2 of their commanders had been killed in the struggle, severely weakening their strength. The myriad sect and the eternal fire sect had been fighting in several scuffles, but they hadn't had an all-out war yet. None of the 2 sects had attacked the other one's headquarters yet. Why? Because the eternal fire sect knew that the myriad sect's headquarters had once been owned by an ancestral god. There was a very high likelihood that the myriad sect would have formation arrays that severely weakened everything below the ancestral god realm. Going all out would be too risky. Why hadn't the myriad sect attacked their headquarters yet? Same reason, except for one difference. The eternal fire sect had more than a couple ancestral gods. The eternal fire sect was not like the broad earth sect, where there was only one ancestral god. No, the eternal fire sect had over 100 ancestral gods, and their sect stretched across a vast distance. Openly attacking the eternal fire sect would only result in the destruction of the myriad sect. The only reason why the myriad sect was even warring with the eternal fire sect was that the eternal fire sect had been the aggressor. The myriad sect had made several concessions, but the eternal fire sect just kept attacking. Was this all under Manuel's control? No, not this time. The eternal fire sect was honestly way too powerful for their liking. The eternal fire sect had hundreds of ancestral gods. This sect was no joke. Have you learned something during the last 50,000 years? The young man with black hair asked. Yes, master. I have learned a lot about warfare. The loss of my 2 commanders has also taught me a valuable lesson. My 2 commanders have died because of my incompetence. I walked right into the trap of the enemy's sect master. Their blood is on my hands, the person in the front said. He was a young man with fire-red hair and sharp eyes. His build was slender, and he wore simple red clothes. If one saw him, one would think that he was an unaffiliated, talented, young cultivator. No one would associate him with the position of junior sect master in the Eternal Fire sect. And the person sitting in front of him? That was the actual sect master of the Eternal Fire sect, a level 7 ancestral god. As the junior sect master, the red-haired youngster was responsible for leading the star gods and immortal emperors that directly belonged to the Eternal Fire sect. However, he had no control over all the subsidiary sects. What mistakes did you make? The sect master asked. Several, the red-haired youngster said. After that, the red-haired youngster told his master about all the mistakes he had made and how he should have acted to avoid them. After listening to his disciple, the sect master nodded solemnly. Then, the time has not been wasted. You have learned a lot. Thank you, master, the disciple said with a deep bow. However, one of the things that you said is incorrect, the sect master said. Please enlighten me, master. The sect master lifted his hand, and some fire appeared above it. In just a second, The fire took on the shape of the myriad sect's headquarters. There were even many tiny flames moving around the fiery myriad sect. This time, I inspected the myriad sect personally, he said. I wanted to know what kind of sect could give you so much trouble. What I found surprised even me. Tell me, who is the most powerful cultivator of the myriad sect? The sect master asked. The assisting elder. Her name is Stella, the young man answered. How many similarly powerful cultivators are in the myriad sect? The sect master asked. None, the junior sect master said. If I were to tell you that the myriad sect had no outstanding formation arrays protecting their sect, with what kind of force would you attack the myriad sect? The sect master asked. The junior sect master thought for a bit. The myriad sect has 4 star gods in total. The assisting elder is powerful enough to fight a level 2 star god. But the other 3 are only average. I would attack the sect with 1 level 2 star god and 3 level 1 star gods since our members need tempering. However, I would keep myself and one of my junior vice sect masters hidden in case we lose the battle. The sect master nodded. This plan would be just perfect for such a force. That would be an appropriate force if the enemy's power were as powerful as you made it out to be, the sect master said. However, your information is inaccurate. Inaccurate? The junior sect master asked with furrowed brows. The sect master nodded. Correct. There are actually 3 star gods that can fight level 2 star gods. There are also 3 star gods that can fight level 1 star gods. Additionally, their peak Immortal Emperor army has some very peculiar abilities that allow them to delay 2 level 1 star gods. They can't kill them, but they can delay them. This means that, if you were to attack the myriad sect with the forces you mentioned, the control would be in the myriad sect's hands. The other 2 powerful star gods would immediately attack you and your junior vice sect master, keeping you from interfering. After that, the myriad sect would quickly deal with the level 1 star gods. Keep in mind, this is not a group of one-on-one fights, but a war. If you were to attack like this, you would die, the sect master finished. The junior sect master's face turned white. The myriad sect was that powerful? How had they managed to keep 2 forces that could fight level 2 star gods hidden? The junior sect master bowed even deeper. I failed. I have almost doomed my disciples, he said with a devastated tone. Yes, you have, the sect master said. You have not investigated the myriad sect enough. Keep in mind that our sect isn't the only one that has affiliated powers. One of the 2 hidden, powerful star gods is the leader of an affiliated power of the myriad sect. Just like the assisting elder, he knows the major law of the dead world. The other hidden power is the sect master himself, the sect master said. The eyes of the junior sect master widened. But how? We have several spies in the myriad sect, and they have all checked the sect master's powers personally. They have also run several checks on the elders. That is because he kept his power hidden, even from the myriad sect itself, the sect master said. The myriad sect followed him because of his outstanding mindset, bearing, and personality. That is true. However, he is also very powerful. He just doesn't need to reveal his power to stay in control of the sect, which is why he hadn't. The junior sect master gritted his teeth violently. He felt like he had been played. Samuel, the sect master said, addressing the junior sect master by his name. Yes, master, Samuel said with a weak voice. He knew what would come next. You know the punishment for such a failure. If you had continued, your most powerful members would have been turned into corpses. Essentially, you would have led your sect into ruin, the sect master said. Samuel gritted his teeth, but he still bowed. He wasn't angry with his master but with himself. He should have been more careful. Then Samuel stood up and took out a red emblem. The emblem had a flame in the middle of it, and it radiated incredible power. Samuel went to one of his 2 vice sect masters behind him. The vice sect master stood up and took out his own emblem. Then the 2 of them exchanged their emblems. After that, Samuel took the place of the vice sect master and bowed. The new junior sect master went to the front and bowed to the sect master. Ishtar pays his respect to master, Ishtar said. The sect master nodded. Ishtar, this is your opportunity now. If you can remain the junior sect master until you become an ancestral god, you will join my council. Ishtar thanks master for this opportunity, Ishtar said. Wait, Samuel would have doomed his sect, and he was only demoted to vice sect master? Wasn't that a bit light as punishment? No, because all of this was only training. The Eternal Fire sect didn't care about these weak lands and these few resources. In their eyes, all the star gods were only children that were still growing. The sect master had 4 disciples, and all 4 of them had already been the junior sect master at some point. The position would simply continue rotating until one of them managed to become a truly outstanding junior sect master. The other powerful elders in the Eternal Fire sect also had 1 sect each for their disciples. This part of the Eternal Fire sect was simply one of several training grounds for the future leaders of the Eternal Fire sect. It will still take a long time for one of them to truly shine, the sect master thought as he looked at his 4 disciples. I wouldn't have all this trouble if my actual disciple were still alive. Sadly, he had been born at the wrong time. The sect master thought as he remembered how his disciple had peacefully closed his eyes in front of him just 100,000 years ago. His disciple had peacefully died right in front of the sect master in his own room. The sect master had wanted to save him, but he knew that it was futile. No one could have saved his disciple. His disciple had been a level 9 star god back then. Sadly, he had been in the wrong realm at the wrong time. Attack! Joyce's voice echoed throughout the myriad sect, waking everyone. Boom! 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 A gigantic formation array appeared, and it was immediately bombarded by a terrifying number of attacks. In a single second, the myriad sect lost 250,000 god stones to protect their sect from the sudden attack. Xing! 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 Hundreds of teleportations occurred simultaneously as all the members of the sect that had been on missions were teleported back. All of them had been informed about the attack with special means, and they had all activated their emergency teleportation emblems. Activating all of these teleportation emblems cost the myriad sect a whopping 2 million god stones. However, now everyone was present. A white-robed ancestral god already stood in the air. This was the judge for this sect war. He would not protect the myriad sect but the cultivators in the surrounding cities and towns. Joyce and Azure appeared at the front of the sect, and hundreds of peak immortal emperors gathered behind each of them. Defensive Legion A, follow me, Joyce shouted. Victory! The legion behind Joyce shouted as they shot after their general. Joyce led her legion out of the sect and directly charged at a blue-haired level 1 star god. Defensive Legion B, attack! Azure shouted. Kill! The legion shouted as they followed their general. Azure and her legion shot at a green-haired level 1 star god. Formation arrays appeared on the armor of the legions, and their powers were gathered and poured into their generals. Azure and Joyce immediately felt their energy capacity and physical powers soar. Their physical power and energy capacity were now above the level of a level 1 star god but below the level of a level 2 star god. Joyce and Azure had the advantage in energy and physical power, but their laws were weaker than their opponent's laws. Both of them knew that they couldn't win their fight. They could only borrow as much time as they could for their sect. The stars of the 2 star gods appeared and created a domain around them. Joyce's opponent had the level 7 law of Zero's cold as their star, which meant that all elemental laws that weren't the water element were severely weakened. Azure's opponent had the level 7 true law of bark growth as her star, which meant that the physical bodies of non-plant beings were severely weakened. Azure's opponent immediately transformed into a gigantic willow, and her roots started stretching across the horizon as they attacked Azure and her legion at the same time. When Azure saw the power of her opponent, she gritted her teeth. The power of the formation arrays on her legion's sets of armor could only gather onto a single being. This meant that attacking the legion itself was the weak point. Bang! 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 Yet the roots were stopped. The legion remained inside the protecting formation array of the sect. The roots couldn't reach them. However, every single attack that hit the formation array would weaken their storage of godstones. This meant that time was working against them now. Suddenly, Another star god appeared near Joyce and unleashed an attack on her. Hum! A powerful will aura appeared that suppressed the movements of that star god, and someone appeared between the star god and Joyce. It was a black demon, and he blocked the attack with a huge shield. "You're mine," Eris growled as he charged at the star god. Eris' star appeared behind him. His star had the level 7 true law of lightning's explosiveness, which meant that every element that wasn't related to lightning was weakened severely. Eris immediately pushed the star god back, far away from the myriad sect. He wouldn't allow anyone to interfere in his fight. Arrarr. Suddenly, a gigantic hole appeared in the ground. A star god that had just gathered their energy to stop Eris had been violently pulled into the earth. The major law of gravity, with the power of a level 8 law, had pulled them deep into the earth in an instant. If the star god had been prepared for that attack, they wouldn't have been pulled away. Sadly, they had just gathered their energy for an attack, leaving their being undefended. Arrarr. The hole closed, and violent tremors destroyed the surroundings. Broadwalker had become active and was fighting his opponent in the underground. As a beast with an earth affinity, he had the advantage in terms of battle arena now. Boom! In the distance, the body of another star god nearly exploded as violent red fire had suddenly surged at them. The speed of that attack had been incredible. The star god was shot into the distance, and a burning shooting star shot after him with incredible speed. Liam had activated his level 7 law of Blaze's power. In the distance, Ishtar was looking at the battle with calm eyes. "Everything's going according to plan," he said to his 3 vice-sect masters. "Samuel, lure out the assisting elder and keep her from interfering in the war." "Yes, junior sect master," Samuel said with respect. Samuel shot forward and unveiled his star. The star shone brightly with a calm, red flame. This star represented the level 7 true law of Blaze's efficiency. He would be the perfect person for dealing with the assisting elder. The assisting elder knew the insanely powerful major law of the dead world, which gave her an incredible variety of attacks. However, her destructive force was her weakness. Samuel's true law of Blaze's efficiency would allow him to win in the long run. "It's a trap. Let Exer fight him," a powerful, deep voice said to Manuel, who was currently planning for the war. "This is one of the most important battles. I've experienced this kind of tactic in a couple sect wars around 1,000,000 years ago." "I trust in your experience," Manuel answered as he turned to a black-robed person standing beside him. "Exer, you deal with him." "He looks a bit weak but sure," the black-robed person answered. Suddenly, time seemingly stopped as Samuel was just about to unleash an attack. Then, reality seemed to bend as space exploded. Bang! Samuel was shot into the distance as a huge wound appeared on his chest. Exer put his single-edged, long sword back into its sheath and released a deep breath. Space and time warped around Exer as he shot after Samuel at ridiculous speeds. In the distance, Ishtar narrowed his eyes. The unknown party made a move. "That's unexpected. I expected for the assisting elder to make a move due to the lack of offensive capabilities that Samuel has," Ishtar said. "Change of plans," Ishtar said as he turned to a white-haired woman behind him. "Kira, you will take the sect master." "Yes, junior sect master." Time warped around the white-haired woman as she arrived in front of the myriad sect in nearly an instant. "That's a very rare law," the powerful voice said to Manuel. "She knows the true law of time's deceleration. Her star alone will already slow down time, and if she activates the law, it will become even worse. Yet, it costs a lot of energy to use the law. If your fighter can survive for some time, they will win. Send Stella. She seems good at stalling for time." Manuel nodded. "Thank you for the information," Manuel answered respectfully. Then, Manuel looked at the red-haired battle goddess in front of him. "Stella, that's your opponent." Stella looked at the white-haired woman with burning eyes. "She'll regret attacking us," she said with a dark voice. A powerful will aura appeared, strengthened by the level 4 law of suppression. Then, a gigantic, golden will appeared in the air with 36 differently colored gems. The gems lit up one by one, and the wheel began crackling with elemental energy. A wave of indiscernible elements swept towards the white-haired woman, forcing her into the distance. Ishtar narrowed his eyes further as he saw this. What luck! They perfectly chose their opponents. It seems like their sect master is even smarter than we had anticipated, Ishtar said. Lena, are you confident in being able to deal with their sect master? Ishtar asked. Honestly, I'm uncertain, Junior Sect Master, Lena said. I'm lacking offensive capabilities, and my strong suit is variety and long fights. If he has a star with incredible offensive capabilities, I might die. Don't worry, that's why I'm here, Ishtar said. Go. If something happens, I will get involved. Remember, this is a war, not a one-on-one fight. Don't see it like that, or your will aura will get injured if I have to save you later. Lena nodded. Thank you, Junior Sect Master. Darkness swallowed the black-haired Lena as she vanished. Xing. Suddenly, Lena reappeared as she had to block an attack. Lena was immediately pushed back as her eyes opened wide in shock. How had her opponent noticed her? The fighting Myriad sect felt a wave of shock. Had their sect master just pushed back a level 2-star god? Wasn't their sect master on the weaker side? However, they couldn't focus on their sect master since they were in the middle of a war. Meanwhile, the owner of the powerful voice looked at the lone Ishtar in the distance. A level 3-star god as insurance, he thought. I hope Black Sentry isn't just boasting. Even more, the powerful voice thought as he looked far into the distance. There he saw a young woman with gray hair. A level 2 ancestral god is keeping watch. The judge will stop her from directly interfering, but she can throw threats at us. If the Eternal Fire sect wants to annihilate the Myriad sect, there's nothing we can do. All of this had happened in 3 seconds. The Myriad sect was currently in a battle with 5 level 1-star gods and 3 level 2-star gods. Their entire sect was fighting with everything they had. However, just 5 seconds after everything happened, the first outcome was already clear. Ishtar's eyes widened. That fast? He's that powerful? He thought in shock. Bang! Ishtar exploded forward as he arrived at one of the battlegrounds in nearly an instant. Samuel was about to die to Exer. Exer's offensive power could only be described as absolutely unreal. He had incorporated the laws of primordial force into his form law, and every single slash tore down space and time. He wasn't even using many elements. Ishtar quickly arrived by Samuel's side and shot an insanely powerful ball of metal at Exer. His star appeared at the same time, and it shone in 9 different colors. The owner of the powerful voice in the Myriad sect opened his eyes wide in surprise. The level 7 law of pure elements? He thought in shock. This means that this guy can use 9 level 8 laws at once. Even for a level 3-star god, he's incredibly powerful. Exer saw the ball of metal shoot towards him, but he ignored it. SSSHHHH. Then, the ball suddenly turned into nothing as it came close to Exer. Ishtar's eyes widened in shock. The surroundings shook as an insanely powerful will aura suppressed the world. For people slowly walked forward with narrowed eyes, focused on Ishtar. They seemed like 2 pairs of identical twins. One pair had white hair, one pair had black hair. Even more, the faces of all 4 of them were identical. Ishtar had never seen anything like this. He has the level 7 law of pure elements, one of the Gravises said. I think we don't need to fight together. Do you want to? The 2 Mortises scratched their chins. Sure. One of the Mortises answered. 2 bodies should be enough. If I die, you are forbidden from resurrecting me again. I know, Gravis said with a nod. If you die in this fight, you will truly die. I won't get involved. In the worst case, I can simply recomprehend my law of sentience via samsara. Mortis nodded. Then, this fight belongs to me. Ishtar was shocked for a moment. He had expected that some new, powerful force had intercepted his attack. Yet, this guy was only a peak immortal emperor and he didn't even feel that powerful. Ishtar quickly searched for the unknown party, but he couldn't find them. There were only these two white-haired men in front of him. Bang! The two Mortises charged forward. Mortis was not a fan of talking. Ishtar watched as Mortis charged at him. The speed was incredible for a peak immortal emperor. In fact, it was even a bit faster than a level 1 star god. That was incredibly shocking for a peak immortal emperor. However, Ishtar was a level 3 star god. This speed was still quite slow to him. Is that peak immortal emperor seriously trying to attack me? What's wrong with him? Ishtar thought. Anyway, I can't waste any more time here. I need to help Samuel. Ishtar simply extended his hands towards the two Mortises. Then he unleashed two casual strikes of divine lightning. As soon as Mortis saw that Ishtar was attacking him with lightning, his eyes widened in surprise. Mortis immediately deactivated the law of sentience. He didn't want these lightning strikes to be destroyed. Shing! Shing! Both Mortises took out their sabers. Bang! Bang! In an instant, the two sabers crackled violently with lightning. Space seemingly warped around the sabers. Heavenly lightning was a level 9 law, and it was on the same level as the true laws of space and time. The heavenly lightning fought against the laws of space and time, trying to push them away from itself. However, that was it. Could only fight. Then, both Mortises unleashed a lightning crescent each. Since the domain of sentience currently wasn't active, Mortis could use the laws of space and time to increase the speed of the lightning crescent, making it reach the speed of a level 3 star god. Bang! The two bolts of divine lightning hit the Mortises, and their energy storage was nearly completely refilled. Then they activated the domain of sentience again. The two lightning crescents became slower, but they had already come awfully close to Ishtar. All of this happened in an instant, and Ishtar hadn't expected the two attacks of the two Mortises to be so fast. Ishtar was shocked beyond belief. Why? Because these two attacks felt threatening. But how could that be? They had been unleashed by two peak immortal emperors. However, Ishtar trusted in his instincts, and he immediately created a wall of metal around him. At least that's what he wanted to do. Sadly, the metal never materialized. In a panic, Ishtar watched as the two lightning crescents hit him. Boom! A violent explosion occurred, but it couldn't spread very far before hitting an indestructible wall of energy. Up in the air, the judge's eyes widened in surprise. Blocking these two attacks had cost far more energy than he had expected. The explosion of lightning seemed to be a mixture of white and black in color. Heavenly lightning was white, but the major law of death was black. Space and time were consumed up by the major law of death, leaving behind black, lightning-shaped streaks in the air. However, the surrounding space and time quickly filled the holes up again. As long as Mortis didn't specifically target the actual reality, the primordial chaos wouldn't wash into the cosmos. The watching ancestral god from the Eternal Fire sect watched with shock as Ishtar was hit with that devastating attack. For a while, the ancestral god couldn't come to terms with what he had seen. After seeing that attack, the ancestral god quickly inspected Mortis, and what he felt shocked him. This peak immortal emperor was ridiculously powerful. He had never seen a peak immortal emperor even remotely like these two white-haired men. That's bad, he thought. This attack obviously wasn't powerful enough to kill Ishtar, but he will be busy for a while. We need someone to check up on the fights of the other disciples. Meanwhile, Gravis took out a 10-meter-long needle and placed it down in the air. At the same time, Gravis infused the needle with all kinds of laws. The law of heavenly lightning, the major law of death, the law of time, the law of space, the law of gravity, and a ridiculous number of elemental laws. He even put his form law somewhat into it. Behind the needle appeared several different gases, which were compressed to a ridiculous degree. The ancestral god from the Eternal Fire sect ignored Gravis. After all, there couldn't be even more peak immortal emperors that were this insanely powerful. Gravis added laws upon laws to the spear. After a while, an entire warehouse full of different forms of explosive matter seemingly appeared around the spear, placed in a peculiar way. An unending number of law fragments and runes appeared around the spear. It looked like Gravis was building something. Meanwhile, Ishtar became visible again. In front of Ishtar were a ton of weapon fragments. When Ishtar had realized that this attack was dangerous, he had brought out all his stored weapons at once to block the lightning crescents. These weapons had all been created with the true law of hard pure materials, and they were incredibly powerful. The strongest part of the 2 lightning crescents had been blocked. Ishtar was only hit by the forces going around the weapons. The sides of Ishtar's arms and legs were severely burned, and parts of his muscles were missing. This injury obviously wasn't a big deal for a star god. It wouldn't even be a big deal for a Unity Realm cultivator. Ishtar glared at the 2 mortises with hatred as he healed his body. However, Ishtar quickly furrowed his brows. "My life energy is full?" he thought in surprise. "But I just healed my body." Ishtar inspected his body, and the burned parts were still missing. Ishtar focused on healing his body, but his body was acting like he was in his peak condition. There was nothing that he could heal. Ishtar's shock only increased as he watched his body. "How is this my peak condition? Parts of my arms and legs are missing, and I'm bleeding. Why can't I heal myself?" he thought in terror. The major law of death had unveiled its terrifying effect. Ishtar's body had been permanently damaged. He would need someone that knew the true law of life to heal his body. The true law of life was a level 10 law. Only the strongest divine gods would know such a powerful law. However, Ishtar didn't know that. He tried several different methods, but he still couldn't heal his body. Bang! Suddenly, the 2 mortises appeared in front of Ishtar. In Ishtar's shock, he hadn't paid any attention to the 2 mortises. The domain of sentience swallowed Ishtar, and both mortises swung down with their sabers. No lightning was unleashed. Ishtar took out his last remaining sword. With his superior speed, he would first block one attack and then the other. Bang! Ishtar hit the first saber, but his eyes widened. His sword was pushed back with insane force. How? His body should be far more powerful, and it was. However, Mortis had used something peculiar. Mortis had created his own form law by now. In comparison to Gravis form law, Mortis form law couldn't be used from a distance. Additionally, it needed all of his concentration to use it. While using it, Mortis couldn't unleash any other law. Up to this point, Mortis form law sounded much weaker than Gravis form law. However, advantages and disadvantages, right? Mortis form law had traded in all forms of defense and versatility in exchange for absolute offense. Mortis form law had been able to push away the attack of a level 3 star god. That was a ridiculous jump, and even more, it cost Mortis no energy. In essence, Mortis form law was of equivalent power to a purely physical strike of a level 3 star god. Shing! The other saber hit the side of Ishtar's torso, cutting into his body by about 3 centimeters. Bzz. As Mortis' saber stopped, a small lightning bolt of black lightning appeared on Ishtar's body. This was the major law of death. This cut now was part of Ishtar's new, official body. Ishtar gritted his teeth. Bang! Ishtar used his free hand to punch one of the mortises away. Bang! 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 Mortis shot through mountains and the earth. All his bones broke, and several of his organs were obliterated. This was the power of a beast body 6 levels above Mortis. Just a casual punch had nearly killed one of the 2 mortises. Up to now, Mortis had taken advantage of all the confusing aspects of his power to get one over Ishtar. But as soon as Ishtar learned all his tricks, this fight would become incredibly dirty and violent. Ishtar immediately readied his sword and struck the other Mortis. Bzzzzzzzzz. Mortis exploded with heavenly lightning, shaking the space and time around him. Time and space seemingly stopped around Mortis as Ishtar's attack had been severely slowed. Mortis sidestepped the attack barely, but he had used 20% of his energy to accomplish that. The other Mortis quickly healed himself with the level 5 law of body growth, but it would still take a bit of time. Nevertheless, he already charged back into the battle. Protect our disciples. At the same time, the ancestral god of the Eternal Fire Sect had summoned another level 2 star god. With Ishtar being held up, they needed someone to protect their disciples. If he interfered himself, the judge would stop him. Yes, master, the new star god said. The new star god shot one look at the battlefield and furrowed his brows. That was bad. Bang! The star god immediately shot towards Samuel. Samuel was literally about to die. Ah, there he is, Gravis said to himself as he looked at the new star god. Then, Gravis calmly adjusted the gigantic construct he had built by now. The level 2 star god charged at Samuel's battleground. Mortis and Ishtar had moved far away by now. Exer was about to execute Samuel. All set, Gravis thought to himself with a smirk. Then, Gravis lightly slapped a concentrated ball of gas beside him. Boom! The ball exploded, and everything else around it also exploded in a terrifying cacophony of destruction. Gravis was consumed by fire, but the explosion only burned some parts of his skin, which healed in no time at all. At the same time, the needle shot towards the new level 2 star god. Describing the speed of the needle, ridiculous, broken, unreal? None of these words did it justice. It was simply too fast. Even a level 3 star god would have problems unleashing such a fast attack. The major law of time increased the flow of time manifold. The law of space shortened the distance between the target and the needle, making it appear even faster. The explosions had all fully been concentrated on the needle. The speed of heavenly lightning and void lightning was added on top of it. Several mixed elements with the power of level 7 laws had been explosively unleashed to speed up the needle. This was the fastest attack Gravis could unleash, and it needed a long time to be prepared. In a normal fight, it was impossible to ready this attack. The preparation time was simply too long. When the star god noticed the needle, it was already within a kilometer of his body. A kilometer was nothing to star gods. At the same time, the watching ancestral god's eyes widened in terror. His disciple would die. The disciple might not be able to react to the attack, but the ancestral god had enough time. Even a ridiculously fast attack such as this one moved in slow motion to him. I can't let my disciple die. The judge glanced at the ancestral god. The ancestral god moved with speeds that no star god could match to the battlefield. The ancestral god's eyes widened in surprise. The judge hadn't stopped him. However, this ancestral god had been in the highest world for millions of years, and he knew exactly what it meant when a judge didn't interfere when someone joined the battle. He had been counted as part of the sect war from the very beginning. This could only mean one thing. Boom! Space seemingly broke apart as the ancestral god blocked a strike with his spear. Bang! However, the ancestral god was pushed nearly 100,000 kilometers into the distance by this attack. A shooting star made a fire shot after the ancestral god with speeds that no star god could match. Boom! Two spears clashed again as the person in the shooting star was unveiled. He was a tall man with red hair and a broad chest, filled with chest hair. It was Power Walker. Why was Power Walker here? Well, 50,000 years had already passed since the incident. During that time, Power Walker had tried to flee the mines in a panic. He needed his tea. He needed to protect Silent Walker. However, the Overseer just wouldn't let him go. After a while, Power Walker had stopped and only mined or in panic and terror. During that time, Power Walker talked with all the other miners. After all, it wasn't forbidden to talk with each other. As long as they mined there or they could do whatever they wanted. In the beginning, all the other miners ridiculed Power Walker for his conduct, but after a while, they realized that something was seriously wrong with him. It didn't take them long to figure out what exactly had been wrong with Power Walker. After all the miners around Power Walker were also experienced ancestral gods. Over the next 1,000 years, they all talked with Power Walker, and as the effect of the favorite child poison lessened, Power Walker became receptive to their words. It was then that the true torture began. Power Walker was consumed with hatred for Silent Walker and guilt for Broad Walker. What had he done? When his time was up, he traveled to the former Broad Earth sect and found Broad Walker. Power Walker immediately fell to his knees and cried in guilt. He was so sorry for how he had treated his disciple. Broad Walker quickly accepted his master back and told him that it wasn't his fault. Instead of being angry, Power Walker was thankful to the Myriad sect. From this day forth, Power Walker decided that he would join the Myriad sect as a form of guardian. He wouldn't involve himself with the myriad sect, but he would help them in times of crisis. Power Walker had been the owner of the powerful voice that had advised Manuel on how to proceed in the war. The sect master of the Eternal Fire sect hadn't seen Power Walker since Power Walker had been in Opposer City at exactly that moment. What a coincidence! Well, Gravis' friends all had a ridiculous amount of karmic luck. Such a coincidence wasn't a coincidence when it came to the myriad sect. There was simply too much accumulated karmic luck in the myriad sect. This entire clash between the two ancestral gods had been so incredibly fast that the needle, which Gravis had shot, had only moved by 500 meters in that time. The new star god was too slow. He had seen the needle near the end, but his body and mind just couldn't move fast enough to mount any kind of defense in such a fraction of an instant. The needle touched the star god's body. Then time seemingly stopped. As the needle touched the star god, a black, round portal appeared and extended from that spot, rotating clockwise. The sound of space being warped could be heard across the battlefield. The black portal became around 20 meters wide and completely enveloped the needle and the star god. Then, the black portal changed its rotation and began to shrink. It shrank more and more until it was barely visible. Pop! The sound of a bursting bubble could be heard as all the belongings of the star god appeared in the air. The star god and the needle had utterly vanished. Gravis smirked. "Success," he said to himself. "Say hello to my void needle." Void needle. This was an upgraded version of mortality. It had a far longer preparation time, but its destructive power was simply ridiculous. Gravis had come up with the idea of this attack when he had seen how Mortis had fought Nira back then. Mortis had been able to pause the effects of time and space by using a lot of lightning. Why not use that in an attack? Gravis had concentrated this effect into a tiny area. A ton of heavenly lightning would explode at the tip of the needle in the same way Mortis used it to break time and space. The force of the heavenly lightning was so powerful that space and time would be warped by such an insane degree that it would tear apart everything in a 10-meter radius. However, there had been a problem. The portal extended too slowly. A star god could easily escape the portal by detonating a massive part of their energy. That was when the major law of death came into play. All the energy a star god would unleash would be consumed by the added major law of death. Yet, it still wasn't impossible to escape the effects of the void needle. A level 2 star god simply needed to unleash over 80% of their energy. However, they would only have a single shot. Of course, no sane star god would use that much energy. After all, if they did that, they would be out of energy. This meant that, in essence, the void needle also preyed on the combat experience of their opponent. A stupid amateur could escape since they would unleash all they had in a panic, but an experienced fighter would fall victim to the void needle. If the void needle hit Gravis' opponent, they would die. Sadly, the void needle was basically unusable in an actual fight. It was even a challenge to unleash mortality, and the void needle needed even more time to be prepared. Xing. At the same time, Samuel was vertically bisected by Exer. The fight between them had obviously ended. Exer felt his will aura increase a little bit, but not that much. The tempering had only been SOSO. The first person had died in the war, and it was Samuel, the former junior sect master of the Eternal Fire sect. After Exer had killed Samuel, he looked at a specific person immediately. It was Gravis. Exer hadn't been under so much pressure that he couldn't spare any concentration, which meant that he had watched some of the other fights. Exer knew that Gravis was incredibly powerful, but seeing something was always different from hearing about it. Gravis had killed a level 2 star god with basically nothing. He simply threw a needle from a distance, and the guy died without being able to fight back. Exer knew that his teacher was supremely powerful, but he had thought that he would, at least, be able to come to terms with Gravis' power. After all, Gravis was weaker than Ark. Yet, Gravis easily took care of a level 2 star god. Even more, his avatar was currently fighting a level 3 star god. However, one had to remember that Mortis currently had 2 bodies. Under normal circumstances, Gravis and Mortis would fight a level 3 star god together, which would also come to 2 bodies fighting one. It would be a bit disingenuous to say that Mortis could fight a level 3 star god alone. After all, he had a strong boost in battle strength by having two bodies. After this incident, Exer realized that there was still a gigantic gap between him and Gravis. The young boy he had given Ark's emblem to had become an absolute monster. Xing. Up in the air, away from the fighting, a new person appeared. He was a red-haired young man, and he looked at the war with narrowed eyes. He immediately focused on Exer. This person had killed his disciple. Yes, this young man was the sect master of the Eternal Fire sect, a level 7 ancestral god. As soon as he felt that one of his disciples had died, he immediately realized that something had gone wrong. That was why he arrived here so quickly. The Eternal Fire sect was some distance away from the Myriad sect, but the distance was basically negligible in terms of the entire highest world. A peak immortal emperor would need nearly a day to travel from one sect to the other, but such a distance was not an issue for a level 7 ancestral god. The young man stopped looking at Exer and focused on Ishtar's fight. He had given Ishtar enough godstones to become a level 3 star god as insurance. It had been Ishtar's job to stop his disciple brothers from dying. Originally, he had believed that Ishtar had purposefully let Samuel die to get rid of some competition, but after the sect master looked at Ishtar's fight, he realized that Ishtar was also fighting with everything he had. Usually, the sect master's mind was always tranquil. He had seen so many things that nothing could shock him. But today he received an immense shock. Ishtar was fighting against two peak immortal emperors. The sect master spectated the fight between Mortis and Ishtar for a bit. Bang! A violent explosion of lightning paused space and time around Mortis as he barely evaded the strike of a sword. Bang! Mortis' second body had just unleashed his form law, but a kick from Ishtar had stopped the form law. Ishtar's boots were valuable treasures, and it wasn't easy for Mortis to break through them. All of this had already happened more than once. Yet this time, crack! The boots suddenly cracked apart as Mortis' saber buried itself into Ishtar's foot. The accumulated destruction energy of the law of Kor's destruction had finally done its work. Bzz. A little black lightning bolt came out of Mortis' saber, forcing Ishtar's injury to remain permanent. Ishtar gritted his teeth. This was so frustrating. If only he had access to any of his laws, this wouldn't even be a fight. This was correct. Gravis and Mortis had been able to fight 6 levels above themselves in the higher world, but the average power of star gods made a gigantic jump. The only reason why Mortis could even fight equally against Ishtar was that he had 2 bodies, that he had the law of sentience, and that he had the law of heavenly lightning. If any of these things weren't there, Mortis would have no chance. If Ishtar could use his level 7 law of pure elements, Mortis would be bombarded again and again until he ran out of energy. Luckily, Mortis had the law of sentience, which was essentially the anti-law law. Bang! Ishtar exploded forward as his shoulder hit the Mortis that had just evaded. Ishtar's sword was in a bad position right now, and if he tried attacking Mortis with his sword, Mortis would have had enough time to block or evade it. The other Mortis immediately followed up with another attack, but his attack was halted by a wave of spirit coming out of Ishtar. His laws might be suppressed, but he could still use his spirit. Bzz. Another small black lightning bolt appeared, and Ishtar gritted his teeth. He had just lost 1.3% of his spirit permanently. This black lightning had catastrophic effects. However, this gave Ishtar enough time to attack Mortis with his sword. Xing. Ishtar's sword cleaved through Mortis, but something shocking happened. Bzzzzzzz. Mortis transformed into pure lightning, and Ishtar's sword only managed to destroy about 40% of the lightning. Ishtar's eyes widened in shock. What? How? On the side, Gravis felt his realm drop by a bit. TCH, even if I'm not in the fight, you're still taking advantage of our shared realm. Mortis reappeared above Ishtar's sword, readying his saber for another strike with his form law. Ishtar quickly moved his sword upward to block Mortis' attack, but his eyes widened. An incredibly powerful spear was shooting at Ishtar from a distance. The other Mortis had launched Mortality. Ishtar immediately felt the devastating power in Mortality, gritted his teeth, and turned around to block Mortality with his sword. Crack! Ishtar's sword was completely destroyed, but he managed to block Mortality. Xing. Mortis left a 2-centimeter deep cut on Ishtar's back, which wouldn't ever heal again. By now, Ishtar was bleeding all over, and his life energy was slowly being consumed. The injuries were consuming more life energy than he could recover. With burning eyes, Ishtar turned around and hit Mortis with his sword. Mortis was bisected horizontally at his chest. However, the remaining part of Mortis' body didn't flee as he looked deeply into Ishtar's eyes. His body started to heal itself, but it would take a bit. Healing such an injury would cost him 30% of his life energy, and he was also running low. From a distance, the other Mortis charged in again. This was what the sect master of the Eternal Fire sect had witnessed with shocked eyes. It was about as brutal as a fight could get. Ishtar definitely wasn't putting on an act. The sect master closely inspected all the people in the war zone, and his eyes widened. There were another two? He immediately focused on the two Gravises, who were calmly building some kind of construct while absolute chaos rained down around them. The sect master felt the pure power radiating off Gravis' prepared void needle, and he gritted his teeth. He couldn't send another level 2-star god in there. They would immediately be killed. Gravis noticed the sect master since he wasn't in a stressful situation right now. Gravis grinned and waved at him. The sect master furrowed his brows. How had he made such a gigantic mistake? He had personally scouted out the myriad sect, but he hadn't noticed the ancestral god that was currently fighting one of his elders, and he hadn't noticed these 4 freaks of immortal emperors. This is on me, the sect master thought. How ironic. I reprimanded my disciples for not being thorough in their investigation, but I did that exact thing. My mistake caused Samuel to die. Well, even I'm not too old to learn something new. Then, the sect master focused on the judge. The judge also completely focused on him. The judge was so powerful that he didn't even need to look at the battle between the two ancestral gods to isolate their battle. The judge looked at the sect master, and the sect master looked at the judge. Both of them were level 7 ancestral gods. Xing. A new judge appeared in the air. Chances are that all my disciples will die. I should at least get some tempering out of this to not make their death a waste, the sect master thought. Yes, the new judge had appeared to overlook the fight between the sect master and the previous judge. The new judge also had to overlook all the other fights the previous judge was responsible for. The newest judge looked at the numerous battles happening below him and furrowed his brows. I hope this doesn't become a heaven clash, he thought. I really don't want to temper myself right now. Then, the judge saw how the sect master looked at him. The sect master took out an emblem and broke it. The newest judge gritted his teeth. Great, he thought sarcastically. The newest judge took out his war hammer and readied himself while keeping the fights in check. Bang! The sect master stormed at the first judge, and the two of them immediately clashed, transforming the entire sky into a world bathed in fire. From the shaking and quaking ground, Gravis looked up at the sky. Did we trigger a heaven clash? Gravis thought. At the same time, Exer overlooked the other fights. He mainly paid attention to the two legions fighting the 2-star gods. This was some good tempering for them, but before they died, he had to get involved. But for now, the legions could still resist the 2-star gods. Xing. In just a second, a new person appeared in the air. It was a young woman with long red hair, and she grinned excitedly at the newest judge. Tempering. She was in dire need of tempering, and that judge came at the perfect time. This new person was the ancestor of the Eternal Fire sect, and the current sect master was her disciple. William did a good job, she thought as she looked at the sect master. If he survives, I should reward him. The sect master had called his ancestor to inform her that a level 9 ancestral god was currently overlooking his fight. The ancestor of the Eternal Fire sect was also a level 9 ancestral god. The newest judge looked with a grimace at the ancestor of the Eternal Fire sect. Excuse me, I really don't want to fight right now. I'm busy. The woman only smiled brightly. Well, that's not up to you to decide now, is it? She asked. Meanwhile, somewhere else, a divine god received an emblem for a job. However, this emblem was different from normal. A picture of clouds of lightning fighting against an army of people below them was on the emblem. The divine god looked at the emblem with surprise. A heaven clash? I should prepare myself. The divine god quickly gathered all his weapons and equipment. Then he readied himself mentally. Crack! He broke the emblem and vanished. Xing! A third judge appeared above the previous two. It was the same divine god. When the second judge saw the third judge, he sighed in annoyance. The ancestor of the eternal fire sect smiled at the newest judge and took out an emblem. I have some friends that are interested in tempering. I hope you don't mind, she said with an excited voice. Go ahead, the newest judge said. The ancestor nodded and broke the emblem. Then, she charged at the second judge, who really wasn't interested in tempering himself right now. Sadly, this was a risk that came with the job of being a judge of the Heaven Company. The newest judge now had to overlook the entire war and 3 fights between ancestral gods. However, as a divine god, something like this wasn't difficult. From the ground, Gravis looked at the destruction raining above him with surprise. We actually triggered a heaven clash. Those are quite rare, Gravis thought. What was a heaven clash? A heaven clash was as close as it got to a war between the world and the Heaven Company. Sometimes it happened that a judge was attacked by someone of equal power. However, it was very rare that the second judge would also be attacked. This was a heaven clash. When 2 summoned judges were in battle, a heaven clash sign would appear on the emblem of the third judge and all subsequent judges. This simply meant that the judge should prepare themselves for a fight. If there were already 2 judges fighting, chances were very high that the third judge would also have to fight. Finding tempering was quite difficult in the peak ancestral god realm and above. There were simply far too few cultivators on that level. So, nearly everyone at that level became excited when they found a judge on their level. Judges couldn't flee from their responsibility, and they had also accepted that something like this could happen when they took up the job. This gave people a moral justification for fighting a judge. Xing! 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 3 people subsequently appeared above the war with excited expressions. The 3 of them had been the first ones since they had been rather close. The others would probably need to travel through the teleportation formation arrays first. Ha ha ha! Damp night! You're also here. One guy with green hair shouted with excitement. Hey! Blaze Hegemon! Damp Night shouted back. Didn't expect you to arrive this quickly. After talking a bit via voice transmission, which didn't even take a single second, the 3 of them focused on the newest judge. He's too weak, Blaze Hegemon said. Lightning Fairy? Do you want him? The third person, Lightning Fairy, looked at the judge. She had white hair, and her appearance could only be described as beautiful. She narrowed her eyes and took out a long, single-edged sword. He's mine, she said coldly. The newest judge focused on Lightning Fairy. The other 2 new arrivals teleported back for a bit to not be included in their fight. Xing! A 4th judge appeared. It's been a while since the last heaven clash, the newest judge thought. Wonder if I get an opponent. Xing! Xing! 2 new people arrived. One of them immediately gritted his teeth. Fuck! The level 1 divine god is already in a fight. Seems like I got the shaft this time, he shouted in frustration. Ha ha ha! You were a bit too late, sanctimonious cultivator. Blaze Hegemon shouted boisterously. Shut up, Blaze Hegemon. You're always first. Do you have any idea how annoying that is? Sanctimonious cultivator shouted in rage. You just have to be faster, Blaze Hegemon shouted with a loud laugh. Xing! The 5th judge appeared. When Blaze Hegemon saw the 5th judge, his eyes widened in horror. Bang! The person that had arrived with Sanctimonious Cultivator had charged at the 4th judge. Hey! Blaze Hegemon shouted with extreme rage. That one was supposed to be mine. Ha ha ha! Sanctimonious Cultivator laughed loudly. You just have to be faster, Blaze Hegemon, he said, throwing Blaze Hegemon's own words back at him. Blaze Hegemon nearly exploded in anger as he glared at Sanctimonious Cultivator. This mere level 1 divine god. You want something of this? He asked with a voice shaking of anger. Blaze Hegemon was famed for his short temper. "Oh," Sanctimonious Cultivator commented with a smirk. "You wanna crouch levels now? Didn't know you were that shameless." Shing, shing, shing. 5 new people quickly arrived. When Damp Knight saw the arrival of the newest group, he immediately shot at the 5th judge. A 6th judge was already in the air. One of the newest people also charged at the 5th judge. She had to be first. Bang! The newest arrival bounced off an invisible shield. "You're too slow," Damp Knight shouted as he engaged in battle with the 5th judge. TCH. The newest arrival spat to the side. A 7th judge appeared, this one just as powerful as the previous one. Usually, the subsequent judge should be more powerful, but this one was just as powerful. Why? When Sanctimonious Cultivator saw that judge, his eyes widened in shock as he looked at Blaze Hegemon, who was glaring at him. "Are you serious?" Sanctimonious Cultivator shouted in shock. "You are actually intending to crouch levels?" Blaze Hegemon laughed venomously. "It's your own fault for provoking me." Then, Blaze Hegemon shot at Sanctimonious Cultivator. Meanwhile, the newest arrival that had just been blocked by Damp Knight looked with excitement at the judge. Lucky her. A 2nd judge on her level appeared. An 8th judge appeared, this one just as powerful as the 6th judge. The newest arrival charged at the 7th judge with glee. Meanwhile, the 2 most powerful judges, the 6th and 8th judges, talked to each other. "Are you taking care of all these small fights on the ground? Or should I?" he asked. "I'll take care of them. If one of us 2 gets an opponent, the other one will overlook all the fights." The 8th judge answered. Meanwhile, on the ground, Gravis was looking upward with shock. 8 judges already appeared. "That's insane," Gravis thought. "For once, I'm really glad that the highest world has the Heaven Company. If any of these guys fought above us, all of us would die to the shockwaves. No wonder everyone loves the Heaven Company," Gravis thought as he scratched the back of his head. Gravis looked at the destruction happening around him. The destruction of the war was nothing compared to what was going on far above them. This war has created massive waves in the highest world. Then, Gravis looked away from the insane destruction above them and focused on Mortis' fight. The fight was reaching its climax. Gravis watched the fight between Ishtar and Mortis. Right now, both Mortis and Ishtar were low on energy and life energy. They had already been fighting for quite a long while, and the fighting was nearing its end. One of the Mortises unleashed his form law. Clank! Ishtar's sword blocked Mortis' form law, but Ishtar's sword was also pushed back. However, Ishtar had taken that into account and had already ready to kick. Mortis realized that this body was basically out of life energy. If that kick hit him, that body would die. The other Mortis had been about to also unleash his form law, but he stopped quickly. Instead, that Mortis extended his saber towards his right, towards the other Mortis. The kick hit. Whoosh! Or did it? This Mortis had transformed into lightning and entered the other Mortis' saber. Ishtar gnashed his teeth in fury. He had already seen Mortis transform into lightning a couple of times, but he hadn't seen anything like that before. When would these weird powers of his opponents finally stop? Mortis' saber crackled with lightning, and he immediately unleashed a lightning crescent. Mortis had used one of his bodies as fuel for his lightning crescent. Due to the speed advantage, Ishtar managed to block the lightning crescent with his sword. Boom! The lightning crescent exploded. It vanished just as quickly as it arrived, and the injured Ishtar was revealed. Ishtar's sword was gone. It had already been damaged previously, and the lightning crescent finished it off. The skin on Ishtar's torso and legs was completely burned off, leaving behind only burned muscles that continually bled violently. As always, Ishtar couldn't recover from this injury. However, Mortis was basically out of energy now, and Ishtar knew that. This was his chance to win. Mortis suddenly opened his mouth widely. Shing! A concentrated beam of heavenly lightning hit Ishtar's chest, digging a sizable hole through his torso. Ishtar's eyes widened in shock. The all-out beast attack. At the same time, Mortis and the 2 Gravises felt their realm fall to the late major circulation Immortal Emperor realm. Great! Gravis thought with an eye roll. Bzzz. The second Gravis fused with the first Gravis. Bang! Gravis and Mortis reached the peak Immortal Emperor realm again. However, Mortis was still out of energy. Didn't Mortis want to fight alone? Yet now he is using up all my energy. Gravis thought with a bit of annoyance. Dude, if you need help, just say so. Ishtar was shocked yet again, but his mind quickly recovered. He had to end this fight. Bzzz. Yet suddenly Mortis charged into the distance. He had always fought Ishtar from close-up, and this was the first time in which Mortis actually retreated. Trying to escape? I won't let you, Ishtar thought with hatred. Bang! Ishtar immediately charged forward. The most frustrating thing to Ishtar was that he was at 100% energy. All of his energy was still there. Yet, he just couldn't use it due to this weird domain. If he could use his energy, he would kill that guy so quickly. Ishtar quickly caught up to Mortis and readied himself for a kick. Mortis didn't look behind him as he only continued charging forward. Ishtar struck down. Bang! Ishtar's kick bounced off a transparent wall. It was the myriad sex formation array. Mortis stopped, turned around, and only looked evenly into Ishtar's eyes. Ishtar's rage exploded. You coward! Come out and fight me! Mortis didn't answer. You attacked me, and now you're fleeing into a formation array? You're a shameless coward. Come out and finish what you started like a man, Ishtar shouted. Mortis didn't answer. He only looked into Ishtar's eyes evenly. Ishtar gritted his teeth. Fine. Then I will destroy this formation array and everyone within it. Bang! Ishtar struck the formation array again. Ishtar's 2 strikes had already consumed 3 million godstones. Without saying a word, Mortis took out 3 million godstones and put them into the formation array. Gravis' eyes widened when he saw that. You fucker! Those are mine! Gravis had converted nearly all of his contribution points in the Heaven Company to godstones, since he currently had enough contribution points to comprehend some level 6 laws. Over 50,000 years, Gravis had earned around 20 million godstones. And right now, Mortis had spent around 15% of that. That was something like 7,000 years of work. However, Gravis also knew Mortis' plan. Right now, Mortis would probably die if he attacked Ishtar in the open. Yet, as long as Mortis managed to survive for some time, he would win. The unhealable injuries on Ishtar's body were consuming life energy with ludicrous speeds. Ishtar was already on the 10% life energy threshold, and his body and soul started to die on their own. If Mortis simply spent a ton of godstones, he would eventually win. In essence, Mortis had already won. He only needed to wait and spend money. When Ishtar saw the godstones Mortis had taken out, he sneered. Let's see how rich you are. Ishtar readied himself to perform another kick again. Yet, Ishtar's eyes suddenly widened. Something was approaching at insane speeds. Ishtar couldn't evade the sudden attack, and it struck its torso. Hum! The void needle stopped as it came into contact with Ishtar's torso. Gravis didn't want to see all his money being wasted like that. He worked hard for that money. The needle started to consume Ishtar's body. Boom! Ishtar exploded with pure energy, and he was thrown out of the portal. The portal extended for a bit and then vanished. However, by sacrificing a huge part of his energy reserves, Ishtar managed to survive. Yet, he hadn't come out of this situation uninjured. Ishtar's lower body was only hanging on by 2 thin strands of muscles on the left and right sides of his torso. Nearly everything in the middle had vanished into the portal. Ishtar looked with shock at his injury and then at Gravis. What was that? PSCH. PST. New holes appeared all over Ishtar's body, violently spewing blood. Ishtar's mind became blurry, and it became harder for him to form any coherent thoughts. Need to heal, Ishtar thought as he shot into the distance. The force of Ishtar's acceleration completely severed his lower body. Mortis looked at Gravis with narrowed eyes. Gravis looked at Mortis with narrowed eyes. Silence. Mortis looked away neutrally. However, Gravis knew that Mortis felt a bit embarrassed right now. After all, he had said that he would fight alone, but he had used Gravis' energy and money to win. Mortis deactivated his domain of sentience and charged after Ishtar with all of his speed. Ishtar was far faster than Mortis in the domain of sentience due to his physical body, but if Mortis could use all his laws, he could compare to an Ishtar that only used his physical power for speed. Ishtar's mind became blurrier and blurrier, and eventually, he hit a hard mountain and slid down. Ishtar was only moving on instinct, randomly grabbing the air with his hands and moving his legs in a walking-like motion. Mortis stopped beside him and watched. Meanwhile, Gravis looked away from the fight. The fight was over. Gravis focused on the apocalyptic destruction happening above him. When Gravis looked upward, he became shocked. There were so many people. Only a couple of seconds had passed since Gravis had last looked upward, but there were now nearly 100 people present. Gravis couldn't discern it properly due to the insane speeds, but he was sure that over 20 people were currently fighting each other. Even more, all the people that Gravis had seen initially had already stopped fighting. Fights between peak ancestral gods and divine gods only took a couple of seconds to finish due to the insane speeds. Because of that, in the short time frame where the fight between Ishtar and Mortis ended, several fights had already begun and ended. Gravis couldn't even discern the powers of the people above him. The powers were just too far away from Gravis to comprehend. The entire sky lighted up in many different lights. Some mortals might believe that this was a beautiful display, but, in reality, it was just an incomprehensible amount of power and destruction. If one didn't count the incident with the opposer, this war going on above Gravis would probably be the most violent war in millions of years. Heaven clashes were rare, and it was even rarer that so many divine gods got involved. Gravis knew that Orthar liked such heaven clashes. Divine gods had already brought in more energy than he had spent to brand them. It was no issue for him if divine gods died. Even more, the tempering the survivors got from this incident would allow them to become even more powerful. Such a heaven clash had no downside for Orthar. "Want me to show you around?" Gravis looked to his left in surprise. A young man with black hair and a smirk stood beside Gravis. "What are you doing here?" Gravis asked. "It's interesting to watch such heaven clashes, and I also want to know if the Child of Heaven needs to get involved. Just FYI. The Child of Heaven is the CEO of the Heaven Company." The person standing beside Gravis was the Black Magnate. No one present could see him right now. Gravis also noticed that the world had paused. The Black Magnate had frozen time all around him. "What do you mean with showing me around?" Gravis asked. "Let me just show you," the Black Magnate said with a smirk. The Black Magnate flew up and pulled Gravis along. Right now, all the different divine gods were frozen in their fight. Gravis could see several techniques and laws being displayed by them, but they were all frozen in time. "This is the true law of heavenly fire, a level 9 law," the Black Magnate said as he pointed at a fireball being shot out of a spear. The guy created a weapon technique that incorporates that law and several other battle laws of different elements. It's basically an element-specific form law. Can you see the warping of time and space around it? That comes from the true laws of space, time, and gravity. He incorporated the true law of primordial force into his weapon technique. He's quite powerful, and he isn't even a peak divine god yet. He's only at the 7th level. Gravis inspected the things the Black Magnate was highlighting. It felt quite weird to Gravis that they were basically strolling through an apocalyptic warzone frozen in time. "Is this the true law of emotions?" Gravis asked as he looked at the person fighting the previous person. "Yep, good job in discerning," the Black Magnate said. After that, the Black Magnate showed Gravis many other techniques and laws. He thought that this was a good opportunity to show how ingenious some of the most powerful cultivators of the cosmos were. Gravis found it fascinating how some divine gods managed to combine seemingly completely unrelated laws in ingenious ways. "You're interfering in the fight." Gravis looked to his front and saw a new person. It was a child. The guy looked barely 10 years old, and he had long white hair. His eyes were a deep blue, and he wore holy white robes. Gravis thought that the robes looked a bit ridiculous on a child. "Hey, I'm only showing my friend around. Also, I'm not really interfering. The fight will simply resume," the Black Magnate said. "I don't care. You have 3 seconds to make time resume, the child said. The black magnate sneered but complied. Sure, he said. He pulled Gravis to the ground again, snapped his fingers, and time resumed. Boom! 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 The destruction all around Gravis resumed. Happy? The black magnate asked. Don't interfere again. Consider this your first and last warning, the child said. Sure. Sure, the black magnate commented. But judging by the tone of his voice, he wasn't taking the child seriously. Don't answer. He can listen in on voice transmissions from your side. The black magnate transmitted to Gravis. This is the child of heaven. You get the nickname now? He asked with a smirk. Gravis snickered a bit. The child of heaven was actually a child. For some reason, Gravis found it quite funny. The child of heaven glanced at Gravis but then looked away again. He had gotten orders from heaven that he shouldn't get involved with Gravis. Don't interact with him. Don't do anything against him. Don't do anything for him. Don't talk to him. Just let him be. The child of heaven didn't know the reason, but he followed heaven's orders regardless. So, this is the most powerful heaven's magnate, huh? Gravis asked the black magnate. Somewhat, the black magnate said with an unsure voice. There's a woman that should be comparable to him in power, but they haven't fought yet. She still has around 10 million years of longevity left, and she doesn't need to fight him yet. If she ever decides to fight him, it will be shortly before her longevity runs out. By the way, how does longevity in the heavens magnate realm work? Gravis asked. The same as always, the black magnate answered. You get pitted against a heavens magnate of equal power. Now, Gravis knew what the black magnate meant when he said that the other heavens magnate would fight the child of heaven when her tribulation was about to come. The CEO of the heaven company was the only heavens magnate that could theoretically live forever. The CEO would have no tribulation. However, they could still be chosen as an opponent for someone else's tribulation. Because of that, the CEO of the heaven company had to be the most powerful heavens magnate. How old is he? Gravis asked. Don't know, the black magnate answered. He has basically always been around. He's around 1.5 billion years old. The opposer's voice appeared in Gravis and the black magnate's minds. Without noticing, the opposer had appeared beside the two of them. For a second, Gravis was surprised. However, he remembered that he was now in his homeworld. In the other worlds, Gravis had nearly never seen his father. Yet, since Gravis was in his homeworld, his father could just appear whenever he wanted. I should get used to father randomly showing up in the future, Gravis thought. What Gravis didn't know was that the opposer's arrival didn't go unnoticed. All the divine gods in the world, who currently weren't fighting, had noticed a change in the movement of energy. When the opposer visited the other worlds, he had vanished from the world. At that time, the energy just wouldn't be violently pulled into Opposer City. It basically would just stop. However, it was different when the opposer moved inside the highest world. The divine gods all over the world felt that the pull of energy had changed directions. According to calculations, the opposer was where the heaven clash was currently happening. All the divine gods had already heard about the heaven clash. All divine gods that had been traveling to the heaven clash immediately turned around and fled with their full speed. The opposer was at the heaven clash. They couldn't go there. By just moving, the opposer had changed the entire future of the heaven clash. People that were supposed to be fighting in the future would not be fighting. He had interfered far more than the black magnate had. How did the child of heaven react? He didn't even look at the opposer. It was like nothing of concern had happened. What? Was he supposed to get angry? The dude didn't have a death wish. Hey, Anthorian, the opposer said. The child of heaven's body shook in terror. Yes, sir? He asked with a fearful voice. The opposer had called him by name. No one knew his name. The black magnate is a friend of mine, the opposer said. Don't threaten him again. The child of heaven became fearful. He had to threaten the black magnate due to his job. However, if he didn't comply, the opposer might just directly kill him. Comply. Heaven had contacted the child of heaven. The child of heaven immediately felt relieved. "I apologize," the child of heaven said politely. "It won't happen again." The opposer didn't acknowledge the child of heaven's words. "This is my son," the opposer said, gesturing to Gravis. "Don't pull any of your sneaky schemes on him. Just let him be." "I wouldn't dare," the child of heaven said deferentially. Gravis looked at the child of heaven with a complicated expression. The child of heaven was the most powerful heaven's magnate. Yet, even he had to bow before someone else. The violent fights were still happening. All the divine gods were too busy being in fights or watching the fights to pay any attention to the movement of energy. If they had noticed that the opposer arrived, they would have all immediately stopped in terror. In their minds, the opposer was a terrifying poison. Anything that came into contact with him would die. The child of heaven didn't leave after this incident. Some really powerful divine gods were already fighting, and there weren't that many judges on that level. He had to overlook these fights himself. Bang! A level 8 divine god attacked a judge at the same level. The other divine gods quickly looked around to look for the new judge that should have appeared by now. However, no new judge had appeared. Yet, they also quickly noticed the young child standing near the battles. Some of them were confused. Why did this child feel like a mortal? However, the ones from the peak sects knew who that was. They had never seen the CEO of the Heaven Company themselves, but they had heard of him. According to this child's unique appearance, they were sure that this was the child of heaven. Some level 9 divine gods were annoyed. There was no new judge they could fight. "Fuck it!" One level 9 divine god shouted. "We all want tempering, right? Might as well fight each other." Then, the level 9 divine god looked at the child of heaven with respect. "We can do that, right? I'll be the judge for any subsequent fights. I won't interfere," the child of heaven said without looking at the divine god. "Great!" the divine god shouted. Then, he immediately shot at another divine god beside him. "Fuck! I don't want to fight you," the other divine god shouted as she defended herself. "That's not up to you to decide," the first divine god shouted. A new fight happened, and the complete destruction was kept isolated from everyone else. The entirety of all the cultivators in the world could start fighting simultaneously, and the child of heaven still wouldn't have any problems with managing all of them. Of course, heaven's magnates weren't counted. A new heaven's magnate's amount of energy was thousands if not millions of times the amount of energy a peak divine god would have. Additionally, if the heaven's magnate knew the true law of energy, their energy would be completely refilled in less than a second on top of that. Of course, as the strongest heaven's magnate, the child of heaven even knew the law of the cosmos, the most powerful law in existence. He could attempt to break through into the next realm, but he knew exactly that it was hopeless. He knew that he would die as soon as he attempted a breakthrough. Heaven didn't allow for another opposer to be born. Several new fights broke out as the level 9 divine gods started fighting each other. All of them needed tempering in order to comprehend these elusive laws of perceived reality. Gravis' eyes widened in shock. Were they fighting? He honestly wasn't sure. Two people seemingly jumped at each other. Then, a short explosion of differently colored light appeared, and then only one of them was left. These fights were so incredibly fast that Gravis couldn't even see them. The fight started and ended in far less than a second. Did any of these powerful cultivators even notice the war going on below them? Star gods were already moving with incredible speeds, but in all that time, nearly 100 fights had already started and ended far above them. The Eternal Fire Sect was nothing in comparison to what was happening above their war. This was a gathering of the absolute peak cultivators of the entire cosmos. What would be the impact of this heaven clash? It would change the entire world. None of the divine gods were unimportant people. All of them belonged to an organization or owned an organization. The chances were high that even ancestors from peak sects had died in this heaven clash. Some peak sects might have even lost their sect masters and ancestors. Heaven clashes were very rare, and it was even rarer that they escalated to such a stage. If the child of heaven hadn't isolated all the destructive power, probably millions if not billions or maybe even trillions of kilometers would have been absolutely obliterated. The destruction may have even included the distant opposer city. The Heaven Company was truly different from the Heaven sect in the lower world. The Heaven Company only looked over fights to stop them from destroying the mortals and the world around them. There was no downside to the existence of the Heaven Company. "Oh, Black Sentry, you're also here." Gravis looked to the sky, and he saw Eve, his boss. "Hi, Eve," Gravis answered. "Actually, I'm part of the ongoing war down here. We are the trigger of the Heaven Clash." "I see," Eve said. "Don't forget to keep an eye out for your friends. Don't get distracted." "Thanks," Gravis said with a nod. Eve nodded and focused on the fights in the sky again. Eve had never even noticed the opposer or the Black Magnate standing beside Gravis. "You can have 2 wives, you know?" the Black Magnate commented with a smirk. Gravis groaned. "I'm honestly not interested. It's impossible to find a better companion than Stella, and even if I got another one, my happiness would only decrease. Additionally, it would be extremely disrespectful and hurtful to Stella." "I know. That's the joke," the Black Magnate said with a smirk. "Then why didn't I laugh?" Gravis asked. "Because your sense of humor is shit," the Black Magnate answered. "My sense of humor is great." "Then why didn't you laugh at my joke?" "'Cause it wasn't funny." "Maybe in your perceived reality it wasn't, but in objective reality it was." "Oh, shut up," Gravis said, ending the debate. The Black Magnate snickered in victory. This exchange had only taken a fraction of a second. How much time had passed since the war on the ground started? One had to remember that peak immortal emperors and star gods transmitted their thoughts at terrifying speeds. Ever since the war started, only 2 minutes had passed. A lot had happened in these 2 minutes. By now, Ishtar had already fully died, and Gravis felt his will aura reach new heights. Gravis' will aura reached the level of a level 9 star god, which was terrifying. Well, even though Mortis wasted a ton of my money, he did increase our will aura by quite a bit. I guess I can forgive him for using so much of my money, Gravis thought. Then Gravis suddenly grinned. Many kilometers away, Stella had just killed her opponent. Stella's head was nearly severed, and she was also close to running out of life energy. However, Gravis knew that Stella wouldn't die. Several disciples of the Myriad sect left the formation array and charged towards Stella. Then, they bombarded Stella with the element of ancestral wood to heal her soul and the element of purity to heal her body. The element of purity was the level 6 law of the light element. In just a bit, Stella's life energy had been filled to 20%, pulling her out of the danger zone. "Well done," Gravis transmitted to Stella. Stella only smiled in happiness. "That was a close one, but I did it," she transmitted with happiness and excitement. "Good job, Stella," Manuel transmitted to her. Manuel was currently overlooking a different fight. Manuel had already finished his fight shortly after Exer had executed Samuel. Manuel was about as powerful as Exer, even with all of his emotional laws and laws of perceived reality. However, this would only be temporary. The biggest advantage of the law of emotions was its ability to be combined with a form law. Manuel had only been in elemental worlds before, and he hadn't even known about the existence of form laws. He had seen Dorian's weird law of fart, but he hadn't thought that it was relevant to him. Manuel was still busy condensing a powerful form law. As soon as he had a good form law, he could probably even fight a level 3 star god. However, this already showed Manuel's power. Manuel was as powerful as Exer without even having a form law. Exer obviously had one. Exer, Stella, and Manuel were overlooking the fights between the level 1 star gods. Gravis kept watch over the 2 legions fighting the level 1 star gods. The 4 of them kept themselves far away so that the opponent wouldn't be distracted. If the opponent noticed that all their friends had died, they might flee. The legions were currently fighting the 2-star gods with all they had, and the legions were losing ground. This was the most effective period for tempering. "I'm here to save you, Master," a loud voice echoed throughout the war, and Gravis looked over with confusion. Gravis was taken aback when he saw the owner of the voice. "Really? That guy?" "Oh hey, it's that guy," the Black Magnate said. furrowing his brows like he tried to remember something. What was his name again? YOLO? No idea, the opposer said. It was Ilu, Gravis answered them. Ah, right, Ilu, the black magnate said with a nod. Ilu quickly arrived in front of Gravis and turned his back to him in a protective manner. Master, I finally understand, Ilu shouted with a heartfelt voice. Gravis blinked once. You didn't give me the next part of your memory since you were ashamed. Gravis blinked twice. You have been so outstanding in the lower realms, but as soon as you came into contact with the truly powerful cultivators, you realized how hard it actually was to compete against them. You were ashamed of yourself, and you wouldn't want me to notice your weakness. In front of your legacy disciple, you didn't want to appear too weak. You also didn't want to make me afraid of the future. Gravis blinked again. What? He asked, baffled. You don't need to be ashamed anymore, Master, Ilu shouted as he stood valiantly in front of Gravis. Once a master, always a father. I don't care how powerful you are. I will always protect you with my life. Gravis looked at the sky. Is this some kind of joke? He asked. Orthar didn't answer. No, it's not a joke, Ilu shouted, not looking behind him. I know that you might find it ridiculous that someone would be willing to protect you in such a cruel world, but I am a filial disciple. I will always help and protect you, no matter how powerful I will become in the future. Are you serious? Gravis asked. Ilu turned his head to Gravis with a kind smile. Master, I am already very powerful, and I can feel your battle strength. You don't need to hide your true self from me. Gravis lifted an eyebrow. You are only average in the peak immortal emperor realm. I have always been below you in power, which made it impossible for me to notice it. I was always confused why you said these things in the past, but after feeling your battle strength, I know now. Ilu put his hand comfortingly over Gravis' shoulder. You don't need to worry. I will save the myriad sect, Ilu said as he turned towards one of the two legions. I won't let Master's sect be obliterated. No worries. I will protect you and the other disciple beside you, Ilu shouted stalwartly. Other disciple? Gravis thought as he looked beside himself. The black magnate was currently invisible to everyone but Gravis, which only left. The opposer blinked. In an instant, in Gravis' perception, the atmosphere changed from awkward into comedic. Gravis put a hand on his father's shoulder, and his father looked evenly at Gravis. Don't worry. Today you will be protected by a mighty peak immortal emperor, Gravis said, barely being able to keep his laughter in check. The black magnate broke out into laughter, but Ilu couldn't hear him since he couldn't be perceived. Yeah, you don't need to be afraid anymore, the black magnate shouted towards the opposer. This heroic young man by the name of Ilu, Gravis answered. Ilu will protect you from harm, the black magnate ended. What? Ilu asked. What? Gravis asked in confusion. You just said my name, Ilu said. Oh, I wasn't talking to you, Gravis said. What? Ilu asked. What? Gravis asked again. Silence. Ilu shook his head and looked forward. Anyway, I will protect you, Master. Bang. Divine lightning exploded beneath Ilu's feet as he charged towards one of the legions. Gravis looked with interest at what Ilu was doing while the black magnate was laughing his ass off. As Ilu came closer to the fight, he summoned a long spear. Ilu landed and pulled back his right arm, which was holding the spear. Bzzz. Runes of lightning appeared around the spear, and Ilu immediately threw the spear forward. Gravis' eyes widened in surprise, and the black magnate whistled in appreciation. Is that a bootleg mortality? The black magnate asked. He truly is your legacy disciple. Shut up, Gravis answered coldly. The black magnate continued laughing. Bang! Ilu threw the spear with all his power, and it shot forward with incredible speed. Gravis saw which laws acted on scuffed mortality, and he was quite surprised. 3 level 6 laws. The law of divine lightning, the law of divine lightning's speed, and the law of divine lightning's explosiveness. This guy really went all in on lightning. Gravis inspected Ilu's laws and realized that he knew nearly no laws that weren't related to lightning. It was almost like Ilu believed that lightning was the only way or something. Scuffed Mortality shot at one of the star gods fighting one of the legions. He was definitely in the more dominant position, but he had also been injured a bit. Suddenly, the star god looked to the side in shock. An attack had arrived. Even more, the attack had been launched at the perfect moment. The star god had just released an attack and was open. Scuffed Mortality hit the star god right in the chest. Boom! Scuffed Mortality exploded violently. Its power obviously wasn't as concentrated as Gravis Mortality. However, it surely did a number on the star god. Ilu had unloaded nearly all his energy into Scuffed Mortality, and even though it couldn't compare to Gravis Mortality, it still was very powerful and destructive. A huge part of the star god's torso was torn apart, and the star god looked with shock at the person that had thrown this attack. A mere peak immortal emperor? Xing. Azure's two swords entered the star god's head. The star god immediately died. He had been too distracted. Silence. Ilu puffed out his chest. Your enemy has been killed. Quick. Help your comrades. They are about to lose to their opponent. Ilu shouted. However, the atmosphere felt very different from what Ilu had thought it to be. Ilu had thought that the legions would feel relieved and thankful to Ilu. Yet, how come Ilu could only feel cold anger? Beat him up, Azure ordered coldly. Bang, bang, bang. The entire legion charged at Ilu, who had nearly completely run out of energy. What? Ilu shouted in shock and terror. I just saved you. I saved your lives. Why are you beating me up? The legion didn't answer him. Ilu would have to alleviate their rage with his body. Azure looked at Gravis. Who's that clown? She asked. That's Ilu. You know, that one guy I once gave some of my memories to, Gravis answered with a sigh. Right now, Ilu was screaming in pain as the legion wailed on him. Azure remembered Gravis' story and nodded. He's not the brightest, she commented. Gravis sighed again and nodded. After that, Azure left and joined the other legion in strengthening Joyce. That would make the fight even. At least Joyce and her legion would get some great tempering. This is the first time I have been protected by anyone in my life. Gravis looked at his father. Then Gravis smiled. The first time, huh? How does it feel? Gravis asked. Silence. I hate it. Gravis looked at the battles going up above him. Well, at least he tried to. Funnily enough, all the battles had already ended. Only around 20 people were left in the sky, and they were talking with each other. Apparently, everyone that had wanted to fight had fought. Right now, they were only drinking wine and talking with each other. Some of the divine gods even watched the battles at the ground. Anyone know these two sects? One of the divine gods asked. No. Nearly all of them echoed. Sects like the Eternal Fire sect and the Myriad sect were so far below their levels that these divine gods didn't even know them. It's funny that a war between such little sects even pulled us into it. One of the divine gods said with a smile. Truly, a heaven clash can come from anywhere. Most of the divine gods echoed that sentiment. By the way, I want to have the Lightning Peak sect, a man with silver hair said. How ironic, another divine god said with a scoff. You've been banished from the Lightning Peak sect and made your own sect, but your new sect could never compare to the Lightning Peak sect. Who would have thought that you would win against their sect master? Even their ancestor died. Was this your plan all along? Maybe, the man with silver hair said with a smile. I always wanted to rule over a peak sect, but the opportunity never presented itself. Are you sure you can protect a peak sect? Another divine god asked with a sneer. You don't even know 2 of the 4 main laws. Every other ancestor knows at least 2 of the 4 main laws. The silver man only smirked. Then he turned to a blue-haired woman. Zero's essence, you still remember the favor you owe me? He asked. The blue-haired woman glanced at the silver-haired man. I do, Silver Seer, she said. Silver Seer laughed a bit. How about you become the new ancestor of the Lightning Peak sect while I become its sect master? When I comprehend the true law of life, you can leave. Zero's essence played with her hair in thought. I'll give you 3 million years, she said after a bit. At the side, the divine god that had commented on Silver Seer's weakness grimaced. This divine god was a woman with long brown hair, and she was the ancestor of the Fathomless Earth sect. Both the Fathomless Earth sect and the Lightning Peak sect were peak sects. The Lightning Peak sect wasn't called Lightning Peak sect because it was a peak sect, but because it had one of the highest mountains in the entire world. The peak referred to the mountain, not to their status as a peak sect. The divine god with brown hair had indirectly threatened Silver Seer. Silver Seer obviously wasn't powerful enough to become an ancestor of a peak sect, and she had wanted to intimidate him. Yet, as soon as Zero's essence had declared her standpoint, the woman with brown hair could only give up. Zero's essence belonged to the highest category of divine gods. She was only missing the true law of control. If she managed to comprehend the true law of control, she could attempt to comprehend the true law of the true world and become a heavens magnate. She was more powerful than nearly all ancestors of the other peak sects. Silver Seer laughed loudly. Then it's a deal. Zero's essence nodded. I will only get involved if another ancestor gets involved. If you're being attacked by someone on the level of a sect master, I won't interfere. Silver Seer waved dismissively. That's fine, he said. By the way, do you feel like there's a lot of energy here? Silver Seer asked. The brown-haired woman furrowed her brows and nodded. Now that you mention it, there is a lot of energy here. Is it because of all the divine gods? I don't think so, Silver Seer said in thought. It shouldn't be that exaggerated. The opposer is below us, Zero's essence said neutrally. The brown-haired woman quickly checked through her surroundings, and her eyes opened in terror. Ha ha ha. Silver Seer laughed loudly. I didn't know you could joke like that. The opposer? Here? Silence. All the other divine gods also stopped talking as they focused on a spot below them. After a while of laughing, Silver Seer noticed that the atmosphere felt awkward. Then he also looked down. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Silver Seer immediately shouted as he jumped up and bowed to the opposer. It wasn't meant like that, I swear. As everyone looked at the opposer, the atmosphere became very quiet. Well, relatively speaking, there were still several star gods fighting. The opposer glanced at the group of divine gods. You can leave, he said. Xing. 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 All the divine gods immediately teleported away. They didn't dare to remain near the opposer. The only reason why they hadn't fled before was that they had been afraid of offending the opposer. You're not really popular, father, Gravis commented with a snicker. No, the opposer confirmed. Do heaven's magnates also act like this in front of you? Gravis asked. Yes, the opposer confirmed with the same neutral tone. Gravis glanced at the black magnate. The black magnate only shrugged. The guy's scary. I was already one of the most courageous heavens magnates back then due to my dispassion for life, but even I was afraid of going to him. Then the black magnate smirked. However, who would have thought that the big guy could act so cute? You dropped something, the opposer commented. The black magnate was a bit taken aback and looked at the ground. Wait, was that his arm? Oh, ha ha, the black magnate said mockingly. Also, who's to say that this is my arm? Gravis blinked as he looked at the one-armed black magnate. He was pretty sure that this arm belonged to the black magnate. Then whose arm is this? The opposer asked. Dunno, not mine at least, the black magnate said. Then he pointed at his bleeding torso, where his arm had been. My body is at its peak. I can't just heal another arm in existence since it doesn't belong to my being. Therefore, it's impossible for this arm to be mine. Gravis blinked a couple of times in surprise. Father used the major law of death as a joke? That's a bit extreme, isn't it? The opposer looked at the arm and then at the black magnate. Fine, he said. The black magnate's smirk widened. I win again, he commented. The opposer looked at the black magnate, and for some reason the black magnate felt like the opposer became bigger. Then, if that arm isn't yours, whose head is this? The opposer said, looking into the black magnate's eyes from above him. The black magnate's eyes widened in terror. Arr! The earth around the black magnate exploded as he came out of the earth. The black magnate quickly touched his head and his body. The black magnate had been terrified beyond belief. If the opposer had actually cut his head off, he would die. Yet, that guy had only stealthily buried the black magnate in the ground, making it seem like he had lost his head. The opposer smirked widely as he saw the black magnate's reaction. "Hey, that's not funny!" the black magnate shouted. "It is to me," the opposer answered. Gravis had to laugh at their antics, but his laugh quickly vanished as he focused on something else. Down in the ground, Broadwalker was having issues with his opponents. The two of them had been fighting all this time, and Broadwalker seemed to be slightly on the losing side. Both of them had already comprehended a level 7 law each during the fight, which made Broadwalker very powerful among everyone in the Myriad sect. His opponent had also risen severely in status. Gravis looked at the fight and scratched his chin in thought. If both of them had already made a breakthrough, there wasn't that much use in continuing the fight. Gravis informed Broadwalker of what had transpired in the war above ground. Broadwalker quickly stopped the fight and told his opponent that the war was over. The opponent was careful, but he still looked at the war. A cold shudder ran down his back when he saw several star gods watching the fights. How? They had lost? He would die. Broadwalker's opponent gritted his teeth. "You don't have to be worried," Broadwalker said. "This war is not a war but tempering. Don't forget that you have a powerful sect behind you. Your sect can accept disciples of your sect dying to tempering, but killing you now would be going a bit overboard." Broadwalker's opponent calmed down a little bit, but his fear was immediately replaced by anger. "You will pay for killing all of my friends," he threatened. "If you have the power, return in the future, and we can have another battle," Broadwalker said with battle intent. Broadwalker's opponent spat to the side and teleported into the distance. He didn't want to risk the Myriad sect going back on their words. Broadwalker's fight had been the second battle that involved a star god that finished. The others were still going on. The reason why Broadwalker's battle had ended this early was due to the fact that Broadwalker was on the losing side. However, not everyone could see it. A normal person would believe that the fight had been equal. Even Broadwalker and his opponent had believed that. Both hadn't shown all of their powers, which made the outcome of the fight uncertain. However, Gravis had felt how the fight would go. There had been a high chance of Broadwalker losing. By ending the fight now, Broadwalker wouldn't feel like he had been saved, which was for the better. Right now, 3 battles were still going on. They were one of the legions fighting a star god, Liam versus his opponent, and Eris versus his opponent. Bang! With a lightning strike, Mortis arrived beside Gravis. "Did we comprehend something?" Gravis asked. "No, but I managed to extrapolate a lot of information of the other level 6 elemental laws. The things you saw in Samsara now make a lot more sense," Mortis answered. Gravis nodded. "So, we still only have the Law of Blaze, the Law of Ancestral Wood, and the Law of Zero?" Gravis asked. "Yes," Mortis answered. These 3 laws had been the laws Mortis had comprehended in the 75,000 years they had been back in the highest world. 5 more laws, and the 2 of them would be able to condense the major law of pure elements. Then, they could incorporate it into their major law of the dead world. After that, it would be time for the new level 7 laws. Gravis and Mortis didn't focus on the laws of life yet since they wouldn't strengthen them at all. After all, the major law of the true world was impossible for them to comprehend. They could easily comprehend all the life laws later when their spirit and concentration were more powerful. "What did you get from your opponent?" Gravis asked. "Around 4 million god stones in the form of materials, plants, and resources," Mortis answered. "That should be enough to repay the god stones I used." Gravis nodded, and Mortis handed all the things he had looted from Ishtar to Gravis. "Do you want to overlook the fight between the star god and your darling?" Gravis asked with a smirk. Mortis' body shook. "No, thank you," Mortis said. Gravis knew that something was up with Mortis' relationship with Joyce, but Mortis had never elaborated on it. Anyway, time's money, right? Mortis said. I should get back to comprehending purity. Gravis lifted an eyebrow. Are you running away? Gravis asked with a lifted eyebrow. No, only trying to think of a solution to something, Mortis said. Xing. And Mortis was gone. Bang. Liam's opponent exploded. Liam had comprehended one more level 6 elemental law, which increased the power of his weapon technique by a lot, allowing him to win against his opponent. After winning, Liam immediately looked at Eris fight. When he saw that Eris was still fighting, Liam smirked. Ever since the two of them had become star gods, Liam and Eris had become rivals. Back then, one of the major reasons why Eris had won against Liam was due to him receiving the heavenly treasure early. Because of that, Eris had had a far more powerful body while having the same amount of energy and spirit. However, when Liam became a star god, he had also received his heavenly treasure. Eris didn't receive his since he had already gotten it earlier. Yet, even with that advantage nullified, Eris was still very powerful. Liam and Eris were very close in power, making them see each other as rivals. Eris noticed that Liam had finished first, and he narrowed his eyes. Bang! Eris attacked his opponent with such ferocity that one would think that he wanted to die. Eris was basically throwing all caution to the wind and went all in. When Gravis saw that, he became a bit worried. Sure, Eris had changed and matured, but there was still a bit of the young Eris left in him. Eris hated losing. Boom! At the moment before death, Eris comprehended the level 6 law of lightning speed. The true law of lightning speed made Eris fast enough to hit the opponent first. Eris had won. Then, Eris looked at Liam and Liam looked back. It was very hard to discern which of the two was stronger now. Now, there was only one battle left. Joyce was fighting violently with her opponent, and the battle was bloody and brutal. Joyce was definitely on the losing side. However, whenever she was about to lose, another couple of peak immortal emperors would join the formation array to strengthen her. These sets of armors had been purchased in Opposer City for a hefty sum, each one costing 50,000 god stones. Yet, these sets of armors were insanely useful. After all, a bunch of peak immortal emperors managed to keep 2-star gods occupied. They were definitely worth the money. Joyce's opponent became more and more frustrated as the fight dragged on. Whenever they were about to win, another peak immortal emperor would join the enemy. However, they had to continue attacking. The Eternal Fire sect needed them. In their perception, a violent war was going on around them. Of course, this was Gravis doing. He made it appear like the war was even when, in reality, it had already ended. After all, he didn't want the opponent to flee. The fight dragged on for several minutes, and eventually, the opponent died. They only hoped that their sect would win the war. They also felt sorry that they couldn't win more time for their sect. When Joyce won, she only gritted her teeth in fury. She looked at the 500 peak immortal emperors behind her. Her energy storage, spirit, and physical power had been about twice that of her opponent. Yet she had barely won. Joyce looked at everyone watching their fight. They had been the last ones to finish, which infuriated Joyce. It was like she had put on a performance for everyone. Joyce hated that she wasn't a star god yet. Anyway, it's time for us to go, the Black Magnate said to Gravis. Have fun with the negotiations. Xing. The Black Magnate teleported away, and the opposer had simply vanished like he had never been here. Negotiations. Gravis thought in confusion. Xing. Up in the sky, the Child of Heaven also teleported away. The fighting had ended. Suddenly, Gravis noticed something. Up in the air, two people were left. They were the sect master of the Eternal Fire sect and the other ancestral god that had been with them. Gravis grimaced. Seems like Power Walker died, he thought. The sect master of the Eternal Fire sect looked at the Myriad sect. The opposer and the Black Magnate had kept themselves hidden from him. Because of that, he hadn't known that they had been present. Sect Master, step forward. The sect master of the Eternal Fire sect ordered. So that's what the Black Magnate meant with negotiations, Gravis thought. Gravis looked at the sect master of the Eternal Fire sect and hoped that the sect master didn't lose his reason. If he did, he could flatten the entire Myriad sect with a flip of his hand. However, his karmic luck would essentially drop even below zero. In actuality, it wasn't possible for karmic luck to fall below zero, but there were legends about some things that happened when someone with zero karmic luck continued to unnecessarily kill cultivators. Gravis was pretty sure that the sect master wouldn't want to test if these legends were true. At the same time, Manuel stepped forward and bowed politely. "I am the sect master of the Myriad sect. How can I help you?" he asked. The sect master looked at Manuel. Then, he looked at Mortis and Gravis. "What about those two?" the sect master asked, referring to Mortis and Gravis. The sect master had seen that Gravis and Mortis were even more powerful than Manuel. "They are friends of the Myriad sect, but they are not part of it," Manuel said with a polite smile. The sect master combed his small beard with his fingers in thought. "Understandable. The people in the Myriad sect are already very talented, but such a small sect couldn't possibly house two such freaks. Even if the sect master planned to kill the Myriad sect, he wouldn't dare to attack Mortis and Gravis. Why? Because the two of them were too abnormal and too special. Only a peak sect or similar powers could possibly hope to create two such insane geniuses. Right now, the sect master was trying to come to a decision. He had two options. Kill the Myriad sect. Don't kill the Myriad sect. What were the pros and cons? The pros for killing the Myriad sect were revenge for his dead disciples and to prevent future trouble. This sect had already proven that warring with it was too dangerous. Nearly all the star gods in the Eternal Fire sect warred other sects due to training. This was not meant as tempering. The star gods would search for tempering on their own. When it came to warring sects, it was all about teaching the star gods how to run a sect and how to triumph over an opponent. These were two different parts of training. So, by killing the Myriad sect, not only would the sect master get his revenge, but he would also eradicate the future danger for the star gods of the Eternal Fire sect. What were the cons of killing the Myriad sect? The killer would essentially lose all their karmic luck, and they might even summon the sin monsters. At that point, only a cruel death would await the killer. The sect master could send another ancestral god to destroy the Myriad sect, but the rules were not that easy to circumvent. Orthar had thought about everything. If someone decided to send someone else to do their bidding, any eventual damage to karmic luck would fall on the person issuing the order. Depending on the willingness of the person doing the act, they might also receive a part of the karmic luck damage. For example, if someone manipulated someone into doing something horrible, the manipulator would get 100% of the damage while the person doing the act would get away scot-free. If two people jointly decided that they should do something like that, both of them would get 50% of the damage. The sect master could unite the sect to make a joint decision to destroy the Myriad sect to share the karmic luck damage. However, there were problems with that. First of all, not everyone would agree, and some of them would feel forced. This would push the damage back to the person giving them the decision. Second, people joined a sect to become more powerful. Karmic luck was very difficult to increase. The only feasible method was to take on disciples and guide them to power. That took a lot of work, time, and resources. The disciples joined a sect to become more powerful, not to become weaker. The disciples would be very angry and dissatisfied with having to sacrifice their karmic luck for their sect. Third, the Myriad sect had an absolutely insane amount of karmic luck. Looking at karmic luck wasn't very difficult for ancestral gods. The sect master was shocked when he saw the karmic luck hanging over the Myriad sect. 10%. The Myriad sect had 10% of the karmic luck of the Eternal Fire sect, which was insane. The Eternal Fire sect had over 100 ancestral gods, and they had thousands of star gods. The gathered karmic luck of these disciples all worked upon the entirety of the Eternal Fire sect. Yet, the Myriad sect had 10% of the Eternal Fire sect's karmic luck. They didn't even have 10 star gods. Would it be worth it to destroy the Myriad sect for the star gods of the Eternal Fire sect in exchange for 10% of their karmic luck? No. Having the Myriad sect around would only endanger some star gods, who could quickly be replaced. However, if they damaged their karmic luck to such a degree, Even the ancestral gods might run into a couple more instances of bad luck. They would be exchanging potential danger for some star gods for certain danger for all ancestral gods. After thinking about all of this for a while, the sect master made his decision. The Eternal Fire Sect and the Myriad Sect will have an indefinite ceasefire, the sect master proclaimed. Could you please elaborate on the details of this ceasefire? Manuel asked with a polite smile. The Eternal Fire Sect won't attack or act against the people or territories of the Myriad Sect. The Myriad Sect won't attack or act against the people or territories of the Eternal Fire Sect, the sect master explained. With this solution, the Myriad Sect couldn't attack the star gods of the Eternal Fire Sect without repercussions. The Myriad Sect thanks you for your offer, but it has to be amended somewhat, Manuel said with a polite smile. The entire Myriad Sect was suppressed by an apocalyptic pressure. The sect master had activated his will aura. This is not a negotiation. I am making a demand, the sect master said coldly. Manuel couldn't move under the suppression of the sect master's will aura. Pack. Gravis put a hand on Manuel's shoulder with a smile, and Manuel could finally move again. At the same time, Gravis activated his domain of sentience. The law of freedom acted upon everyone in that domain, and the sect could move again. The sect master's eyes widened in shock. He couldn't suppress these mere star gods with his will aura? The sect master looked deeply at Gravis, who was only smirking at him. Who is this person? He thought. His powers are too strange. I think you misunderstood me, sect master, Manuel said. I don't ask for any kind of concession or payment. Instead, I wanted to give you an offer that will make it easier for both of us. The sect master was unused to negotiating with mere star gods. But just this once, he listened to Manuel. What? The sect master asked. Your Eternal Fire Sect dominates a gigantic territory to the east and north of us. We can only expand towards the west. That would be okay to some degree, but your Eternal Fire Sect will surely expand even faster than us. Eventually, we would be surrounded by the Eternal Fire Sect's territories, and with the ceasefire, we wouldn't be allowed to attack your territories. This could be counted as indirectly acting against our territories since you would be suppressing us into nothingness. The heavens are not blind, and they would see the actions of the Eternal Fire Sect as going against the agreement. Thus, the Eternal Fire Sect would be losing karmic luck with every moment they surround us, Manuel explained. The sect master furrowed his brows and summoned a map made out of light. This part of the Eternal Fire Sect's territory was meant for the star gods to gain experience with other sects. Because of that, the surrounding territories would fall into the control of the Eternal Fire Sect and would then be released again to become unclaimed land. The sect master made the territories on the map move, and he realized that the Myriad Sect would eventually be surrounded. The sect master gritted his teeth. He was furious. With whom? With himself. He had nearly damaged his own sect. If he had simply forced his demand, the Myriad Sect would have become a parasite consuming the karmic luck of the Eternal Fire Sect. This would be really bad. In essence, Manuel's words had helped the Eternal Fire Sect. He had been under no obligation to do so. The sect master looked at Manuel, his expression a bit friendlier. What do you have in mind? Manuel only smiled politely. The territory of the Eternal Fire Sect is so big that there are bound to be places about equal to the Myriad Sect's territory. Right now, we are occupying a border region of your Eternal Fire Sect, but in the future we will be occupying a core region. Border regions can be sacrificed, but core regions can't. I am willing to exchange this territory with one of about equal value in a region where we can coexist without endangering the other's territories, Manuel said. The sect master combed his tiny beard a bit. Fine. What do we do with the situation regarding the ancestral water sect? A person in white robes asked the other 5 people in the room. Difficult, another person said. They keep acting against us in untraceable ways, making it difficult for us to find an official reason to attack them. If we do, the Alliance will put heavy restrictions on us. Can't we just ask the Eternal Fire Sect for support? They should be willing to help their subsidiary sect when they are in a crisis, another person asked. Are we in a crisis? A woman asked. Silence. No, the other person said. Then don't say stupid things. Your will has already weakened to a considerable degree due to your position as the teaching elder. Never forget that, as cultivators, we need to go through mountains of swords and oceans of fire to become powerful. Don't search for help when you don't need it yet. Also, don't forget that all of the sects are subsidiaries of the Eternal Fire sect, the woman said. Yes, sect master. I apologize, sect master, the teaching elder said. Xing. Suddenly, a new person appeared in the room. The people jumped up in shock and readied themselves for battle. But when they saw the person, their eyes widened. Sect master, the woman said with deep respect. Everyone in the room immediately bowed deeply. This was the sect master of the Eternal Fire sect. He had never visited their sect before. Why had he come? The sect master looked around the room and inspected the people. You have proven yourself to be very original in terms of using your resources. The sect master had difficulty finding something positive to say about this trash subsidiary sect of theirs. The people in the room felt even more shocked. The sect master of the Eternal Fire sect was praising them? Finally, acknowledgement. You are hereby allowed to fully integrate into the Eternal Fire sect, the sect master said. The elders and higher will become elders in training, and your inner disciples will become our inner disciples. Everyone's eyes nearly fell out of their head in shock. Really? Were they dreaming? Everyone bowed even deeper, and some of them even started crying. We are eternally grateful to the sect master for such a magnanimous present. We are unworthy. Yes, you are, but I don't really have a choice in the matter, the sect master thought to himself. Gather all the people in the sect and your wealth. In a week, an elder will come to accept everyone into the Eternal Fire sect. This territory will belong to us, the sect master said. Everyone still bowed in gratitude. This had been the entire sect's dream for such a long time. They had worked so hard under the Eternal Fire sect so that they would finally accept all of them. Inside the Eternal Fire sect, they would have far more options for tempering, more law comprehension areas, more money, more everything. The territory they currently owned was nothing in exchange for such a chance. Xing, the sect master, teleported away again, leaving everyone. As soon as he left, everyone cheered in happiness. Finally, their days of trouble were over. They immediately made an announcement to everyone in the sect, and the sect cheered. They could finally all join the Eternal Fire sect. The Eternal Fire sect was the most powerful sect for billions of kilometers around. Everyone packed their stuff, and a week later, an elder came to accept them. Just this random elder was already more powerful than their previous sect master. The elder gathered everyone and left. However, his neutral eyes hid pity in them. These young fools, he thought. Do they really believe that the Eternal Fire sect is some holy land? No, the Eternal Fire sect has only become this powerful due to our cruel training and brutal competition. The elder glanced at the hundreds of thousands of inner disciples. Over 95% of them will be dead within the next 10 millennia. They do not realize that their power is incomparable to our normal inner disciples. Most of them will only act as food for tempering. Only the very few talented disciples will be able to truly join the ranks of the inner disciples, the elder thought. The elder also glanced at the upper echelon of the sect. Elders in training, huh? If you manage to keep up with the training, you will be elders, but from what I'm seeing, you will fail. You will probably end up in the ancestral god army, like nearly all of our ancestral gods. This sect had believed that being part of such a powerful sect was a blessing. And yes, it actually was a blessing. However, it was only a blessing for the truly powerful people. For everyone else, it was death. Being part of a sect that nearly had no enemies was arguably even more difficult than not being part of an organization at all. Because, in order to remain so powerful, the future generation had to be just as powerful as the previous generation. The first generation had gone through hell to become so powerful that they could establish such a powerful sect. This meant that the next generation had to go through a similar amount of pressure and danger. And the one following that. And the one following that. If a sect had nearly no enemies, They had to be their own enemies. Enemies were irreplaceable on the path to supreme power. The more powerful the sect and the fewer enemies they had, the more dangerous it was to be in that sect. However, the ones that managed to get through this hell would have access to resources that people of smaller sects could only dream of. These new disciples didn't know that they were happily jumping into a meat grinder. Yet, even if they knew, they would probably still accept. The eventual rewards were just too enticing. Also, cultivators thrived in danger. It was normal to risk one's life. The sect was left behind. The wealth had been transported away, but the buildings and formation arrays were still there. A couple days later, an army of people arrived in the sky above the deserted sect. A red-haired elder pointed towards the sect. "This will be your sect," she said. Everyone inspected the sect, and Manuel nodded. This sect had a couple more formation arrays, and it was quite a bit bigger. It also had around double the amount of law comprehension areas. Obviously, the sect master of the Eternal Fire sect had repaid Manuel for his friendly reminder. This place was definitely better than the Myriad sect's old place. The surrounding sects are all subsidiary sects of the Eternal Fire sect, the elder explained. This is one of our meat grinders. The sect that manages to take over the other 9 sects is allowed to join the Eternal Fire sect. The other sects all have at least 3 ancestral gods, but you don't need to fear them. As discussed, you officially count as a subsidiary sect of the Eternal Fire sect, but only in name. Since you do not have an ancestral god, the ancestral gods of the other sects are not allowed to act against you. They can only send star gods. However, keep in mind that every sect has at least 10 star gods. Some of them already nearly have 100, the elder explained. If you die, you die. It will have nothing to do with the Eternal Fire sect. Manuel nodded with a polite smile. Of course. Thank you for escorting us. The elder nodded and teleported away. Manuel looked at his new sect. This was perfect. As long as he knew the power of the surrounding sects, he could increase everyone's realm to perfectly fight another sect. However, Manuel had to be careful when it came to numbers. If the number of enemies was too high, the Myriad sect would be destroyed. In the war between the Myriad sect and the Eternal Fire sect, Gravis and Mortis had only gotten involved when someone above the power of the Myriad sect had gotten involved. Gravis and Mortis would have only watched if Ishtar had been a level 2-star god. At that point, the war could have gone very differently. Exer would have had to contend against 2-star gods, and he would definitely be on the losing side. At that point, someone else would have to finish their fight first to help him. The entire war would have become far more dangerous. Gravis knew that the Myriad sect needed genuine danger. That was why he would only get involved if someone appeared that could dominate the entirety of the Myriad sect alone. If there were 100 level 2-star gods, Gravis wouldn't involve himself. At most, he would grab the people that knew the law of freedom and flee with them, since that wouldn't injure their will aura. Everyone else would die. The danger had to be real for the Myriad sect to grow. While the Myriad sect readied their new headquarters for their future conquest, Gravis borrowed Stella for a bit. He wanted to test something. "So, what did you want to test?" Stella asked. "Wait a second," Gravis said. "I need to take some precautions first. I don't want to take any chances." Stella looked with a questioning look at Gravis. "Father, please help me isolate what's happening here in front of others. I don't want anyone to see what's happening," Gravis said. "Go ahead." The opposer's voice appeared in Gravis and Stella's minds. "Thanks," Gravis said with a nod before concentrating on Stella. Stella took a nervous step back. "What are you doing? Are you trying to take advantage of me? I warn you, as a pure maiden, I have many suitors. I'm going to call Big Brother Mortis to beat you up if you do anything," Stella shouted in fear. Gravis had to laugh at Stella's antics. "No, I want to try something specific," Gravis said. Then Gravis moved back a distance. "Stella Firebringer," Gravis shouted. Ever since Stella had joined the 9 Elements sect in the higher world, she had received a new last name. Firebringer was the last name of the fire camp of the 9 Elements sect. Gravis had just shouted out Stella's true name. Stella's eyes widened as a weird sensation filled her being. "Xing." A star appeared beside Stella, which surprised her. This was her star. She hadn't summoned it. Stella Firebringer. Gravis shouted again. The star shot towards the distance. Surprisingly, it didn't shoot towards Gravis but in a seemingly completely random direction. Stella became nervous as she saw her star leave her. She hadn't ordered any of these things. The star was shooting into the distance with a lot of speed, but Gravis and Stella could still keep up. "Come back!" Stella shouted, trying her best to rein in her star. After a lot of forcing, Stella's star slowed down. Stella Firebringer. Hum! And the star shot away again. Gravis laughed loudly at the spectacle. It was like Stella was chasing a disobedient child, trying to convince it to return. "I think I know where the star is going towards," Gravis said. "Where?" Stella asked. She was nervous but not scared. She knew that Gravis wouldn't allow anything to happen to her. "It's shooting towards my avatar," Gravis said. "It's going to Mortis?" Stella asked. Gravis nodded. Mortis is comprehending some laws in that direction. "I think this also explains why true names are so dangerous to star gods and above," Gravis said. "I still have the control over my avatar or star, since you can't say my true name. So, in essence, I now control the movements of your star. I only need to make Mortis move to wherever I want. Even more, your star can't become untouchable while it's not under your control. That ability is the only reason why cultivators don't attack the enemy's star. If we had similar powers, we would be embroiled in a battle. However, if I know your true name, I can get your star to come to me. After that, I only need to attack it and it gets destroyed. Even more, since the opponent obviously knows about the importance of their star, I could also control their movement. For example, if there were someone in Opposer City that I wanted to kill. Obviously, I can't kill them due to the rules of Opposer City. However, if I knew their true name and shouted it out from outside Opposer City, I could force their star to come to me. The other person would be forced to meet me outside or see their most powerful laws be destroyed. It essentially allows me to control the entire life of someone else," Gravis explained. Stella nodded. That ability was really terrifying. No wonder everyone kept their true names secret. After a lot of urging, Stella managed to make her star slow down again. Eventually, the star stopped. Stella immediately shot a venomous glare at Gravis. "Don't you dare!" Gravis was currently suppressing his laughter with all his power. "Don't!" Stella shouted. "It took me so long to regain control." "Stella," Gravis said. "Don't you dare!" Stella shouted coldly. "Stella, could you bring me some fire?" Gravis said with a smirk. "Stop it." Fine, I'll stop," Gravis said. Stella squinted her eyes at Gravis. She didn't fully believe him. "No, honestly, Gravis, it's not funny, and I don't like that feeling. I'm not joking. Please stop," Stella said seriously. Gravis' smirk immediately vanished, and he sighed. "Okay," he said with a sad tone. "Thanks," Stella said. Eventually, Stella managed to make her star vanish again. It took several minutes to get her star under control again, while it took another person only 2 words to make it go completely out of control. True names truly were scary. Stella swore herself that she would tell no one about her true name. Luckily, only Gravis, Mortis, Liam, and Exer knew about her true name. "Fairy Maiden. Is this hooligan harassing you?" Xing. Someone appeared beside Stella. He was a young man with long white hair, expensive white robes, and white jewelry. The holy light of purity continually shone out of him, making him appear like some godlike being. His face was immaculate. In total, he looked like a holy statue that some mortals would pray to. He was a level 2-star god. He had just passed by here, and he saw how this beautiful fairy had looked at this hooligan with venomous eyes. Obviously, this ant of a cultivator was harassing this beautiful maiden. In his mind, this absolutely stellar, beautiful maiden was too nice and polite to directly throw this hooligan into the distance. Because of that, this hooligan was taking advantage of this innocent fairy maiden, harassing her more and more and taking advantage of her. He had to come in and save her. Stella looked at the handsome man beside her with a bit of confusion. Then she understood and she suppressed a chuckle. Gravis looked at the man with a raised eyebrow. "Shoo! Go away!" the man ordered Gravis. "Can't you see that this beautiful maiden isn't interested in you? Learn some decency." Gravis blinked once. "I think you got something dash." "Oh, thank you, valiant cultivator," Stella shouted with teary eyes. Gravis' face froze. "Are you serious? This uncouth man has asked to smell my feet and to wear my dress. Dear gods. I was flabbergasted when I heard of his dirty demands." Stella shouted with a voice that would make any man want to help her. Gravis was stunned. "Fuck. Isn't this too much like karma?" Gravis thought. "I just teased Stella with her true name, and now she's teasing me with that guy." When the young man heard Stella's words, his eyes became frosty, and he unleashed his will aura on Gravis. "I will put this hooligan to justice," he shouted with power. "No, please," Stella shouted with a pleading voice. "He has acted unbecoming, but this is not worthy of death. I cannot live with such guilt upon my conscience." The young man's eyes relaxed, and he looked at Stella with loving, kind eyes. Stella's body shuddered, but she kept it hidden. "Such an innocent maiden is truly rare in this cruel world," the man said with a complimenting tone. Then he looked coldly at Gravis. "Hooligan, you are in luck. This fair maiden has just saved your life. Now scram." Gravis blinked a couple of times. "He's from one of the nearby sects, probably," Stella transmitted to Gravis. "We are still new here, and the other sects don't know about us yet. By following him, I can enter one of the sects and gather information about their power and policies. We need to know our enemy to properly prepare for a fight with them." "Fine," Gravis answered with an unwilling voice transmission. Then, Gravis acted like some petty thief that had been found out by the lord of the manor and fled into the distance. The young man snorted once and looked with loving eyes at Stella. "The hooligan is gone. Fairy maiden, would you be interested in following me to my sect of origin? I believe a powerful star god such as yourself can easily become an enforcer in our sect. I can assure you that you will be able to join." Stella smiled brightly, and her face became a bit red. "Thank you so much, valiant cultivator. I would love to visit your sect," Stella said. "Heaven has decreed that we would meet on this day, and I thank heaven for this opportunity to meet a gracious person such as you. Please follow me," he said with a soft tone. Stella was really trying her best to look interested and innocent. The young man and Stella flew into the distance. Then the young man did something Stella didn't notice. "Peak Immortal Emperor. He has this aura. Kill him," he ordered to someone secretly. He didn't want the innocent fairy maiden to know that the hooligan would die. After all, with her pure conscience and personality, she might not be able to deal with such a strike to her conscience. Obviously, the man's impression of Stella was very far from reality. In fact, it was so far from reality that it was almost unbelievable that someone could possibly think something like that. Well, the reason was twofold. One reason was Stella's powerful law of empathy. This law intensified the positive emotions she unconsciously gave off. This made her appear like a loving, innocent, happy, and even naive girl. The second reason was her beauty. The young man had been struck with her as soon as he saw her. She was just so innocent, so fragile. He needed to protect her. Because of that, he believed Stella to be innocent, even though that was impossible due to the sheer fact that Stella was already a star god. Like this, an incredible opportunity to learn about their opponent had arrived for the Myriad sect. What great luck! Gravis leisurely traveled back to the Myriad sect. He and Stella had traveled quite far while chasing her star, which was also why that guy had shown up. "Oh? Who's that?" Gravis thought as he noticed two people following him. One of them was a peak immortal emperor that was slightly above average, and the other guy was a level 1 star god. Gravis saw in the mind of the peak immortal emperor that he wanted to kill Gravis. Gravis smirked. Gravis stealthily activated his law of perceived reality and covertly changed some things. Xing. Gravis teleported away, and the eyes of the two people widened. He noticed you, the star god said. Chase him. He's your tempering opportunity. I will simply follow you and report it to the elder if you die. The peak immortal emperor nodded, and both of them chased Gravis. The peak immortal emperor reached Gravis, but Gravis managed to sidestep his attack with a scared expression. The star god only watched. He's fleeing towards the outer regions. There's nothing there. You can chase, the star god said. The peak immortal emperor nodded and continued attacking Gravis. For a couple of minutes, the peak immortal emperor tried to kill Gravis, but he just couldn't hit him. The star god slowly became suspicious. Was he luring them somewhere? Suddenly, a formation array activated that isolated teleportations. The star god's face whitened. Such a formation array was extremely expensive, and only Sex could bring up the funds to buy something like that. This was a trap. Gravis had slightly changed their perception of their surroundings. In their perception, Gravis had been traveling towards the outer regions, but in reality, he had traveled directly to the Myriad sect. At the same time, Gravis severely strengthened the warping of the peak immortal emperor's perceived reality. A ton of different humans appeared and disappeared in front of the peak immortal emperor, their faces constantly warping into different shapes. In an instant, all possible faces that a human could have had appeared and disappeared. Whenever the peak immortal emperor saw a face he recognized, the memories of that person appeared in his head. This allowed Gravis to read all these memories. In an instant, Gravis had gotten the information of thousands of people. Have fun, Gravis shouted before he left. He's too weak for us, Eris said to Liam. Broadwalker has also become impressively powerful in the last fight. I would suggest giving him to Azure's Legion. Liam nodded. Manuel told Azure that she could take care of the star god with her legion. Meanwhile, Steer charged at the peak immortal emperor. That guy was just perfect for Steer. Like this, Gravis had delivered some tempering and wealth to the Myriad sect. Gravis also transmitted the information he had gathered to Manuel. The Shining Purity sect, huh? Manuel commented. They're quite impressive. Gravis nodded. They have a level 4 star god. They sure have pumped a lot of wealth into that guy. Can you deal with a level 4 star god? Manuel asked. Not yet, Gravis answered with a smirk. Manuel noticed Gravis' smirk. Are you ready to become a star god? Manuel asked. Gravis nodded. Right now, my will aura is too powerful. Just my will aura alone will already suppress a level 3 star god by about 20%. If I activate my major law of suppression, they will be suppressed by over 95%. That makes them even slower than level 1 star gods, and they wouldn't be my opponent anymore even if I don't use my law of sentience. However, a level 4 star god is 2 battle levels above a level 3 star god. I wouldn't be able to suppress them by much, and their speed alone is already so fast that I can't react. Star gods were categorized into 9 levels with 3 sets. The first 3 levels were a set. The second 3 levels were a set. The third 3 levels were a set. One could say that a star god somewhere in the first 3 levels was an early star god. Someone in the middle 3 levels was a mid-star god. Someone in the late 3 levels was a late star god. Someone in the 9th level was a peak star god, but there was no special jump in levels between a late star god and a peak star god. When a star god reached a new set of 3 levels, a jump of 2 levels would happen. This was essentially the same thing as the jump between a late minor circulation immortal emperor and an early major circulation immortal emperor. So, to summarize, level 1 star god to level 2 star god would be a jump of 1 level. Level 2 star god to level 3 star god would be a jump of 1 level. However, level 3 star god to level 4 star god would be a jump of 2 levels. Then it would return to normal again. Level 4 to level 5 equaled 1 level. Level 5 to 6 equaled 1 level. Level 6 to level 7 equaled 2 levels since the star god just entered a new set of 3 levels. Level 7 to 8 equaled 1 level. Level 8 to 9 equaled 1 level. When put in simple numbers, it would look like this. 1121111. Right now, Gravis was a peak immortal emperor. The difference between a peak immortal emperor and a level 1 star god were 4 levels. If Gravis were to fight a level 3 star god, he would need to jump 6 levels. 4 plus 1 plus 1. However, if Gravis had to fight a level 4 star god, he would need to jump 8 levels. 4 plus 1 plus 1 plus 2. Obviously, this was impossible. Only someone like Ark could attempt something like that, and Gravis definitely wasn't as powerful as Ark. Yet, fighting a level 3 star god was also no good. Gravis' will aura was too powerful right now. If Gravis also used his law of suppression, the enemy wouldn't even be a danger anymore. This meant that Gravis was in a very awkward position for tempering. He couldn't find a good opponent. That's why I will become a star god today, Gravis said. At that point, I can fight a level 6 star god. There are probably no level 6 star gods in existence yet, but that's not a problem. I only need to either enter a heaven's trial or comprehend laws for long enough for the population of star gods to recover. Manuel smiled. Then, I'm happy with that. For a second, I felt guilty. I thought that our weakness was forcing you to accelerate your realm progression. But if it's fine anyway, I can be at ease. Gravis nodded with a smile. It really is fine, Gravis said. Another reason is also that I want to know what kind of effect my star will have. Stars have different domains and effects based on what law they have. I wonder what effect the law of sentience will have. It's probably very powerful, Manuel said. Probably, Gravis said. Anyway, I'll call Mortis and go somewhere else for my breakthrough. I'll be back in just a couple of hours. Have fun, Manuel said. Thanks, Gravis said. Xing. And Gravis was gone. Gravis went to an isolated place and called Mortis, and Ark arrived relatively quickly. What's up? Ark asked with a smile. I'll reach the star god realm today, Gravis explained. Then Gravis took out a ring and threw it at Ark. That's a ring that allows us to communicate over long distances. Your own ring won't work anymore since I will be a star god soon. Ark looked at the ring with a smile and pocketed it. Thanks. Mind if I watch you reach the star god realm? I'm interested in what kind of effect the law of sentience will have once it becomes a star. Yes, I mind, Gravis said flatly. Ark was a bit taken aback. Then Gravis laughed. What's with that question? Of course you can watch. Ark also laughed a bit. The two of them were still waiting for Mortis, so they talked a bit. What have you been doing ever since coming to the highest world? Gravis asked. Different things. I looked at the world for a long time, but even that can become boring eventually. Recently, I got a new hobby, Ark said with a sly smirk. Oh, Gravis uttered. I like to join sects and act weak, Ark explained with a smirk. Not even the ancestral gods can feel my battle strength, so it becomes quite easy to remain hidden. I simply act weak and act like a normal disciple. And then, I simply wait for some arrogant idiots to bully me or act against me. You would be surprised how many people you can anger just by being weak and existing in their vicinity. They act against you because you chose the wrong chair in a restaurant. They act against you because you don't let them skip the queue for basically anything. They act against you because you didn't bow before them. It's hilarious how quickly some people get angry, Ark said with mirth. Gravis chuckled a bit. How come I don't see that many of those? It depends on where you are, Ark explained. If they are outside, they act like normal cultivators. They know that there are a lot of hidden geniuses and people with powerful backgrounds around. That's why they are careful outside. However, as soon as they are in their own sect, they become arrogant assholes. They know their status and know that they are at least above average in the sect. Of course, the way I'm phrasing this makes it appear like there are more of these people than there actually are. In reality, they are more like 1 in 1,000 disciples. For every 999 normal disciples, 1 arrogant idiot appears. Gravis nodded. And what do you do when they act against you? I won't back down, and I warn them that I'm more powerful than I appear. Due to the rules of the sect, they can't directly go against me. This means that I get to keep my chair in the tavern, my place in the queue, and I don't need to bow to them. But of course, they will become very angry and even start hating me. That's when the fun begins, Ark exclaimed in excitement. What do they do? Gravis asked in interest. 84% of the time, they try to suppress me with the sect rules. They do stuff like insult me, make it harder for me to go on missions, stuff like that. The other 16% go directly for covert assassination. They either come themselves or send someone to take me out while I'm outside. Funnily enough, when the 84% of suppressors inevitably fail, they get even angrier. It's like defending myself is akin to acting against them. After failing, they also directly go for assassinations. Of course, the assassins that attempt anything never return, Ark said with a smirk. What do you think the guys will do? Gravis chuckled a bit. Send more assassins, Gravis said. Ark laughed and nodded. Exactly. They believe that I must have had some luck or secret weapon that could only be used a single time. They send more powerful assassins, and when those assassins also die, they try it themselves. Of course, they also never return. Additionally, I never get implicated. After all, who can investigate something that I don't want to be investigated? After the arrogant assholes are dead, I go back to the sect and throw out some more bait. If I can't find anyone for a century that's willing to take the bait, I go to another sect, Ark explained. Gravis had to laugh a couple of times. Ark's hobby was acting like a pig to eat the tiger. So, in essence, you are cleansing the sects of arrogant idiots one at a time? Gravis asked. Ark laughed. Basically, yeah. You're attempting something impossible, Gravis said with a smirk. I don't care. It's about the fun, not the goal. Xing. At that moment, Mortis arrived. Hello, Ark, Mortis said to Ark. Hey, Mortis. How have you been? Ark said. Normal. Nothing out of the ordinary. Just laws. Laws are fun, Ark answered with a smirk. I've also comprehended some laws. Man, I tell you, comprehending laws is far easier when you can actually see them. I can imagine, Gravis said. How have you even been able to deal with guessing laws? I literally can't imagine anything that is more frustrating and boring. That's the thing, Ark said. Boredom. Yeah, guessing laws is about as boring as it gets. But the most boring thing is still less boring than doing absolutely nothing at all. Can we start? Mortis asked Gravis. Mortis wasn't the biggest fan of just talking, and he wanted to get back to comprehending his laws. Sure, Gravis said as he took out about 1,000,000 god stones. Gravis would have to absorb far more god stones to become a star god since his entire being was already at the peak of the respective centers of power. However, the good thing about that was that Gravis wouldn't have to spend a ridiculous sum of god stones to advance in the star god realm but only double the normal amount. Since everyone had a peak body, energy storage, and spirit in the star god realm, everyone else's advancement cost would multiply while Gravis would shrink in relation to others. Mortis and Gravis consumed the god stones. Took around an hour for them to consume all of them, but eventually, Gravis felt that he was about to break through. Mortis began shaking as the avatar of sentience shone out of his body. It was like Mortis became transparent. A flood of energy exploded out of Gravis, and over half of it entered his avatar. The avatar became brighter and brighter. At the same time, it also seemed to swell up. At some point, the avatar even swallowed Mortis' body. Boom! Then, the avatar exploded as the surroundings were torn apart. Gravis looked at his avatar, and he saw that it had been reduced to a burning star. The fire on the star took the form of humans and beasts as they traveled across the star. It was like the star was a planet for all these sentient flames. Yet, when one didn't fully concentrate on the star, one wouldn't notice that peculiarity. At first glance, it would look like a normal star. The only difference between a normal star and Gravis star was simply how the flames moved. Gravis felt his power increase tremendously. His energy, spirit, and physical power seemingly elevated to insane levels. Gravis' spirit sense stretched over millions upon millions of kilometers, and Gravis felt like he could kill absolutely anything. Of course, he knew that this was only an illusion created by the sudden surge of power. Gravis closed his eyes and thought about several laws. Many of the level 6 laws he didn't know yet suddenly made far more sense. Comprehending laws had become far easier now. Bzzz. Gravis summoned some heavenly lightning and looked at it. It's so easy to gather heavenly lightning now, Gravis commented. While Gravis was testing his power, his star was slowly vanishing as Mortis' body took shape again. When Mortis' body solidified, his body started to shine brightly like a star. Gravis and Ark looked at Mortis with interest. Mortis' glow looked impressive in a sort of way. Together with his white hair and white clothing, he looked a bit like a powerful ancient being. Sadly, the light wasn't white but yellowish. "Hey, you can shine now, Mortis," Gravis commented with a smile. Mortis looked at Gravis with a grimace. "No," he said. Gravis lifted an eyebrow. "It's not that I can shine," Mortis said. "I must shine. I can't turn this off." "You can't turn it off?" Gravis asked in shock. "No," Mortis answered with a grimace. Silence. Ark broke out into laughter. Gravis looked with concern at Mortis. But then, something shocking happened. Mortis completely vanished. He didn't teleport away or use any laws. He simply vanished from the world. Where did he arg? Bang! Mortis reappeared in front of Ark and punched him in the face. "That's not funny," Mortis shouted. Ark looked with shock at Mortis after his face healed. But then Ark understood. Immediately after, Ark's mind went through a ton of possibilities this ability would open. "That's insanely useful," Ark shouted. What had Mortis done? Avatars could reside in the weapons of a cultivator or not exist at all. However, stars were different. Stars always existed in the world. Stars always flew around the star god, no matter when or where they were. Yet stars could become intangible. When stars were intangible, they couldn't interact with the world. They would become invisible to everyone but the cultivator that owned the star. In that state, the stars also couldn't unleash their powers. It was like the stars existed in a separate reality. Not even a divine god could destroy a star that was intangible. They could only kill the cultivator, which would then destroy the star. Destroying an intangible star was only possible when someone knew the true law of perceived reality. Not many cultivators knew that law. "What can you see while intangible?" Ark asked Mortis with intense eyes. "I can see everything," Mortis said. "I simply can't interact with anything." "Wait, then, does this mean that you can theoretically enter law comprehension areas without anyone noticing it and comprehend the laws?" Ark asked. Mortis' eyes widened in realization. Then Mortis scratched his chin in thought. Lastly, Mortis smirked. "Yes, I think I can," Mortis said. Then Mortis looked at Gravis. "Seems like I no longer need to rely on your money to comprehend laws." Gravis scratched the back of his head. "Are you fine with just stealing comprehension of law comprehension areas that are not your own?" "Yes," Mortis said directly. "Law comprehension areas are made by nature. The organizations only own them because they have a big fist and say that these are theirs. Additionally, my comprehension won't impact them regardless. I'll simply stay there and not do anything." Gravis had to agree with Mortis. The sects didn't create these law comprehension areas. They simply said that they belonged to them. "Fine," Gravis said. "Seems like my boy no longer needs the support of his father." Mortis looked at the smirking Gravis. Then Mortis vanished again. Silence. Nothing happened. Gravis only laughed loudly, which confused Ark. "You are my star." "Mortis," Gravis shouted. "If you can make yourself intangible, I can also make you intangible." Then Ark understood. Mortis was probably trying to punch Gravis right now, but he couldn't touch him due to his intangible status. Whoosh! Gravis unleashed a punch that touched nothing. While intangible, Mortis only laughed. "If I want to stay intangible, you can't summon me into reality," Mortis said. Gravis grimaced, but he fell into thought again as he scratched his chin. Bang! Mortis managed to land a hit on Gravis' face, and Gravis glared at Mortis. "I was distracted," he shouted in anger. "So? That's not my fault," Mortis answered with a smirk. Gravis huffed but went back to thinking. "So, does it mean that the intangible status has a higher priority?" Gravis asked. "As soon as one of us two wants you to be intangible, you become intangible. Or is it a priority based on what status you currently have?" Mortis also started scratching his chin. Let's try. I'm concentrating on staying in this reality, and you try to make me intangible. Gravis nodded. Whoop. And Mortis was gone again. Whoop. Mortis reappeared again while scratching his chin. So, the intangible status has a higher priority, Mortis said, his body still shining brightly. Well, at least I have a method to hide this annoying glow. Gravis had to chuckle a bit. Could you imagine being with Joyce while continually shining like this? He asked. Gravis imagined himself shining like this while being with Stella. The two of them would simply lay at each other's side, but one of them would illuminate the entire room with a bright yellow light. Stella would probably get annoyed and look away after a while, asking Gravis to turn down the light. Then Gravis would solemnly say, "No, I must shine." When Gravis thought of that, he had to laugh. Ark looked at Gravis in confusion. Why was he laughing? Meanwhile, Mortis cringed when he heard the name Joyce. "Please don't talk about Joyce in front of me," Mortis said with an even voice. Gravis immediately stopped laughing. Mortis said please. This meant that this was important to him. Gravis' good mood vanished as he looked into Mortis' eyes. "Okay, what is going on between you and Joyce? I know that something's going on, and I also know that it's not something good." Mortis looked away from Gravis' eyes. "I don't want to talk about it." "Mortis," Gravis shouted strictly. "I don't want to make the same mistake again. Back then, I wasn't able to help you, and you died as a result. Mortis, you are important to me, and I don't want you to be unhappy. Accept some help for once and confide in others with your worries. Don't try to do everything alone. Remember how we cried in our mother's arms back then? It has helped us. Don't become someone that's too prideful to ask others for help," Gravis said. Mortis became nervous. He wanted to deal with all of this himself, but he also knew that Gravis had a point. "Mortis," Ark said with a smile, "you need others for happiness. Why do you think I had so many disciples in my world?" Mortis took a deep breath as he wrung with himself on this issue. But after some seconds, he released a sigh. "Fine," Mortis said. "I hadn't thought that our breakthrough to the Star God realm would end in an intervention for me. But sure, so what?" Gravis nodded with a supportive smile. "Thank you. Your trust means a lot to me." "Want me to leave?" Ark asked. "It's fine." No, it's fine," Mortis said with a weak voice. "Maybe you can also give me some valuable input." Ark nodded and remained silent. When Mortis saw how Gravis and Ark only looked silently and expectantly at him, he became more nervous. However, he had to abandon his pride. So what if they thought of him as idiotic or weak? "It all started when I intercepted Joyce after she left our father's room." Mortis began to narrate the entire thing. When Mortis came to the intense sessions with Joyce, Ark and Gravis cringed and took several breaths through their teeth. That was literal insanity. They could understand some rough playing, but literally trying to kill one's partner was definitely going too far. Ark and Gravis felt bad for Mortis after he finished the retelling of his story. That was not healthy. That was not a relationship. Ark and Gravis looked at each other after Mortis was done. Then they looked at Mortis and said the same thing. "You need to break up with her." Mortis had already expected something like this, but he still became nervous when he heard the words, "break up with Joyce." It sounded like the right decision, but for some reason Mortis didn't want to. Mortis had seen Joyce's emotional laws. He knew that she could recover. He knew that there was a good core inside of her. He only had to find a way to make that core resurface. "You saw her emotional laws," Mortis said to Gravis and Ark. "You know that there is a good core inside of her. You know that she is actually a good person. The way she acts, this isn't her." Ark and Gravis nodded. "You're right," Gravis said. "There is a genuinely good core inside of her. But that core is suppressed under an avalanche of murky chaos." "Yes, so we should search for a method to help her return to her true self," Mortis said. Gravis sighed. "Mortis," he said slowly, "it doesn't matter if she has a good core or not. Right now, she lacks the ability to have a normal relationship." "Elaborate," Mortis said absent-mindedly. He wanted to absorb Gravis' words while thinking about the information. You could say that Joyce has a good heart. However, she wears a mask, Ark said. You could say that everyone has a real personality and a mask. Everyone puts up their mask when they are with others. After all, if we wear our emotions on our sleeve, we would constantly explode on everyone that says something that could annoy us. Mortis nodded. Yet that is only that, a mask. It is not our true personality, Ark continued. Joyce's case is a bit special. Usually, people put on a mask to seem more likable and friendlier than they actually are. But in Joyce's case, she does the opposite. She tries to appear as cold and aggressive as possible. Another problem is the fact that Joyce has never taken off her mask in her entire life. Ever since she reached the Unity realm, she tried to become ruthless and cold-hearted. It was definitely very difficult for her to prove to herself that she could be cruel. It has probably happened several times that she committed an act of cruelty simply for the fact to prove to herself that she could do it. I'm sure that, during all of these acts, Joyce felt immense pain inside of herself. Her emotions were running rampant with guilt, self-loathing, pity, and several other kinds of empathetic emotions. However, if a person tries to change into someone else for long enough, they will be able to make the unfitting fit. Joyce's desired personality is incompatible with her real personality, but after hundreds of thousands of years, she managed to basically weld her mask onto her face. Joyce hasn't seen her true face in many, many years, and by now, she probably truly believes that the mask she sees every day is her genuine face. Ark took a deep breath. So, in a sense, Joyce's current personality is her real personality. The old core still exists, but it's impossible to wake it. It has been too long. Mortis' expression had become darker and darker the more he listened to Ark. His comparison made a lot of sense, and Mortis could see exactly what he meant. In a way, one could say that Joyce had changed tremendously. It was definitely not a healthy change, and this change would definitely make it very difficult for her to ever find happiness. But it had happened. The only thing that could wake Joyce's old core was samsara. However, it was impossible for Joyce to survive samsara. Gravis saw how Mortis still thought about the topic and took a deep breath. Mortis, Gravis said slowly. Mortis looked at Gravis. Her happiness is not your responsibility, Gravis said. Mortis looked to the side in discomfort. Think about your time together, Gravis continued. What was the thing that you wanted to do when you saw Joyce? Mortis didn't say anything. You wanted to make her happy, Gravis continued. You are very attracted to her. So, it's only natural that you want to make her happy. Maybe give her a gift. Maybe make love to her. Maybe hug her. Maybe lay down with her. In short, you care about how she feels. You don't want her to be miserable since that would also make you miserable. You want her to feel great. When she feels great, you feel great. That's how love works, Mortis, Gravis said. I want Stella to have the best life imaginable, and I would do anything for her. And I know for a fact that Stella feels the same way towards me. We both would do everything for each other. Whenever I feel Stella's conviction to want to make me as happy as possible, I only feel more love for her. And I know that she also feels these same feelings when she feels my conviction. We often talked about how much we are in disbelief that the other one feels so strongly towards us. This is love, Mortis, Gravis said. Mortis, you want to make Joyce happy in a similar way to how I want to make Stella happy. That's great. However, does Joyce want to make you happy? Silence. Mortis thought back to his time with Joyce. Joyce had wanted nothing more than to be dominated by someone more powerful than her. She wanted to feel completely helpless in front of the other person. Her need to feel these things even forced her to attack Mortis with the intention to kill. This was how incredibly important this was to her. What did she think of Mortis? Mortis was great. Mortis was incredibly powerful, and he was able to make Joyce feel things she had never felt before. What if Mortis said that he wouldn't want to do these things to her anymore? What would Joyce think? She would think that Mortis was a weak-willed pussy. In Joyce's mind, Mortis wouldn't even count as a man anymore. He was only someone with a weak personality. It all boils down to how she feels, Mortis thought. Joyce didn't care how Mortis felt. She only cared about how he made her feel. If he couldn't make her feel anything, he was worthless. She's searching for someone that has her mask as their true personality, Mortis said. Gravis and Ark remained silent. She wants someone that has no remorse. She wants someone that simply takes whatever they want, no matter what anyone thinks or if it's right or not. However, I'm sure that she also wants the other person to care for her. Sadly, it's impossible for these two things to coexist in the same person. She wants apathy and empathy at the same time. Mortis, Gravis said solemnly, Joyce doesn't care about you. She doesn't love you. Her long years of trying to eradicate all forms of empathy from her mind have made her unable to feel empathy. As soon as the tiniest shred of empathy emerges, it is buried under a mountain of anger, hatred, disdain, and rage. Whenever she feels empathy, she explodes with anger. If someone can't feel empathy, it's impossible to love. Gravis looked deeply at Mortis. It is impossible for Joyce to ever love someone. Mortis closed his eyes and took several deep breaths. A mortal might need time to think about this, but Mortis was a star god now. If he wanted to do something, he would do it. I understand, Mortis said as he opened his eyes with conviction. From now on, Joyce and I will have nothing to do with each other. I will speak to her when she returns and get this all over with, Mortis said. Gravis and Ark smiled in support. Mortis looked at Gravis and Ark deeply. Thank you for your help. I really needed it, Mortis said. The smiles of Gravis and Ark widened. No problem, they said. Mortis went to the Myriad sect after saying goodbye to Ark. Ark also vanished. He wanted to get back to baiting arrogant cultivators. And Gravis? Gravis wanted to check up on Stella. Stella was still in the Shining Purity sect, and Gravis didn't want to take any chances. What if they managed to find out about her true affiliation? After Gravis became a star god, his speed had increased dramatically. Something that would have taken him an hour to traverse now barely took 2 minutes. After about half an hour, Gravis arrived near the Shining Purity sect. Of course, Gravis kept himself hidden with the law of perceived reality. As long as no one questioned their perception, no one would be able to see him. The Shining Purity sect was on a high mountain surrounded by several shining stars. These stars had obviously been created with some matter and blaze laws, but their light used the purity element. The buildings were pure white, and a ridiculous amount of expensive materials adorned every single building in the sect. Gravis hated the appearance of the Shining Purity sect. It was the epitome of arrogance and vanity. Gravis quickly found Stella walking around inside the sect. That one guy from earlier was leading her around, and he kept himself very close to Stella. Stella perfectly acted like an innocent maiden, but Gravis could see that she felt disgusted and awkward in front of this guy. Everything was still fine with her. Meanwhile, Gravis inspected the entirety of the sect with his spirit sense. 23 star gods. 1 at level 4, 0 at level 3, 4 at level 2, 18 at level 1, Gravis thought. They really went all in on that one disciple. They didn't even increase the realm of their other level 2 star gods. Gravis looked at the sole level 4 star god, and he had to nod in praise. 2 level 7 laws and 10 level 6 laws, Gravis thought. No wonder they focused all their resources on him. He's probably their secret weapon. Every sect in the surroundings is subservient to the Eternal Fire sect, and as long as one sect triumphs over the other sects, they will be accepted by the Eternal Fire sect. Judging from how they are distributing their forces and resources, this is probably their goal. A level 3 star god can be killed by several level 2 star gods, but it would take like 50 level 2 star gods to kill a level 4 star god. There should be sects that nearly have 100 star gods, which would still put the level 4 star god in danger. Pretty sure they want him to become a level 5 star god before they start invading all the surrounding sects. Gravis looked at the law fragments of the peak immortal emperors in the sect. They are incredibly unhappy, Gravis realized. They feel unjustly rewarded for their work. They even hate the level 4 star god, which is unusual for a sect. Usually, all the disciples look up to the most powerful disciple under the elders or leaders. They are kind of an idol. Yet, everyone hates him, and even more, it isn't even because of the disciple himself. They hate him because the leaders keep funneling everything into him. Gravis smirked. That actually reminds me of that entire thing with Silent Walker and Power Walker. Yet, compared to that situation back then, no poison has been used here. It's simply a group of scheming old people trying to take down their enemies as quickly as possible. Gravis watched the level 4 star god for a while longer. Does he actually not want to break through? Gravis thought. Sure, it costs like 20 million god stones to make a level 5 star god, which is a ridiculous amount of wealth, but an entire sect should be able to deal with such an expense. Gravis scratched his chin. His will aura is actually an entire level below his realm. His will aura is equivalent to a level 3 star god, which shows that he has progressed with his realm far too quickly. However, the fact still stands that he knows 2 level 7 laws. So, even with his relatively weak will aura, he should still have an average amount of battle strength for a level 4 star god. Gravis also listened in on the conversations between the leaders and elders. Of course, they all had isolating formation arrays around their discussion halls. But something like that couldn't stop Gravis. Interesting, Gravis thought with a grin. Not even the leaders are happy with him. They talk about the future war with frustration. They have already prepared their plans, but the crucial piece to their plan isn't willing to cooperate, which is understandable. Being 1 level below one's realm in terms of will aura is still recoverable, but 2 levels below one's realm is too much. The enemy's will aura would already suppress the person, making it basically impossible for the guy to fight anyone in his realm. Yet enemies 1 level below him are too weak. In essence, he would only be able to temper himself against geniuses 1 level below himself. There aren't even many level 4 star gods in the world, and finding a genius would be even harder. Do they want to sacrifice this disciple for the sect? Do they want to make him incredibly powerful in the short term while throwing away his future? That's quite disgusting. Gravis looked at the level 4 star god again. Star gods' minds and personalities worked with the true law of sentience, making it impossible for Gravis to see through a star god's mind. However, Gravis still knew the level 7 law of sentience, which was a part of the level 10 true law of sentience. So, in a sense, Gravis could read a little bit. He could only read very general things, but that was often already enough. He's a loyal person, Gravis saw. He's fiercely loyal. Gravis sighed. Means, I can't recruit him, Gravis thought as he rubbed the back of his head awkwardly. Well, I wouldn't mind if he were just some random guy, but he just so happened to be an important part of one of our enemy's organizations. Guess I gotta deal with him. But first of all, I need to provoke them into attacking the Myriad sect. Broadwalker should now be the 3rd most powerful star god in the Myriad sect after Stella and Exer. He now knows 2 level 7 laws. Manuel sadly isn't there yet since he's still missing a good form law. So, the Myriad sect can fight 4 level 2 star gods easily. The remainder of the sect only has to survive against the army of level 1 star gods until one of our level 2 star gods are done with their fight. It's definitely dangerous to attempt to withstand so many star gods, but tempering is always dangerous. Also, dealing with this sect should intimidate the other sects. They will probably immediately attack us since they think we are easy prey. Gravis looked at the Shining Purity sect, and a smirk slowly formed on Gravis' face. He already had a great plan. Stella, let's turn this sect upside down, Gravis transmitted. Down below, Stella was still talking with that guy from earlier. Tell me what to do, Stella answered with a voice transmission. How many star gods does the Shining Purity sect have? Where are they normally located? What sects have you already taken down? Stella's questions became more and more personal and invasive, and the guy talking to Stella started to become uncomfortable. Yes, he was interested in that beautiful woman, but he couldn't tell a stranger all of these sensitive things. Because of that, he always deflected when he answered the questions. Was she here to spy on the Shining Purity sect? He didn't want to believe that, but he wasn't stupid. Yes, he had been smitten by Stella, but he still was a star god, and nearly no star god was stupid. Of course, if Stella had wanted to siphon information out of the Shining Purity sect, she would have never done it this directly. Asking these questions was like directly admitting that she was spying on them. Eventually, the guy informed one of the elders about Stella's questions with a sigh. He knew that she would never leave this sect again. At the same time, the guy also felt a lot of pain. He had been used. Of course, Stella hadn't been informed of the fact that her guide had already ratted her out to his sect. They only continued walking through the sect, but eventually, they arrived near the center of the sect. Xing, Xing, Xing. 5-star gods appeared around Stella in nearly an instant, and they all glared at her. Xing, a powerful ancestral god, also appeared in front of Stella. Stella immediately became shocked, and horror clouded her face. A formation array that isolated every form of teleportation was activated. As long as this formation array remained active, no one would be able to teleport. What's the meaning of this? Stella asked in rage and fear. You think your attempts of siphoning information out of the Great Shining Purity sect are able to hide in front of our eyes? Foolish! The ancestral god shouted. The ancestral god saw that Stella wanted to defend herself, but he didn't give her the chance. Win a fight, and we will let you live another day, the ancestral god declared. Stella didn't put up any pretenses, and her eyes narrowed. Who's my enemy? She asked coldly. The other people around her scoffed in disgust. This vile harpy had finally unveiled her true colors. A level 2-star god stepped forward. A radiant light of holiness shone around her as she looked at Stella with justified anger. Stella took out her saber. Boom! An explosion of fire appeared around her, making her body seem like it was burning. The eyes of the people surrounding Stella narrowed further. This was a powerful pressure. This fight wouldn't be easy for the level 2-star god. However, this was exactly what they wanted. They wanted to temper their disciples. The two enemies looked at each other, and a judge appeared in the air. The judge was supposed to protect the sect while one of their disciples was fighting a stranger. Judges only ignored the well-being of the sects when they were embroiled in a war. However, this couldn't be called a war. It was simply one disciple fighting a stranger. Because of this, the judge had to protect the sect. Stella and her enemy immediately clashed. The fight had been brutal. The level 2-star god was no joke, and Stella definitely didn't have it easy. However, in the end, Stella managed to win by unleashing all of her power in a single strike. Stella had won. The leaders of the Shining Purity sect looked at this loss like it had nothing to do with them. So what if their disciple died? The fact that their disciple died only showed that she had been worthless. If their level 2-star god had lost against a level 1-star god, it meant that their level 2-star god had never had the power of an actual level 2-star god. After this fight, Stella's will aura increased to the 3rd level of the star god realm. Her will aura was now 2 levels above her own level. Now, she wouldn't even need to use her law of freedom to ignore the will aura of her enemy. A terrifying pressure suppressed Stella after her victory, and she looked at the ancestral god with anger. You said you would let me go, she shouted in anger. I said you get to live another day, the ancestral god said coldly. Tomorrow, your next fight will take place. Stella seemingly exploded with anger, but there was nothing she could do. A day quickly passed. Waiting for a day was nothing to such powerful cultivators. To them, waiting for a day was not any different from a mortal waiting for a couple minutes. This time, Stella's opponent was the most powerful level 2-star god in the Shining Purity sect. He was about to comprehend his second level 7 law. The sect had sent this disciple to fight Stella to kill her and to help this disciple awaken his second level 7 law. Maybe this disciple would be more cooperative than the other one. Just like the level 4-star god, this level 2-star god had a will aura equivalent to the 3rd level in the star god realm. Stella was forced to use her law of freedom yet again. This star god could already attempt to jump a level. He wasn't fully there, but after comprehending another level 7 law, he would be able to fight level 3 star gods. The fight was even more brutal than the first one. However, when Stella was about to lose, she managed to comprehend the level 6 law of zero, which she immediately used with her weapon technique. Yet, just when Stella was about to win, her enemy comprehended another level 7 law. Stella was about to die again. Boom! And then, Stella comprehended the level 6 law of cold. The addition of another level 6 law shouldn't have made a difference, but Stella managed to add the upgraded version of the law of cold to her avatar of the dead world. The law of the dead world also used the law of temperatures. However, the major law of temperatures was just another level 5 law, and there was a limit to how far level 5 laws could be pushed. By adding the level 6 law of cold, Stella's law of cold reached the power of a level 8 law without using a weapon technique. Stella unleashed half her remaining energy in a cold blast and managed to freeze her enemy. Then, Stella closed her eyes and struck down. She hadn't been able to use her new attack yet, since it required a bit of preparation. After all, she wasn't really familiar with that attack. Time, space, and gravity warped and split apart as Stella bisected her enemy. It was a simplified version of Xer's weapon technique. With the law of the dead world, Stella now also had access to the law of primordial forces. She had seen that Xer had been far more used to fighting with the law of the dead world, and Stella had asked him for a short lesson. After just a bit, Stella understood the principles behind the attack. After all, she already knew all the relevant laws. She wouldn't be able to unleash Xer's technique with as much power, but it was still incredibly powerful. Her opponent had been prepared for more elemental attacks, and he had created several different forms of shields to cancel her elements. However, because of that, he had been completely unprepared for an attack with the law of primordial forces. Stella had won, and this time the leaders of the Shining Purity sect no longer watched on neutrally. This time, they gritted their teeth in hatred and frustration. They had just lost their most powerful level 2 star god. Even more, he had even managed to comprehend a second level 7 law. How powerful was this level 1 star god? Stella's will aura increased to the 4th level of the star god realm. Now, she could attempt to fight an average level 3 star god. With her will aura, Stella was now probably also the strongest star god in the Myriad sect. A long period of silence took place. "Call Austin," the sect master told one of the elders. The elder nodded. "We have lost out this time, and we have created a far too powerful star god. If she increases her realm, she can endanger Austin. We must end her right now. I would do it myself, but I can't sacrifice so much karmic luck." The elder called the level 4 star god, Austin. A young man with white hair and white eyes walked out of the central palace of the Shining Purity sect. His eyes were calm like the deep ocean, and it seemed like nothing could shake him. This was someone that had created his own conviction. He was the polar opposite of the Shining Radiance sect. While the Shining Radiance sect put up a holy front, this person seemed distant from everything. He was not a person that talked a lot, but he would always show his loyalty with his actions. He was not a fan of the current leadership of the Shining Purity sect. The leadership wanted to sacrifice his future for their gain. However, this wasn't important to him. The Shining Purity sect had allowed him to become powerful, and he would help them as long as they didn't threaten his future. Because of that, he had adamantly refused to become a level 5 star god. He hadn't even wanted to become a level 4 star god yet, but after a lot of persuasion, he had given his sect at least that. After all, he didn't want to be helpless when an enemy was threatening his home. All of this was for protecting the Shining Purity sect. Stella looked at Austin with cold eyes. She didn't seem nervous. Instead, fierce battle intent raged in her eyes. Austin stopped in front of Stella and neutrally looked at Stella. "I don't want to kill you, but I need to defend my sect. I don't expect you to forgive me. However, I can offer you peace of mind," he slowly said. Stella didn't react to his words. "What's your name, and from which sect are you? I will protect your sect from any unjust actions. If the Shining Purity sect ever wages war with your sect, I will do my best to make the resolution as peaceful as possible," he said. Stella was surprised by his words. He hadn't activated any kind of law while saying these words, but she somehow knew that he was honest. He didn't want to kill her. However, he also couldn't put his sect at risk. Because of that, he tried to make it as easy as possible for Stella. In a sense, he was a good person. Sadly, he belonged to the wrong power. "Stella, Myriad sect," Stella said slowly. The leadership of the Shining Purity sect didn't like that Austin was making promises without having the authority. But there was nothing much they could do. They knew that Austin was fiercely loyal. They genuinely liked and supported him. Their differing opinions didn't stop that. Austin nodded. I will do my best to protect the Myriad sect. You can go in peace, he said. Stella smiled in peace. Can you at least kill me with your strongest attack? I want it to be quick, and I want to feel the extent of your power before I die, she said. Austin nodded. Then, Austin slowly took out his spear. Austin's spear started to shine in pure white and pure black. Austin had comprehended the level 7 true law of Twilight. The true law of Twilight was a mix of the law of purity and the law of Stygian, the level 6 law of darkness. It was a true mixed element. Suddenly, the light and dark aspects of his spear ground at each other. This slightly damaged his spear, but it increased the explosive power manifold. This was the level 7 law of true Twilight's explosiveness, a battle law. This guy had 2 very powerful level 7 laws, and he definitely was not a joke. If Austin were a level 2 star god, he could fight Stella equally. Austin pulled his spear back and struck forward. The black and white light crashed against each other as they closed in on Stella. Stella only neutrally looked at the attack. Then the attack hit. And this was the moment that would spell the doom of the Shining Purity sect. Boom! The attack exploded with apocalyptic power. Its destructive powers stretched for nearly 100,000 kilometers. The eyes of the leaders opened wide in terror and shock. Where was the judge? Why was there no judge? Yet it was already too late. The attack decimated the entire Shining Purity sect. All the peak Immortal Emperors and level 1 star gods died in the attack. Only the peak Immortal Emperors and level 1 star gods that were currently out on missions had survived. The buildings were destroyed. The mountains were destroyed. The Shining Purity sect was destroyed. The attack slowly vanished. Silence. Austin, the leaders, and one heavily injured level 2 star god looked at the crater below them. There was nothing left. Desolation. Destruction. Even the formation arrays were destroyed since they hadn't been activated previously. Over 500,000 cultivators had died. For a long time, the survivors were only in shock. A couple million kilometers away, Gravis snickered. Stella only sighed. She found Gravis' actions a bit extreme. Why? Was it because of the Shining Purity sect? No. It was because there was no tempering left anymore. The Shining Purity sect only had 1 level 4 star god, 1 level 2 star god, and 3 level 1 star gods left. The 3 level 1 star gods were currently not inside the sect. What had Gravis done? He used his law of perceived reality, of course. Stella had gotten her 2 fights, and then Gravis had silently replaced her. Gravis had made it appear like Stella had remained on her spot when, in reality, Stella had been on her way to Gravis. As soon as the Shining Purity sect had summoned Austin, Gravis' imitation of Stella had replaced her. However, this wasn't everything. Gravis had kept one of the level 2 star gods in a perpetual illusion for the last day. In his mind, Stella would be fighting against him tomorrow, and this would be her only fight. So, this level 2 star god had only waited for his fight with Stella. Since he hadn't seen Stella fight previously, he hadn't been very nervous. And just when Stella was replaced by her imitation, the star god walked forward and took Stella's place. It was his time to fight. In his mind, Stella stood in front of him. Of course, the Stella he saw had been Austin. The star god had only waited for the start signal of the sect master. However, before the star god could react, the Stella in his perception had unleashed an apocalyptic attack. So, without knowing it, Austin had annihilated a level 2 star god of his own sect. And the judge? Judges wouldn't get involved in a fight between fellow disciples. This was a sect affair. The 2 disciples belonged to the same sect, and they were fighting inside the sect. Additionally, there were several ancestral gods in that sect. This had nothing to do with the Heaven Company. They couldn't send a judge for internal strife inside a sect. Sects were seen as their own entities in the eyes of the Heaven Company. If one member of the sect decided to destroy their sect, it would be like someone committing suicide. A level 4-star god of the Shining Purity sect had attacked a level 2-star god of the Shining Purity sect inside the Shining Purity sect. The Heaven Company wouldn't get involved. Of course, as a judge, Gravis knew the rules of the Heaven Company very well. Gravis was not officially a member of the Myriad sect. Because of that, if an ancestral god was willing to make the sacrifice, they were allowed to attack him. The only reason why no ancestral gods were attacking the Myriad sect was because of the Eternal Fire sect. Ancestral gods were forbidden from taking part in the wars. Because of that, Gravis couldn't just go into the Shining Purity sect and kill everyone himself. If Gravis were part of the Myriad sect, he could just waltz into the Shining Purity sect, execute every star god, spit the ancestral gods in the face, and then leave. They wouldn't dare to kill a star god of a subservient sect of the Eternal Fire sect. However, Gravis wasn't. Because of that, he had to become creative. Now, the question was, why wasn't Gravis part of the Myriad sect? One reason: karmic luck. Right now, the karmic luck of the Myriad sect was very powerful. But what if he joined? Gravis' negative karmic luck could put the entire sect in danger. Of course, in return, Gravis would actually gain karmic luck. However, the decision was obvious. Gravis wouldn't put his friends in danger. After looking at the destruction, Gravis turned to Stella with a smirk. I told them about the Myriad sect. Who knows? Maybe they will attack us. Gravis and Stella traveled back to the Myriad sect to prepare for every eventuality. Chances were high that the remaining 2 members of the Shining Purity sect would attack them soon. However, even if they did, they wouldn't be a real danger. The Myriad sect had already won the war before it had even started. Meanwhile, the remaining members of the Shining Purity sect were trying to come to terms with their new reality. They only had 3 ancestral gods, 1 level 4-star god, and 1 level 2-star god left. Sure, there were also some level 1-star gods outside on missions, but they wouldn't make a difference. All the other sects had several level 2-star gods. The entirety of their power and future now solely relied on Austin. If you had simply accepted to become a level 5-star god, nothing like this would have happened. One of the vice sect masters shouted while pointing an accusatory finger at Austin. We would have already conquered all the other sects by now. Austin looked with even eyes at the vice sect master. However, even though Austin appeared calm on the outside, he was the one that had been most shaken by the event. He had destroyed his sect. Stop trying to find someone to blame, the actual sect master shouted at the vice sect master. If that girl hasn't lied, she came from a new sect, the Myriad sect. They should have arrived only recently. They should have overtaken the territory of our neighbors. But if he had just dash, and then what? The sect master answered with fury. Then even our last remaining level 2-star god would have been destroyed. This would have made things only worse. The vice sect master only grew angrier. But if he had more power, he might have been able to see through whatever illusion had been put up. I've seen it near the end. He has attacked someone from our own sect. That was also why there was no judge. And you think that would have made a difference? The other vice sect master asked with a scoff. Not even we have been able to see through the illusion. We 3 are all ancestral gods, and we haven't noticed anything. Don't try to blame Austin for our own shortcomings. The demise of the Shining Purity sect is our fault. The first vice sect master gritted his teeth. However, instead of arguing, he looked to the side with a bitter expression. He had realized that he couldn't blame this on Austin. This was on them. Silence. The silence dragged on for minutes. Everything they had worked for had been destroyed in a single day. They had built up the Shining Purity sect for over 500,000 years. Now everything was gone. This was the destructive effect that star gods had on their environments. Without the Heaven Company or someone more powerful overlooking a fight, entire sects would be decimated by a single attack. It just needed a single slip-up for an entire sect to be destroyed. What now? The second vice sect master asked the sect master. What do we do now? The sect master remained silent for a while. Then he sighed. What is there to do? He asked helplessly. All our karmic luck has been depleted. The gathered karmic luck of 500,000 disciples has been evaporated. The two vice sect masters grimaced. Could we build a new sect? One of them asked. Do you have the time? The sect master asked. Silence. No, the sect master answered. This time we lost thoroughly, the sect master said with regret. Our work has been destroyed. We can't join the Eternal Fire sect as elders in training anymore. If we want to join the Eternal Fire sect, we have to enter as inner disciples. The two vice sect masters didn't answer. Entering as inner disciples? Chances were high that they wouldn't be able to survive. Why was karmic luck so important to get a good position in the Eternal Fire sect? The reason was that these three ancestral gods only had average battle strength. If they could jump a level, it wouldn't be an issue to become an elder in the Eternal Fire sect in the future. Sadly, they couldn't jump levels. So, that only left two other methods to become a powerful member of the Eternal Fire sect. One of the methods was God Stones. If they paid enough God Stones, they would be able to buy their way into a good position where they wouldn't have to constantly fear other powerful disciples. However, the amount of wealth was insane. In fact, one person needed 10 God Crystals. God Crystals, not God Stones. What was a God Crystal? One God Crystal had the amount of energy of 1 billion God Stones. However, that wasn't everything. It needed a divine God that knew the true law of matter, a level 9 law, to combine the 1 billion God Stones into a God Crystal. One God Crystal was often sold for 2 billion God Stones precisely due to that. What was the use of a God Crystal? They could either be absorbed incredibly fast, or they could be used to create powerful virtualization arrays. High-grade sects often traded law comprehension areas. Yet, instead of straight-up handing them over, they infused their God Crystals with the laws of the law comprehension area. Then, they could hand over that God Crystal to the other sect. This would allow them to lease out a law comprehension area safely. They wouldn't need to fear a sudden attack. They didn't even need to show the locations of their law comprehension areas. The Eternal Fire sect had no issues with giving someone a good position if they could pay 10 God Crystals. That was worth far more than some position. Sadly, it was very difficult for early ancestral gods to get their hands on God Crystals. The three of them couldn't possibly pay that. So, that only left the second method. Karmic luck. Karmic luck was incredibly important for the war between sects. If one sect had more karmic luck, they would sometimes be informed about an upcoming ambush by coincidence. Their own ambushes would also succeed more frequently. In an even fight, their own fighters would probably win due to luck. If one sect was more powerful than the other sect, karmic luck wouldn't make a difference. However, if they were about equal in power, karmic luck could decide everything. So, where did the sects get their karmic luck from? From disciples. Teaching a disciple would increase one's karmic luck. The more outstanding the disciple, the more karmic luck the teacher would get. Another method was to get more disciples in one's organization. Part of the karmic luck of the disciples would gather in the sect, and the sect would have the effects of karmic luck. 500,000 disciples with over 20 star gods had already created a terrifying amount of karmic luck for the Shining Purity sect. Sadly, even that ridiculous amount of karmic luck wasn't enough to buy one's way into the Eternal Fire sect. After all, in comparison to the entire Eternal Fire sect, some 20 star gods were nothing. The Eternal Fire sect had hundreds of ancestral gods and millions upon millions of disciples. This was where the sect wars came into play in this area. This wasn't an annihilation war in which every living being of the other sect would be eradicated. No, the survivors would simply join the other sect. As long as the war was won by one side, they would put the survivors of the other sect before a choice. Submit or die. If they decided to submit, they had to sign a contract that forced them to remain in the new sect for 20% of their longevity. In that time, the new disciples would be treated very, very well. Because of that, when the mandatory time was up, most of the disciples would simply decide to stay in their new sect. Peak immortal emperors would have already remained in the new sect for 40,000 years, and it was basically their new home by now. So, when one sect consumed all the other sects in the surroundings, they would have hundreds of star gods and millions of peak immortal emperors. On top of that, the ancestral gods often also joined the other sect to take a piece of the pie. However, negotiations for ancestral gods were far different from the negotiations for star gods or immortal emperors. Star gods and immortal emperors would get lots of enticements to join the winning sect. Yet, for ancestral gods it was the opposite. The ancestral gods of the winning sect would enter the Eternal Fire sect with good positions. However, depending on the amount of karmic luck, the things they would get might become better or worse. This meant that every additional ancestral god would decrease the reward for the other ancestral gods. Because of that, the ancestral gods of the losing sect would either need to abandon their sect, going home with nothing, or pay their way into the other sect. So, because of all of these reasons, the three ancestral gods of the former Shining Purity sect had essentially gotten the shaft. They had lost the game. They only had a couple of options. Pay to join another sect. Create a new sect. Join the Eternal Fire sect as inner disciples. Don't join the Eternal Fire sect and simply do whatever. These were all the options. Gravis had worried for nothing. The three ancestral gods hadn't even considered attacking the Myriad sect. Why would they? They wouldn't gain anything. The Myriad sect had destroyed their entire sect, which was about as direct of a declaration of war as it got. They were probably certain that the Shining Purity sect would attack them, and they probably also knew that Austin was an incredibly powerful star god. This meant that the Myriad sect was confident in being able to deal with Austin. The ancestral gods knew that if they attacked the Myriad sect, they would only lose even more. There was no point in attacking the Myriad sect. After some talking, the sect master decided to join the Eternal Fire sect as an inner disciple. The vice sect masters decided to go their own way. Austin followed the sect master to the Eternal Fire sect, and he would join them as a normal disciple. The remaining level 2 star god was left behind. She was alone now. In the end, she sighed. Maybe I should just join the Myriad sect, she thought. It's better than to directly join the Eternal Fire sect. And with that, the entire debacle with the Shining Purity sect had ended. Gravis had destroyed an entire sect without even entering it or attacking it. Gravis had simply played them to death. As Gravis and Stella flew back to the Myriad sect, Stella kept glancing at Gravis strangely. Gravis had noticed that Stella had glanced at him a couple of times, and he became a bit confused. "What's up?" Gravis asks. "I don't know," Stella said. "You don't know?" Gravis repeated with a chuckle. "I'm not sure, but you somehow feel a bit different," Stella said. "Different?" Gravis asked. "In what way?" "I don't know," Stella answered. "Something on you has changed, but I can't put my finger on it." Gravis raised an eyebrow in confusion. Gravis looked at himself and saw no difference. He wore the same clothes, he knew the same laws. Oh, because I'm a star god now?" Gravis asked with a smirk. Surprisingly, Stella shook her head. "That's not it," she said. "You seemed normal when you came to get me, but ever since we started going back to the Myriad sect, you somehow feel different." "Different in what sense?" Gravis asked. "It's hard to find out what you mean when you can't give me a better description about whatever feels off with me." Stella looked at Gravis with concern for a bit. "I don't know. It somehow feels like I should not be with you," she said. Gravis' body shuddered. But then, he chuckled. "Don't joke about something like that, Stella." "I'm not joking," Stella said with an uncomfortable expression. "Of course, I still love you and everything, and our relationship hasn't changed. However, something is telling me that I shouldn't be close to you. It's not about an emotional closeness, but more of a physical one. It's like something is telling me that I should not be near your vicinity." Stella looked at the ground. "Even my law of danger is slightly acting up." All forms of positive emotions left Gravis. Everything up to now could have just been assigned to Stella's imagination. However, if even her law of danger had been triggered, something must be wrong. Yet, no matter what Gravis did, he couldn't find what Stella meant. Gravis didn't feel any different from normal. However, Gravis trusted Stella's intuition. "Father, is something wrong with me?" he asked. "Yes," his father answered without appearing. Gravis' eyes widened in horror. Something was wrong with him? What's wrong with me? Gravis asked. You will be informed by 2 people shortly. Gravis became nervous. Can't you just tell me directly? Gravis asked. Depending on your viewpoint, it could be something good or something bad. However, until this situation is resolved, you can't come near Opposer City. If you do, you will die, the opposer answered. Forbidden from entering my home? Why? Gravis shouted. His father didn't answer. What's going on? Stella asked Gravis nervously. Father said that something is wrong with me, and he also said that I'm forbidden from going to Opposer City, Gravis said. Stella's eyes widened in horror. Why? What was going on? Suddenly, Gravis stopped. Then he took out an emblem. This was the emblem that showed his position as a judge of the Heaven Company, and it had suddenly started acting up. Usually, if Gravis had to do his job, he would receive a new emblem. Yet, his own emblem was suddenly starting to shine in an alarming red. What? Gravis asked. Xing. Suddenly, someone appeared in front of Gravis. It was Eve, his boss. Eve looked at Gravis evenly. Then, Gravis' emblem floated over to Eve, and she pocketed it. What's going on? Gravis shouted with annoyance. He wanted answers. Eve looked at Gravis with a bit of concern, but there was also a cold light in her eyes. Your services are no longer required, she said directly. Gravis and Stella's eyes opened wide in shock. I'm fired, Gravis shouted. Why? Eve looked coldly at Gravis. You know what you have done. If you manage to survive, you can join the Heaven Company again, she said. What? Gravis shouted. Xing. However, Eve teleported away. Gravis wanted to ask her about what was going on, but Eve had already left Gravis' spirit sense. Gravis and Stella looked at each other with concern. They tried to find out what was going on, but they couldn't find an answer. Eventually, they continued to the Myriad sect. Maybe someone in the Myriad sect had an answer. If not, they could send someone to get the answer. Some minutes later, Gravis and Stella arrived at the Myriad sect. However, the 2 of them were suddenly stopped outside the sect as an unknown formation array was activated. Stella knew the formation arrays the Myriad sect owned, but this formation array was unknown to her. What was going on? Why was the Myriad sect stopping the 2 of them from entering? Inside the Myriad sect, Manuel and the others came out of their buildings. Who activated this formation array? Manuel shouted with anger. I have ordered no such thing. Yet, every single person in the Myriad sect only looked with horror and confusion at their sect master. No one had activated it. Manuel gritted his teeth when he saw that no one answered. For now, it's not important who activated it. Someone deactivate it. The formation array experts of the Myriad sect checked the formation arrays, and while doing so, they found an unknown formation array. If it hadn't been activated, they would have never noticed it. Manuel heard the report and he became furious. Why was there an unknown formation array inside his own sect? Destroy it, Manuel ordered. However, everything halted as an ancestral god arrived above the Myriad sect. He had activated his will aura and made it impossible for anyone to move. The formation array is for your own protection, the ancestral god said to Manuel. Manuel noticed the get-up of the ancestral god and knew that this ancestral god was one of the elders of the Eternal Fire sect. What is the meaning of this? Manuel shouted. You said this sect was supposed to belong to us. And it does, the ancestral god answered calmly. I want you to realize that we are helping you survive a crisis right now. We could have also just looked on as your sect was turned to dust. Turned to dust, Manuel shouted in shock. Gravis also heard everything, and his nervousness rose. Even an ancestral god became involved? First, his father had told him that something was wrong with him. Then, the Heaven Company had fired him and told him that he could return if he managed to survive. And now, an ancestral god of the Eternal Fire sect was stopping him from entering the Myriad sect. What the fuck is going on? Gravis shouted with all of his power. He had enough of this. He wanted to know what the fuck was going on. The elder looked at Gravis coldly. However, when he noticed that Gravis was genuinely upset and confused, a look of pity replaced his cold gaze. "You have condensed a sin aura," he answered. "Sin aura?" Gravis and Stella shouted in shock. However, when Manuel and Steer heard the elder's words, a look of horror appeared on their faces. Manuel quickly gritted his teeth. "Gravis, you have to leave," he shouted, his voice shaking. "You can't return to the Myriad sect. Every member of the Myriad sect is forbidden from interacting with Gravis from this moment forth." Gravis' world broke down. Gravis almost thought he hadn't heard Manuel's words correctly. Cut off all contact with Gravis? Why? "Manuel," Gravis said slowly. "I have to," Manuel shouted with gritted teeth. "I can't sacrifice the Myriad sect for a meaningless show of loyalty. The entire Myriad sect wouldn't be able to help you, and we would only die. I'm doing this, so you have someone to return to when all of this is over." Stella looked with horror at the Myriad sect and with fear at Gravis. "Leave Gravis? Never. What is a sin aura? How did I condense one?" Gravis asked with clenched fists. The elder from the Eternal Fire sect looked at Gravis coldly. "Have you recently killed a great number of weaker cultivators?" Gravis' mind immediately went to the Shining Purity sect. Gravis' face became white as he realized that he had done exactly that. How had things suddenly changed in this way? He was used to doing stuff like this, and it didn't feel any different from what he had done in the past. How had that suddenly become a problem? The elder noticed Gravis' expression, and he knew that Gravis had done just that. The elder took out an emblem and looked at it for a while. After a short time, his brows furrowed. "The Shining Purity sect," he said. "It doesn't exist anymore." When the Myriad sect heard that, they all fell silent. Hearing these words only increased their frustration and helplessness. Gravis had destroyed one of their enemies, which meant that Gravis had done these things for them. Gravis took a deep breath as he looked at the elder from the Eternal Fire sect. "What am I supposed to do now?" The elder coldly looked at Gravis. "Do you know what a sin aura is?" he asked. Gravis shook his head. "A sin aura is when you go far below zero karmic luck. Senseless slaughter decreases your karmic luck, and if you do enough of it, you will condense a sin aura. When that happens, you will be hunted by the sin monsters," the elder explained. For some reason, the word sin monsters felt weird to Gravis. The word monster was rarely used, and when it was used, it was when someone referred to someone that acted incredibly cold-hearted. The mortal definition of the word monster didn't really exist in the world of cultivation. Mortals often used the word monster to refer to a very powerful beast. Of course, for cultivators, a beast was just a beast. There was no reason to refer to them as monsters. "What is a sin monster?" Gravis asked. "Sin monsters are beings of unknown origins," the elder from the Eternal Fire sect said. "We believe that they have been created by heaven to punish the cultivators that commit senseless slaughter. They are different from beasts and humans, and not much is known about them." "And I will be hunted by them?" Gravis asked. "Yes," the elder answered. "We don't know much about them, but we think they will start hunting you soon." "And I have to kill them?" Gravis asked. "You can't kill them," the elder said. "They are far beyond your power, and you will be helpless in front of them. Even divine gods fear them." Gravis felt like the world around him had transformed into an ominous black. Gravis looked to the floor. "So I will die soon?" he asked. "We don't know," the elder said. "We have heard of cultivators that managed to get rid of their sin aura a couple thousand years later. Not much is known about sin auras." Gravis only remained silent as he looked into the distance. Stella looked with pain at Gravis. "Why can't I come into contact with my friends and family?" Gravis asked calmly. Now was not the time to despair. The sin monsters will kill every living being around you, and whatever they kill will reduce your karmic luck even further, the elder said. "What bullshit is this?" Gravis shouted. "They kill someone, and it's my fault?" "These are the rules of heaven," the elder said. "There's nothing you can do about them." Gravis gritted his teeth. This felt so very similar to his time in the lower world. Gravis was forbidden from interacting or getting close to anyone, or they would die. What irony! The very thing he had been freed from when he had been weak was now haunting him again when he had reached incredible power. Gravis wanted to feel like he had been unjustly targeted. But it just wasn't true. Gravis wanted to feel like it wasn't his fault, but he knew that it was his fault this time. Back in the lower world, Gravis had been targeted for no reason. Heaven had just directly gone after him. However, now Gravis was being targeted because he had killed so many cultivators. In essence, this was not a superior making his life hard but a form of punishment for what he had done. Gravis hadn't even thought about what he had done while doing it. He was used to killing large swathes of living beings just by existing, and he hadn't questioned his own actions while doing so. It was just normal. After he had destroyed the Shining Purity sect, he had even snickered. This was how used he was to the destruction of lives. Who would have thought that everything Gravis had thought as normal turned out to throw him into an abyss of uncertainty for the future? How do I get rid of the sin aura? Gravis asked. We don't know, the elder said. You don't know? Gravis asked. No, not much is known of sin auras. We only know that most cultivators that condense them vanish, while some of them manage to survive. Gravis gritted his teeth more. The elder didn't know what Gravis had to do. One more thing, the elder suddenly said. Gravis looked at the elder. When a cultivator kills someone with a sin aura, the cultivator will not be punished. The reason for the killing is irrelevant, the elder said. Silence. You're saying that ancestral gods and divine gods can just kill me? Gravis asked in shock. Yes, the elder said. If I were to kill you right now, I would receive all your wealth without having to pay anything. Right now, you are only alive because you are a friend of one of our subservient sects. However, keep in mind that not everyone is like me. As a star god, you probably have several million god stones, many weapons, and many resources in your spirit space. If you could earn a couple million god stones with a mere snip of your fingers, would you do it? The elder asked. Silence. Would Gravis do it? Probably depended on his financial situation. If he had enough money on him, he would ignore a cultivator with a sin aura. However, if Gravis needed god stones, he would have no problems in killing someone to get money. If an ancestral god or divine god senses me, Gravis wouldn't even know how he had died. With but a snip of their finger, any more powerful cultivator could end Gravis' life. Nothing was stopping them. Say your goodbyes. Every additional second you're here only puts the myriad sect under more danger, the elder said. A proverbial, oppressive dark cloud hung over Gravis. He couldn't come into contact with any of the people he liked until the problem had been resolved. It was like Gravis was cut off from everyone again. Luckily, this time Gravis knew that he had a chance to fix the problem. After all, there have been cases of people being able to survive having a sin aura. Gravis, Stella said urgently. You should ask Ark if he knows what you need to do. Gravis' eyes widened. Right, he should ask Ark. Why hadn't he thought of that earlier? Gravis quickly got out his new communication ring and contacted Ark. Ark. I condensed a sin aura, Gravis said. What's that? Ark answered. Gravis was taken aback. Ark didn't know what that was? However, Gravis knew that Ark's knowledge and experience were still invaluable. Even if he didn't know what a sin aura was, he knew the way Orthar worked far better than Gravis in certain aspects. Maybe he could deduce the answer. Gravis explained the concept of a sin aura to Ark. I can think of 2 ways to solve this issue, Ark said. Gravis was pleasantly surprised. Ark said that he knew 2 ways to solve this issue. What are they? Gravis asked. My creator never does things without reason or gain. If he wants such cultivators to die, he would simply kill them directly. He wouldn't need something like sin monsters. Even more, if he wanted to kill these people, he wouldn't give them the chance to do more damage before the sin monsters arrive. This means that the goal of the sin monsters isn't to kill you but to force you to pay for your mistakes. I'm not talking about some form of emotional relief when I talk about pay, but about literally paying the world back. Gravis, Think about what your actions have cost the world and my creator. What have they lost? Ark asked. Gravis knew the answer. Energy and karmic luck, he answered. Half right, Ark answered. Karmic luck is simply a method to show how effective you have been at gathering energy. You gain karmic luck by helping people become stronger, which makes them gather more energy. Creating an organization gives the disciples in the organization greater safety and more access to laws, which will accelerate their growth and will even result in them becoming more powerful than they would have ever become on their own. A personal disciple is the same thing. If you take an immortal as a disciple, and they become a law comprehension cultivator, they would have gathered a lifetime's worth of energy of a law comprehension cultivator. Without you, they would have died as mortals and would have gathered nearly no energy. You, yourself, obviously don't count in that. After all, everyone strives for power. So, to get rid of your sin aura, you need to repay what you owe. You damaged something and now you need to pay for it. Whom have you killed? Gravis' expression became bitter. About 20 star gods and 500,000 peak immortal emperors, Gravis answered. Silence. That's bad, Ark answered. It is, Gravis answered. In essence, you need to gather karmic luck and energy until all of this has been paid back. However, paying all of this back will be very, very difficult. There are 3 things that you have to pay back. The first thing is the energy of the star gods. One level 1 star god should be worth around 1 million godstones. A level 2 star god should be worth 4 million godstones. How many godstones do you owe for the star gods? Ark asked. Gravis did some calculations. Stella killed 2 level 2 star gods, but those were normal fights, and those 2 fights shouldn't have involved me. So, in essence, I'm responsible for the death of 1 or 2 level 2 star gods and about 15 or so level 1 star gods. At most, it should be 23 million godstones. All right, then the 500,000 peak immortal emperors, Ark said. Gravis took a deep breath. That number would be far bigger. 1 peak immortal emperor should be worth around 4,000 godstones. 4,000 times 500,000 is 2 billion godstones. That's a lot of money, Ark said. Gravis took a deep breath. The 20 million godstones of the star gods didn't even make a dent in this massive number. Gravis could essentially ignore it. 2 billion godstones. If Gravis exchanged all his contribution points in the Heaven Company for godstones, he might be able to get another 50 million godstones, but even that wouldn't make a dent in his debt. If Gravis wanted to pay back the debt, he would have to work in the Heaven Company for nearly 1,000,000 years. Gravis guessed that he would have been killed by the sin monsters before that. Now, for the most significant debt, Ark said. Gravis was taken aback, and a cold shudder ran down his spine. What? Gravis asked. You killed about 20 star gods, Gravis, Ark answered. There is something else that you owe. You know, that thing that I don't want to mention for fear of retribution. For a moment, Gravis wasn't sure what Ark was referring to. But when he felt an apocalyptic, invisible pressure, he knew exactly what Ark was talking about. Gravis knew this pressure. This pressure came from Orthar. It was to warn him. This pressure meant that Gravis should choose his words very carefully. The brand. Gravis had to repay the brand. Gravis looked at the communication ring with a crestfallen expression. How much is it? Gravis asked. It should be 1 ancestral god's worth of energy per star god, Ark answered. Silence. It should be about 2 billion godstones per ancestral god, Ark added. Silence. Gravis just couldn't react. How was he supposed to pay back over 40 billion godstones? Gravis' mind went through all kinds of jobs. The Heaven Company? Gravis would be working for several times his longevity. The Information Pavilion? That would still be over 1,000,000 years. World Weapons? Sure, if Gravis had infinite customers, he could pay that off rather quickly, but that was not how the world worked. Ironically, it was far easier for star gods to get their hands on world weapons than for immortals. Not many people knew the level 4 law of the dead world, but many ancestral gods and divine gods knew the level 7 law of the dead world. Those people wouldn't even create world weapons for immortals since that wouldn't be profitable for them. Because of that, the demand for world weapons for Immortals was several times higher than the demand for world weapons for star gods and higher. Additionally, all these people were in powerful sects that probably had their own forgers. They wouldn't pay some random, outside forger if they could get it done cheaper and better in their own sects. There was only a single way to earn that much money: robbing and killing. However, if Gravis didn't fight against someone that was a danger to him, his debt would only increase. In short, Gravis could only earn money from killing people that could also kill him. Even more, these powerful cultivators had connections. Their powerful ancestors and teachers could only look on during a normal fight, but Gravis had a sin aura now. There was nothing that would stop these ancestral gods. And even if all of these problems didn't exist, how much money would an enemy of Gravis have? Gravis' enemies would be level 6 star gods. First of all, level 6 star gods didn't even exist, probably. Second, even if they existed, they would, at most, have 100 million god stones. Gravis would need to kill over 400 of them. That equated to 400 temperings. Gravis loved tempering, but that was too much. Gravis hadn't even had 100 temperings in his entire life. If Gravis had tempered himself 400 times, his will aura would have probably already reached the level of his father. What if he increased his realm? Become a level 7 star god or so quickly and fight ancestral gods? He would still need to temper himself 40 times or so. Lastly, what about the sin monsters? The sin monsters would obviously push Gravis into paying back his debt. Gravis wasn't sure what they would do, but they would probably put Gravis under so much pressure that he was forced to get rid of them as quickly as possible. Orthar knew exactly what he needed to do to push people forward. However, how could Gravis even attempt to pay off this unfathomable debt? Gravis looked with a lost expression at the horizon. What do I do? Gravis was lost. He had no idea how to solve his crisis. How was he supposed to get that much money? Even if Gravis managed to become an ancestral god, he would need to fight so many times. However, Gravis would need 1 billion god stones to even become an ancestral god, and he didn't have that. Even more, Gravis' battle strength would take a nearly unrecoverable hit. At that point, even jumping 3 levels would become insanely difficult. Gravis' insane battle strength would fall back down to the battle strength geniuses would have. What do I do? Gravis repeated again. When Stella saw Gravis like this, she almost began crying. She had never seen Gravis in so much despair. Gravis had always had a plan. He always had a goal and knew how to recover if he had problems. Yet he was completely helpless right now. The sin monsters would come soon, and Gravis would be hunted and probably slowly ground to dust if the repayment efforts didn't satisfy the sin monsters. However, how was he even supposed to make any headway in repaying his debt? Gravis, Ark said through Gravis' communication ring. First of all, get away from all your friends. We don't know when the sin monsters will arrive. If the sin monsters kill your friends, overcoming this tribulation would be pointless. Gravis' insides shook with intensity. Gravis looked at the Myriad sect. Everyone inside the sect was looking with despair at Gravis. Then Gravis looked at Stella. Stella's face transformed into horror. No! Stella shouted. I will come with you. It doesn't matter if I die. I won't abandon you. Gravis' body shook. Then, tears appeared in Gravis' eyes. I'm sorry. I will come back. I promise. Stella's expression became even more horrified. Gravis activated his will aura and knocked Stella out. Then he hugged the unconscious Stella one last time and threw her into the Myriad sect. He couldn't allow her to sacrifice herself for that. Gravis, Manuel shouted. We will do our best to help you. You're not alone. Even if we can't see you, we will do our best to help you. Yes, we will help you, Dad, Eris shouted in pain. Don't give up. We're there for you, Sky shouted. The entire Myriad sect echoed these words. Everyone was willing to help Gravis. All of them said that they would do their best to help Gravis. When Gravis heard all these shouts, he realized that he wasn't alone anymore. All his friends and companions were there for him. For a second, Gravis felt happy, even with all this pressure weighing on his shoulders. He had so many people that were willing to do everything for him. However, Gravis knew that they couldn't help him. The debt was just too big. The Myriad sect would need to create several ancestral gods and then let them fight multiple times. After that, they would need to pool all their earnings together and send them to Gravis. The most powerful of Gravis' friends had just recently become star gods. They had just comprehended their first level 7 law. In order to become an ancestral god, they needed to comprehend a level 8 law. When that happened, Gravis would already have long since died. Gravis didn't believe that the sin monsters would allow him to live for a full 1,000,000 years. "Thank you," Gravis said. "See you later," Gravis said with a weak voice. He didn't mean it. Xing. And Gravis teleported away. He couldn't remain here anymore. After Gravis left, an oppressive silence came over the Myriad sect. Gravis had done so much for them, and they all needed to help him. Every person in the Myriad sect was willing to give their best for Gravis. Gravis was the spiritual pillar of the Myriad sect. He was the person that created the Myriad sect. How many beings in the upper echelon of the Myriad sect were alive thanks to him? Yet they had never been able to repay him. Gravis had always been a distant target. Their power had never been able to compare to his. But now, they could finally help him. Manuel and the other powerful people of the Myriad sect narrowed their eyes with battle intent. They would go through hell for him. Meanwhile, Gravis was charging in a random direction. He had to leave the area of the Eternal Fire sect. If the Eternal Fire sect saw a sin monster running through their territory, they would kill Gravis to get rid of it. Gravis activated his law of perceived reality to hide. It was imperative that no one saw him. Yet, even the law of perceived reality had its flaws. It would work on most ancestral gods, but what about divine gods? There was a limit to the power of a level 7 law, even if it was part of his avatar. Gravis couldn't go to the teleportation formation arrays, which forced him to travel everywhere by himself. Gravis knew the surroundings, but the surroundings were nothing when compared to the entirety of the highest world. Gravis would probably need to travel for over 100,000 years to get to the edge of the core regions of the highest world. The size of the highest world was just unreasonable. "Gravis," Ark said through the communication ring, "you can't pay back the debt in energy. You need to pay it back in karmic luck. And how am I supposed to do that?" Gravis answered with an angry voice. His emotions were currently going wild, and it was hard for him to remain polite. "Even if I take in 1,000,000 peak immortal emperors as disciples, how many of them would become star gods? How long would it take them? How am I even supposed to take in disciples if the sin monsters will kill everyone close to me?" "Gravis, there is always a solution," Ark answered. "You know exactly that my creator always gives cultivators a chance. Not giving you a chance would be far too wasteful. He isn't like that, and you know that." Gravis gritted his teeth. "Sorry, but I just don't know what I can do. Have you forgotten about me?" Gravis turned around in surprise. Mortis had appeared behind Gravis. For a second, Gravis wanted to admonish Mortis for following him. The sin monsters would kill everyone around him. However, Gravis remembered that Mortis was technically his star. In the eyes of the world, Mortis was not his own being. "I can see your sin aura," Mortis said. "It took me a while to practice, but I can see it now." The knowledge of how to see his own sin aura entered Gravis' mind, and Gravis looked at himself. Blood red. It was like a blood-red domain was around Gravis. There was a certain coldness around Gravis. It was like the cold of death was around Gravis. As soon as Gravis felt his own sin aura, he involuntarily got reminded of an event. Back when Gravis had only been a kid, back when the other Stella had died, Gravis had felt something like that. When Gravis' father had become angry at heaven, Gravis had felt something similar. Back then, it had felt like the cold embrace of death enveloped everything. Gravis quickly realized that his father obviously also had a sin aura, which was logical. After all, his father had killed more cultivators than anyone else. Yet, the sin monsters didn't dare to touch him. However, the opposer's strength was still too far out of reach for Gravis. "We need to analyze everything and find a way out of this," Mortis said calmly. You and I are in the same boat. If you die, I die. Your problems are my problems. Gravis, Mortis said as he looked at Gravis. Even though we are emotionally disconnected right now, it's not hard to feel your emotions right now. I know you. Your emotions are currently making you blind to the problem laying before you. You need to calm down and become detached. Right now, emotions won't help you. Get a clear head and look at everything logically, Mortis said. Gravis' expression showed some conflict, but he quickly realized that there was no reason to feel conflicted right now. Due to his past experiences, Gravis felt like becoming completely apathetic would be like running away from his problems. However, there was a time to be emotional and a time to be emotionless. Right now, Gravis had to be emotionless. Gravis took all his emotional laws and pushed them towards their apathetic end. Everything around Gravis became gray as his care for everything that wasn't his own survival vanished. However, Gravis surprisingly didn't feel nervous. This wasn't like back when he had been in front of the middle heaven. Back then, Gravis knew that he was only delaying the problem. Back then, Gravis also didn't have very good control over his emotions. Yet, everything had changed. Gravis knew the law of sentience now, and the law of emotions was part of that. Gravis could freely control the gradient of his emotions, and he knew that he could easily push the gradient back to the empathetic side if he so desired. Abandoning his emotions would not result in any damage right now. Thank you, Mortis, Gravis said with a cold expression. No problem, Mortis answered. We all have our strengths and weaknesses, but weaknesses can become strengths in certain situations. You are more in tune with your emotions, but that can't help you right now. We need to find a solution. Gravis and Mortis continued flying and teleporting to the distance while trying to come up with a solution to their issue. They flew for several days and they had come up with some plans. Sadly, the plans were unreliable and inefficient. They had to get more information first. They needed to know what the sin monsters would do and how much time they had. Fortunately or unfortunately, the two of them quickly got more information very quickly. A being that looked like a beast, but didn't feel like a beast, had arrived. It was a sin monster. Gravis immediately knew that it was a sin monster, and his body shook when he saw it. Its appearance wasn't very intimidating, but Gravis felt several things that made a cold shudder run down his spine. If Gravis hadn't known that the sin monsters were coming for him, he wouldn't even have noticed it. What did it look like? It was a mosquito, a very small one. It wasn't even a centimeter tall. However, the things Gravis felt made this mosquito feel like the end of the world for him. First of all, Gravis felt that its body was impossibly powerful. Gravis could feel space warping around it due to its sheer power. Yet, there was something even worse. There wasn't a shred of energy inside it. It was made of something else. The sin monster was made out of pure death. It was a manifestation of the law of death. Gravis knew immediately that he couldn't fight it. The sin monster looked at Gravis from a distance. Gravis and Mortis were still hurrying towards the distance, but the sin monster kept a static distance from Gravis. Gravis couldn't escape. Gravis and Mortis looked at the sin monster with unsure expressions. It wasn't doing anything. Why have you become silent? Ark asked through Gravis' communication ring. He had been planning with Mortis and Gravis the entire time. When the mosquito heard Ark's voice, its gaze focused on the communication ring. Gravis felt some form of sense stretch to the communication ring, and a cold shudder ran down his spine. Bang! Gravis destroyed the communication ring. Gravis didn't know what the sin monster could do, but he wouldn't take any chances. What if it could remember Ark's voice or aura? What if it could find Ark via the communication ring? When the ring was destroyed, the sin monster lost interest and looked at Gravis again. Then, it started to slowly fly towards Gravis. A shudder ran down Gravis' spine. He had no idea what the sin monster would do. Even more, he knew that there was nothing he could do to stop it. His life was in the hands of the sin monster. If it wanted to kill him, he would die. Gravis was not in control of his life right now. At the side, Mortis gritted his teeth. Then Mortis stepped between Gravis and the sin monster. Gravis' mind shook in horror. However, he understood what Mortis was doing. Mortis had to try what the sin monster would do to him. As insurance, Mortis had already created a clone. When the sin monster reached Mortis, it simply moved around him. It was like Mortis was just part of the environment. Mortis moved to Gravis and touched him. The sin monster still ignored him. Then, Mortis summoned some god stones and gave them to Gravis. The sin monster still ignored him. It was like Mortis didn't exist in its mind. After several more experiments, Mortis knew that he could still help Gravis. This was valuable input. This meant that Mortis could act as an intermediary between Gravis and the world. Mortis didn't have a sin aura around him since he was only Gravistar. This meant that he wasn't the target of the sin monsters, and it also meant that he could interact with cultivators. After that, Mortis went back to the sin monster and stopped before it. When the sin monster tried to go around Mortis, Mortis moved with it. He remained between the sin monster and Gravis. The sin monster continued trying to go around Mortis. Yet, after a couple of attempts, the sin monster stopped trying to go around Mortis. Instead, it moved towards Mortis. Mortis gritted his teeth and watched the sin monster. When the sin monster reached Mortis' body, it simply created a hole. Its dense force of death cancelled out all the energy along its path. Mortis was made of heavenly lightning, but heavenly lightning was also made of energy. The sin monster didn't care what form of energy was in front of it. Death cancelled out all forms of energy. The sin monster slowly passed through Mortis, leaving a hole behind. Mortis frowned as he looked at the hole in his torso. The hole had been created with the law of death, which meant that it was impossible to heal it without the true law of life. Bzz. Mortis transformed into heavenly lightning and transformed back. The hole was healed, but Mortis had permanently lost a small part of his realm. Mortis knew that he couldn't stop the sin monster. It would do whatever it wanted with Gravis. Gravis was emotionless right now, but a bit of fear still appeared in his mind. The major law of emotions wasn't perfect. If it were, it would be the true law of emotions. After some seconds, the sin monster reached Gravis' body. It slowly landed on Gravis' body like a normal mosquito. Then, its tiny proboscis extended. There were tiny human teeth at the end of it. The proboscis reached Gravis' body, and the teeth tore a tiny chunk out of Gravis' body. When Gravis felt the teeth bite off a part of his body, an unimaginable pain assaulted him. Gravis had never felt anything like this before. The pain went throughout Gravis' body, energy, spirit, and even went through his will. A chunk had been bitten out of everything. Gravis had expected that the sin monster would consume a part of his realm, but he would have never thought that it would even consume a part of his will. Gravis felt it. It had bitten a chunk out of Gravis' will aura. Even Gravis' will aura was weakening. This horrified Gravis. He could easily recover his realm by simply consuming godstones, but he couldn't recover his will aura without tempering. Even more, the pain was intense. Even Gravis had some difficulties in dealing with it, and his will aura was unfathomably powerful. Gravis moved away and even teleported, but the sin monster remained on his body, simply chewing on the part in its mouth. Gravis couldn't get rid of it no matter what he did. "It's worse than we thought," Mortis said with narrowed eyes. "We can consume godstones to counteract the weakening of our realm, but it's not easy to recover our will aura. If this takes too long, we might even need to temper ourselves again to reach our old peak." Gravis could only agree. "Arg!" Gravis shouted as the mosquito took another bite. The pain was just as bad as before. Gravis could deal with pain normally. After all, the worse the pain, the more his will aura would increase. However, this was different. Every instance of pain didn't strengthen his will aura but weakened it. There was nothing positive about this pain. Nothing. Every instance of pain drove Gravis further to weakness and death. He was like an old man with a painful terminal illness. There was only a painful death waiting for him. It was like Gravis was decaying. He was vanishing. "Maybe we can delay our weakening by giving it godstones," Mortis suggested. Gravis agreed and took out about 100,000 godstones. Sure enough, as soon as the godstones appeared, the sin monster looked at the godstones. Crack! Its proboscis enlarged and engulfed all God's stones in an instant. It had been so fast that Gravis had barely seen it. Arg! Gravis shouted again as the sin monster took another bite out of him. The God stones hadn't even distracted it for a second. Now, Gravis knew why everyone feared the sin monsters. The bites the mosquito was taking out of Gravis were incomparably tiny. The sin monster itself was already incredibly small, and its proboscis was even smaller. The bites it took couldn't even be measured in millimeters. They had to be measured in micrometers. Yet, every single bite symbolized agony and a decline in strength. At least there was one positive thing about all of this. Mortis and Gravis now knew more about the sin monster, and they could act accordingly. For the next few days, Mortis and Gravis continued planning, but the entire atmosphere had changed. Every minute, Gravis received another terrifying instance of agony. Dealing with intense pain for a short moment was entirely different from feeling sharp instances of pain again and again. Gravis already felt his resistance to the pain reducing. Some days of planning passed, and Gravis and Mortis had already come up with what they should do. However, something horrifying happened. The mosquito's body shook a bit. Then, its body seemed to stretch until something came out of its body. Gravis' eyes widened in horror. A second mosquito was on his body now. Gravis looked with horror at the new mosquito. One sin monster was already painful enough, but now there were two? Gravis immediately felt the terrifying pain of the new bite. Even worse, the sin monsters seemed to bite in an alternating pattern, giving Gravis double the instances of pain. He would have preferred for them to do it simultaneously. Mortis looked solemnly at the new mosquito. "I don't believe that this is normal," he said. "What do you mean?" Gravis asked, his voice shaking slightly. His mind wasn't in the best of shape. Otherwise, he would have noticed the same thing. "It's too fast," Mortis said. "If they keep doubling, you will die in less than a century. That's not a reasonable time frame to deal with your sin aura. If they keep doubling, this would be a death sentence. However, I can imagine one getting added every week. With this, it would take the sin monsters around 10,000 years to fully consume you," Mortis said. "That's still too short," Gravis said with a nervous voice. "There may be a way to slow them down," Mortis said. "These sin monsters exist to push you towards paying back your debt. I guess that the more you pay back, the slower they multiply." "How can we test it?" Gravis asked nervously. Usually, Gravis would have found a way himself, but the pain was making it nearly impossible for him to focus. Right now, Gravis fully relied on Mortis' mind. "We need to wait for the next edition," Mortis said. "We need to check if the time has shortened." "Shortened? How? Why?" Gravis asked. "You fed the sin monster 100,000 God stones earlier. If this counts towards your payback, the last multiplication should have already been a delayed one. Now, we need to see what happens when you don't give it anything," Mortis explained. Gravis took a deep breath. "Okay, I don't like it, but we need more information." Gravis and Mortis continued planning, but Mortis got an interesting thought a couple of minutes later. "Sin monsters are made of pure death, right?" Mortis said. "Their nature is also very different from beasts or humans. Instead of killing you directly, they simply slowly consume you and put you in as much pain as possible." "Yes, I noticed," Gravis said. "What about it?" "We could assign that behavior to heaven, but it should also be similar to something else, according to the information we have heard," Mortis said. Gravis wasn't sure what Mortis meant, but his mind quickly made a connection. "Father's cosmos," Gravis said. Mortis nodded. "From what we've heard, Father's cosmos is made of sheer brutality and a war between death and energy. Apparently, there is a way to harness brutality to create incredible force." "Look at them," Mortis said as he gestured to the sin monsters. "They don't use laws. They don't have feelings. They only have powerful bodies. Yet, is their body the only thing that makes them so incredibly powerful that even divine gods fear them? I'm not sure how powerful divine gods are, but I don't think that their power is that simple." Gravis looked at the mosquitoes. He didn't want to look at them since it was a terrifying feeling to watch something gnawing on one's body. "I don't think that's everything," Mortis added. Maybe the pain it is inflicting on you is increasing its power. Have you ever thought about that? Gravis couldn't test the hypothesis, but he could imagine that. Maybe the more pain and terror this beast inflicts on others, the more powerful it becomes. It's even absorbing your will aura. Eventually, when your will aura has been emptied, you will also have no will anymore. At that point, you would be just like someone that has died to samsara. Wouldn't the beast then have squeezed every bit of anguish and pain out of you? This would be the eventual logical conclusion, and it would also explain how a more powerful target would be more useful. Being more powerful means having a stronger will, which means that more will and sorrow can be extracted out of the victim. The sin monster would probably be happy when you went through another form of tempering. It would only mean that it would have even more to consume, Mortis explained. Gravis' mind started going to a dark place. Gravis was imagining his father's cosmos. What did it look like? Gravis imagined a world filled with monsters with indescribable appearances. Some of them may only be a walking mouth. Some of them might be tentacles filled with eyes. Some might be made of several human corpses that fused to create a larger monster. Even more, Gravis imagined parasites like the sin monster littering these monsters. These monsters might be too stupid to realize that the parasites were even on their bodies. Yet, the monsters would still feel the unreal pain, which would make them even more aggressive. They would attack absolutely everything and might even consume their own body in hatred and pain. The number of deaths in such a world would be insane, which would require an equally fast method of reproduction. Maybe some monster made out of mouths simply spat out a smaller version of itself, which would run into the distance to eat other young. Maybe the ground of the world was covered by a mass of small, continually battling monsters that kept consuming everything around them. However, that would probably only cover the death side of the cosmos. On the other side, Gravis could imagine humans and beasts living together. Humans and beasts probably wouldn't even fight each other since they needed their entire power to resist the death part of the cosmos. The opposer's power came from the balance of death and energy in his world. If death were eradicated and only energy survived, the opposer's power would fall significantly, which would result in Orthar killing him. If energy were eradicated and only death survived, the opposer would die. The opposer was a being made of energy, and if only death filled him, he couldn't exist. This meant that the war had to rage on indefinitely. Even more, the different forces in the opposer's cosmos probably also had to be dealt with. If a large area were entirely made of death, its influence might consume all the little pockets of energy near it, which would make it grow exponentially. This meant that the death areas and energy areas had to be distributed over many small areas. This would be hell, Gravis thought. However, this would be completely plausible. Luckily, I haven't been born into my father's cosmos. It's ironic that I would prefer a place that Orthar created over a place father created. After these thoughts passed, Gravis focused on dealing with the pain again. It was very difficult for Gravis to deal with the pain, but he had to persevere. Sadly, he couldn't get used to it no matter what he did. Every single bite was just as bad as the first one. It was like the ability Gravis used to dissociate from the pain didn't work on the sin monsters. Luckily, or unluckily, Gravis didn't have to wait for long. One day later, a third mosquito appeared. Gravis gritted his teeth while Mortis' eyes shone. "It worked," Mortis said. "The 100,000 godstones have bought you 6 days the last time. We can delay it." "Great. How do we continue?" Gravis asked while sweat ran down his back. As time progressed, it only became worse. "We need to test something else," Mortis said. "Become a level 2 star god." Gravis looked with shock at Mortis. "That would eat up over 3 million godstones." Gravis shouted. "You're really becoming stupider when under pain," Mortis commented in annoyance. "You try being in my place. It's not easy to focus with fucking sin monsters munching on your fucking will," Gravis shouted. Mortis didn't react to Gravis' comment. If you are a level 2 star god, the sin monsters might need longer to consume the pieces they eat. They are probably consuming a set amount of energy, which will increase with time. Right now, one sin monster needs 1 minute to take another bite. If you are a level 2 star god, they might need 4 minutes to take another bite, Mortis explained. Gravis immediately understood and took out more god stones. This would make the pain less frequent. Gravis quickly consumed enough god stones to become a level 2 star god. Gravis felt his power increasing, but he couldn't feel happy right now. As soon as the sin monsters took their first bite, they started chewing. And success! They took 4 times as long to take another bite. Gravis released a sigh of relief. It was impossible to imagine how much relief Gravis felt at this moment. The bites were truly terrifying. Mortis nodded. Consume another 1,000,000 god stones for another test. Then, feed the sin monsters your remaining god stones. Gravis had already realized that it was hard for him to make correct decisions under such pain. His emotions were on the apathetic side, but that didn't protect him from the pain. Because of that, Gravis decided to simply listen to Mortis. Right now, Mortis was the one that had a clearer head. The first sin monster ate the 16,000,000 god stones in an instant before going back to consuming Gravis. We need to do 3 more tests, Mortis said. First of all, we need to check if the sin monsters allow absolutely no one to help you or if they will only stop the powerful cultivators. After all, the best way to repay the debt is to accrue more karmic luck, and that's basically impossible to do if you can't interact with anyone. How should I test that? Gravis asked. Wait here. I'll scout the surroundings, Mortis said. Xing. Mortis left, and Gravis was left alone. Gravis activated his law of perceived reality and tried to keep himself hidden. Until now, Mortis had kept the two of them hidden since every bite Gravis endured shook his concentration violently. Essentially, every time Gravis received a bite, his domain of perceived reality would break down for a second. Luckily, Gravis was in a very isolated area right now, and no powerful cultivators passed by. Some minutes later, Mortis returned and gestured for Gravis to follow. Gravis and Mortis teleported a couple of times until they were near a sect. It was a sect with a peak immortal emperor as the sect master. However, the sect had an unreal number of disciples, and they all had different realms. Mortis disguised Gravis and made himself invisible. Interact with a body-tempering cultivator. Try to make a trade or something, Mortis said. Gravis took a deep breath and entered the sect. No disciple seemed to react to him. In their minds, Gravis looked like a very normal disciple. Hey you! Gravis shouted as he pointed at a body-tempering disciple that just left the exchange hall with a frustrated expression. Huh? The disciple uttered as he turned to Gravis. In the disciple's mind, Gravis wore the robes of someone in the spirit-forming realm, and the disciple immediately became respectful. This disciple greets spirit-forming elder. Gravis nodded respectfully, trying his best to hide the pain of the bites. That moon-glowing anise is something one of my disciple needs. I'm willing to exchange it for this, Gravis said. Hope. Gravis simply created N or that was used for weapons in the energy-gathering realm. With all of Gravis' laws, creating something like this was easier than breathing. The eyes of the disciple widened in shock. His mere moon-glowing anise was far less valuable than this piece of or. I can't take advantage of elder, the disciple shouted respectfully. Nonsense, Gravis said with a snort. I need it, and that makes it worth the trade for me. I don't care about this mere piece of or. The disciple became exhilarated and quickly chose to trade with Gravis. When Gravis held the flower in his hand, he looked at the mosquitoes on his body. They didn't react. Gravis took a deep breath and vanished from the disciple's reality. The disciple immediately forgot his meeting with Gravis and continued doing whatever he was doing. He only knew that he had a piece of or. He didn't know why he had it, but it was only natural for him to have it. The same thing repeated itself many other times with cultivators of different realms. Yet, at some point, things changed. As soon as an immortal elder started to hand Gravis a piece of or she found, one of the mosquitoes looked at her. Silence. The immortal elder stopped existing. The entire energy that comprised her being was cancelled out with death. Like a mathematical equation equal on both sides, her existence was reduced to zero. Gravis and Mortis immediately teleported away since their tests were finished. So, you can interact with beings below the immortal realm. Anything above that, and the sin monster gets angry, Mortis said. Gravis gritted his teeth. That makes things way harder. I need star gods, but I can't even interact with immortals. That means that I have to become the master of law comprehension cultivators and hope that they can become star gods. That's ridiculous. Quantity over quality, Mortis said as he scratched his chin. We need to test the next thing. Transform into lightning. I want to see what happens, Mortis said. Gravis took a deep breath. This could severely anger the sin monsters, and they might kill him in one attack. However, if it worked, Gravis could heal himself from their damage. Bzz. Gravis transformed into heavenly lightning. The sin monsters left Gravis' body and only looked at the heavenly lightning in front of him. Then, when one of them was finished with munching, it simply took a bite out of the lightning and continued chewing. Gravis transformed back, and the 3 mosquitoes went back on his body. It had changed nothing, but this was good news. The tiny holes the mosquitoes had created had vanished. Mortis nodded. The situation doesn't seem as inescapable now, he commented. Last test, lightning fork, Mortis said. If that also works, our best plan can be put into motion. Gravis nodded. Do it like you've done it with the disciples, Mortis added. Go from weak to strong. Bzz. Gravis summoned a body-tempering body and kept it levitating with his spirit. Splash. Whoops, Gravis said. I accidentally used too much force. The body had been ground into nothing. Just try a Unity Realm body then, Mortis said. Oh, smart idea, Gravis said. Bzzz. A Unity Realm body appeared, and the sin monsters didn't react. Try a law comprehension body, Mortis said. Bzzz. A law comprehension body appeared beside Gravis, and nothing happened. Wanna try an immortal body? Mortis asked. Gravis gritted his teeth. I have to, Gravis said. Bzzz. Gravis created an immortal body. As soon as the mosquitoes noticed the body, the first mosquito shook. Plop! A 4th mosquito came out and hung onto Gravis' clone. And then, hell, the mosquito bit at Gravis with unreal speed. It was taking so many bites per second. The faces of all the Gravises whitened in terror and pain, and the immortal Gravis immediately exploded. This avalanche of bites had been the most painful thing Gravis had ever felt in his entire life. The Gravises all shook in terror and pain. The 4th mosquito saw that the Gravis had vanished, and it went to Gravis' main body. Now, there was a 4th sin beast on Gravis' body. However, Gravis couldn't focus on that. Why? Because Gravis had just seen his future. When the mosquitoes multiplied more times, this would be his future. He would have to endure that until everything was over. Gravis looked at Mortis with a horrified expression. We need to do something,